Konoha Year 64. The Chunin exam was in full swing when a golden light suddenly streaked across the sky. The unexpected sight stunned ninja all over the world, and every gaze turned upward at once. Whether in the ninja world, the Pure Land, or the Kamui dimension, every ninja looked up and saw the same thing, an enormous light screen breaking through the clouds and hanging in midair. What is this? Is the world ending? Is it a genjutsu? Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Notify the Kage! The sudden anomaly plunged the entire ninja world into panic. Weaker ninjas scattered and hid, whether in rooms, caves, or holes dug into the ground. But no matter where they hid, as long as they looked up, the light screen was still there, as if it were etched onto their retinas, impossible to escape. Fire-style fireball jutsu. Water-style water formation pillar. Earth-style. Some of the stronger ninja fired jutsu directly at the light screen, and a few even rode flying summoning beasts as they charged toward it. What happened next only deepened their despair. The ninjutsu passed through the light screen, and so did the ninja riding their summoning beasts. Whether it was shuriken, kunai, or even their bodies, everything went straight through, as if the screen had no substance at all. When those who had passed through looked up into the sky, an identical light screen met their eyes once again. The instant chaos caused casualties in several villages before the leaders pulled themselves together and restored order. The Chunin exam was forcibly suspended, and every ninja village immediately went on alert. Konoha, the Hokage's office. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had returned to office after Minato Namikaze's death, now stood by the window, staring gravely at the enormous light screen in the sky. It pressed down on him with an overwhelming sense of oppression. It gave off no chakra fluctuation like an inanimate object. Hiruzen Sarutobi could not understand what power, if not chakra, could have lifted something so enormous into the sky. Could this be a genjutsu? Hiruzen murmured. It was exactly the critical time of the Chunin exam, and it was only natural for someone to cause trouble at a moment like this. What on earth is this? Naruto Uzumaki, forced to go home after the Chunin exam was suspended, stared at the light screen in confusion. He couldn't understand why this thing had suddenly appeared in the clear sky. He took a big gulp of the milk beside him that was about to expire. Naruto was bored out of his mind. The whole village was on alert, and he couldn't go out freely, so he could only stay home and stare at the screen. Elsewhere, Sasuke, Uchiha, Sakura, Haruno, Ino, Yamanaka, and the others were in similar situations. Those without parents stayed alone. Those with parents had parents on missions, so they also stayed alone. Pure Land. Madara Uchiha fixed his eyes on the light screen in the sky, silent. When he first opened his eyes, he thought Nagato had succeeded in using Rinne Rebirth to revive him. But after careful observation, he realized he had not been revived. He had awakened in the Pure Land. He could be certain this was not the ninja world. If not the ninja world, then only the Pure Land could explain it. Unlike the ninja world, the entire sky in the Pure Land was pitch black except for the enormous light screen radiating white light at its center. He didn't know whether the light screen had always been in the Pure Land or had only appeared later. It wasn't only Madara Uchiha. Hashirama Senju, Tobarama Senju, and even Minato Namikaze, sealed inside the Shinigami's belly, were in the same situation. Just as everyone was on high alert, the light screen finally reacted. A flash of white light passed, and the center of the screen gradually began to change. The image gradually brightened, revealing a full-grown... In the light screen, Naruto Uzumaki leaped in front of Minato Namikaze, who had lost both arms. They looked at each other. Minato wore a relieved smile while Naruto's expression was complicated. The appearance of the two inside the light screen stunned everyone in the ninja world, especially Konoha and Kumogakure. Isn't that the fourth Hokage? Why is the fourth Hokage inside that thing? Who is the other person? He looks a bit like the fourth Hokage. No way. Didn't the fourth Hokage die in battle long ago? Why is he there? Who's that? Could it be that fox demon Naruto Uzumaki? The age doesn't match, but the hair, the eyes, the whiskers. No mistake. That's Naruto Uzumaki. Impossible. When did Naruto Uzumaki grow so big? Why are the fourth Hokage's arms gone? What happened? Is that me? Naruto stared blankly at the light screen. It was easy to tell that the person inside was an older version of himself. He was deeply puzzled by his own appearance on the screen, and he also recognized the man facing him. Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, the great hero of Konoha. But hadn't the fourth Hokage already died? This doubt swirled in Naruto's mind, forming a mystery. Hyuga compound. Naruto-kun. Hinata Hyuga, who always paid attention to Naruto, recognized the grown-up Naruto at once. The adult Naruto was indeed handsome, but her main concern now was why the light screen was showing him. And as an adult, Hinata Hyuga, who often watched Naruto, also recognized the grown Naruto at first glance. The adult Naruto was indeed handsome, but her focus now was on why the light screen showed him. And as an adult, what on earth is going on? Sakura Haruno quick-witted as she was kept thinking about the images in the light screen, but couldn't make sense of them. The scene was too bizarre. A grown-up Naruto Uzumaki, a fourth Hokage with lost arms. Probably no sane Konoha person could figure out what was happening. Kimobikure. The fourth Raikage stared intently at Minato Namikaze in the light screen. That was a face he could never forget. The man who had held his own against him and Killer Bee during the Third Shinobi World War. Minato Namikaze's death had been confirmed by the entire ninja world. He didn't understand why a man who had already died was now appearing in that light screen. Oi, Eight Tails, is that a Jinjutsu? Meanwhile, Killer Bee asked the Eight Tails inside him. Probably not. That thing has no chakra fluctuation. The Eight Tails replied. Though it had lived for thousands of years, this was the first time it had seen something so strange. Kushina Uzumaki in the Pure Land was equally bewildered. Minato. And that? Is that Naruto, all grown up? Though the Naruto in the light curtain had matured Kushina, as his mother recognized her son at a single glance. Kushina remembered with absolute clarity that she and Minato Namikaze had been pierced through by the Nine Tails together. Observing Minato in the light curtain aside from the cracks on his face and his eyes, his appearance seemed largely unchanged from that time. The strangeness lay precisely here. One was a son who had grown up, and the other was a husband who should have died with her, yet both appeared in the same scene. This inexplicable sight left Kushina utterly baffled. Finally, her gaze settled on the grown Naruto in the light curtain. More than pondering the strange vision, Kushina cared about Naruto himself. Whether he had been happy all these years, whether he had enough to eat, whether he had made friends. Who in the world used the impure world reincarnation? Elsewhere in the Pure Land, Tobirama Senju murmured as he watched the scene in the light curtain. Others might not understand, but as the inventor of the impure world reincarnation, he knew all too well that Minato Namikaze in the vision was in that very state. The cracks on his face and his eyes were clear proof. Yet the severed arm puzzled him. Unless sealed, those reincarnated should be able to reform their bodies, even if shattered. The broken arm contradicted that. If the light curtain depicted the current state of the shinobi world, it meant that after his death someone had used the forbidden impure world reincarnation. Moreover, someone had devised a way to counter it beyond sealing jutsu, implying that the technique had been abused in the future. Tobirama stared at the light curtain with a grave expression. This was his deduction based on the scene, but he would need to observe more carefully to confirm whether it was truly so. Minato. Among those who saw Minato Namikaze appear in the light curtain, none was more deeply affected than Jiraiya. Every moment he regretted not being in Konoha during the Nine Tails rampage. Had he been in the village, then even if he couldn't change Minato's fate, he could at least have done his part to protect his disciple. When he finally returned to Konoha, all he found were the graves of Minato and Kushina, and the infant Naruto, crying for milk. The light curtain continued its display. Dad. Inside the light curtain, Naruto softly addressed Minato as Dad. That single word sent another shockwave through the entire shinobi world. The fourth Hokage's son. What the hell? We've never heard that the fourth Hokage had a son, and one that old. That's gotta be fake. Forget that the fourth Hokage is dead. If he had a kid that big, how old was he when he fathered him? 7. 8. Yeah, it's definitely fake unless you're telling me this is a scene from the future, and the fourth Hokage was resurrected. Who'd believe that? The dead coming back to life. What a joke. What's the real purpose of showing us this? The most shocked of all were the people of Konoha. What is that fox brat saying? Dad. That fox brat is calling the fourth Hokage dad. No way. How could that fox brat possibly be the fourth Hokage's son? What kind of insane joke is this? This scene in the light curtain threw all of Konoha into chaos. Most believed it was a ploy by the mastermind behind the curtain to destabilize the village, but a few thought it might be real, that the light curtain was showing them the future. If what's shown is truly the future, then Naruto Uzumaki is the fourth Hokage's son. Then what have I done all these years? At that moment, a young shinobi in his 20s watching the light curtain through a window from inside his home wore an expression of profound complexity, disbelief, regret. He had witnessed the Nine Tails rampage firsthand, its horrors etched into his memory. If not for Minato Namikaze, he would have perished under the beast's claws. He revered Minato Namikaze and naturally harbored deep hatred for Naruto, the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. He remembered every insult he had hurled, every time he had driven the boy away. It was his outlet for all his rage toward the Nine Tails. Now being told that Naruto might be Minato's son, how could he believe it? He wanted to deceive himself to believe it was all fake. But in the light curtain, the face of Naruto was strikingly similar to the one he knew. Unmistakably an older version of him. The same yellow hair, the same features. It can't be real. He kept telling himself, afraid to accept that the light curtain showed the future. If it were true, setting aside whether Naruto could forgive him, he could never forgive himself. And after death, he would have no face to meet the fourth Hokage who sacrificed himself to protect Konoha. The one most shocked was of course Naruto himself. If the person in the light curtain was truly him, then his father was the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. How is that possible? How could he be the son of a Hokage? Naruto couldn't believe what the light curtain showed. He had never dared to hope for much, just to know who his parents were. Their status meant nothing to him. But now the light curtain told him he was Minato's son. The son of a Hokage. How could he possibly accept that? Fox brat. Stay away from me. Why did the Hokage keep this danger in the village? You're the one who killed the fourth Hokage. Get out. Don't stay here. Those memories flashed through his mind. No matter where he went, he was met only with scorn, rejection, and abuse. Before he could endure these injustices. But now being told he was the son of a Hokage, what was all this suffering for? Why should he endure it at all? Sakura Haruno was equally stunned. She never imagined that the boisterous boy who always hung around them could be the son of the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze. But she had never heard that the fourth Hokage had any son. Within the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi stood by the window gazing at the luminous projection. Having already issued his orders, he was now alone in the room. He took a deep drag from his pipe before turning his attention back to the screen. Others might be unaware, but he knew with absolute certainty that the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze was indeed Naruto, Uzumaki's father. He wondered if his decision long ago had been right. As the son of the Hokage, Naruto should have enjoyed an enviable life, but the Nine-Tails rampage had changed everything. Minato had perished in battle and Naruto had become the new Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails. The Nine-Tails attack had dealt a devastating blow to Konoha. Had Minato's mortal enemies learned of Naruto's lineage, it would have brought endless peril upon the boy. And he was all too aware that the burden of being the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki carried its own grave dangers. At this thought, Hiruzen let out a weary sigh. He knew he had failed Naruto, just as he had failed Minato and Kushina Uzumaki, who had sacrificed everything for the village. But there was no other way. The villagers of Konoha needed an outlet for their grief and anger, and that outlet had to be the Jinchuriki. Without Naruto as a scapegoat, public outrage would have turned against the village's leadership. If Konoha descended into chaos, rival ninja villages would seize the opportunity to invade, plunging the entire village into catastrophe. For that reason, he had chosen to sacrifice Naruto. Even if the truth came to light one day and his own reputation was ruined beyond repair, he would not regret his decision. The projection continued. In response to Naruto's cry of, "Dad," Minato Namikaze offered his reply. A beam of light from the heavens pierced through the clouds, illuminating the world and casting its glow upon both father and son. Happy birthday. These 4 words might have been but a fleeting moment for Minato, but for Naruto, they were a moment he had waited 16 long years to hear. He had never even dared to imagine hearing them from his own father's lips. "You've grown into a fine young man. I'll tell Kushina all about this," Minato said, closing his eyes to hold back his emotions. Were it not for his reanimated body, he might not have been able to contain himself. Their reunion had lasted barely a day, and now they were forced to part, perhaps forever. He could scarcely bear to think of the pain this must be causing his son. "Tell Mom I've been eating well, that she doesn't need to worry. I don't pick at my food. I eat everything." Naruto forced a cheerful smile onto his face. "I've made lots of friends and, well, I haven't managed to fulfill all of Mom's wishes yet, but I'm working hard. I have dreams too. I'm going to become an even greater ninja than Dad. Go tell Mom not to worry about me at all." As he spoke, Naruto could no longer hold back his tears. They streamed down his face, yet he fought to finish his words. As Naruto's voice trailed off, Minato's body began to crumble. His soul, freed from the reanimated vessel, rose from the shell and drifted slowly toward the sky. "I understand." These were the final words Minato left for Naruto, an acknowledgement, an affirmation, and a promise. Whether real or fabricated, the scene on the projection left the audience in near silence. Silence, shock, and sympathy filled the minds of all who watched. What the hell? How did the fourth Hokage just ascend to heaven like that? A soul. Is that the fourth Hokage's soul? Looking at his body earlier, you couldn't tell his age. But this soul looks so young. Does he really seem like the father of a teenager? This is too fake. I thought someone had revived the fourth Hokage, but he's gone in an instant. The real question is, why is that thing showing us this, eh? Is it trying to make us sympathize with them? I suspect this might be a Konoha conspiracy. They're showing us this to soften us up, then they'll attack, while we're distracted. I don't think Konoha is behind this. Even the Kage themselves couldn't pull off something like this. If Konoha had that kind of power, wouldn't they have already conquered the other villages and unified the ninja world? Why would they go through all this trouble? You've got a point. So who exactly is behind this thing? In Konoha, Naruto. Hinata Hyuga stared at the projection, unable to look away. In her memory, Naruto had always been a cheerful, optimistic, and resilient person. She remembered how he had been beaten up protecting her in the snow, yet hadn't shed a single tear or uttered a single cry of pain, and had still seen her safely home. "Naruto, have you been pretending all this time?" Sakura Haruno murmured softly as she watched. In her memory, Naruto had always been a troublemaker, always causing a ruckus. Though she was still young, the scenes on the projection felt so real. Naruto wasn't the mischievous, annoying kid she remembered. He was just trying to get people to notice him. The freedom she took for granted, the life she yearned for, was a source of profound pain for Naruto. And the life she resented was the very life Naruto longed for. She put herself in Naruto's place. If she had grown up without parents never knowing who they were, and only met one of them in such an unexpected way, she would have cried just as hard. If she could leave the house right now, she would go find Naruto and apologize to him. Naruto. Sasuke Uchiha was also watching the projection. Watching the scene, Sasuke couldn't help but compare himself to Naruto. Though he too was alone now, he had at least experienced a period of happiness in his life. But as far as he knew, Naruto didn't even know who his parents were. If it came down to a comparison, Naruto had it worse than him. And he, at the thought of his own parents, Sasuke couldn't help but think of that man. Itachi Uchiha. His current life, his suffering, and his pain were all caused by Itachi Uchiha. At this thought, Sasuke's fists clenched involuntarily. No matter what, he would kill that man with his own hands. In the Pure Land, Kushina Uzumaki wept uncontrollably as she watched her son on the projection. Her child was the most pitiable of all, yet he had shown such strength just to put her at ease. She shared the same thought as Minato in the projection. Yes, their son had grown into a fine young man. At this thought, Kushina felt a wave of self-loathing wash over her. Her son Naruto was so remarkable, yet as his mother, she didn't even know how he was living and had never once cooked a meal for him. If she could, she would ask for nothing more than to cook a meal for Naruto and celebrate a birthday with him. The luminous display did not fade with Minato Namake's departure. The scene continued to unfold. The image gradually expanded, revealing more figures: Hashirama Senju, Tobirama Senju, Madara, Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Kakashi, Hatake, Sakura Haruno, and the Sage of Six Paths. Their sudden appearance struck the ninja world like a nuclear bomb, causing immense upheaval. In particular, the purple-ringed eyes of Sasuke Uchiha and the Sage of Six Paths drew everyone's attention. These eyes, could they be the legendary Rinnegan? Isn't the Rinnegan exclusive to the mythical Sage of Six Paths? Could that elder be the legendary Sage of Six Paths? Then who is that one-eyed figure? A half-Sage of Six Paths. Why do those two possess the Rinnegan? What is going on? What is this display trying to show us? Is that the first Hokage, the second Hokage, and the third Hokage? Why are the Hokages appearing there? Along with the fourth Hokage from before, all the past Hokages are present. Why is everything about Konoha? This must be a scheme by Konoha. Rinnegan. In the Hidden Rain village, Nagato was profoundly shocked by this sight. Had it not been for his crippled legs, he might have leapt from his chair. Though he rarely left the village, the Akatsuki organization and the Six Paths of Pain he created had operated across nearly the entire ninja world. He was privy to at least most of the information circulating. For years, apart from his own Rinnegan and the legendary Sage of Six Paths, he had never heard of a third person possessing these eyes. Now the display suddenly reveals two Rinnegan wielders. How could this not astonish him? Simultaneously, Nagato grew even more curious about the aerial display. It emitted no chakra fluctuations, defied even his Rinnegan's comprehension, and its purpose remained utterly opaque. A Rinnegan outside of Nagato's own. Konan, standing nearby, remained silent, but her heart churned with turmoil. Watching Nagato's unwavering gaze, she understood that the display in the sky was far more complex than they had ever imagined. What a eyes like the leaders. Within the Akatsuki, Deidara shouted in disbelief, unable to accept that anyone besides their leader could wield the Rinnegan. Calm down. The leader hasn't said a word, and we don't even know if what's shown is real or fake. Haiden interjected, dismissing the display as false. If it were true, he couldn't fathom why it would open with a father-son farewell scene. Now it throws a Rinnegan explosion at him. He'd sooner believe in a pig flying. Itachi, any thoughts? Kisame Hoshigaki turned to Itachi Uchiha for insight. Unable to decipher the display's meaning himself, he figured asking his partner was the wiser move. I'm not sure, Itachi replied expressionlessly, yet his gaze never strayed from Sasuke Uchiha on the screen. He didn't know how Sasuke had acquired the Rinnegan, but the other eye. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Sasuke's other eye was the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. If the display truly showed the future, then his plan had succeeded. In the future, Sasuke had defeated him and transplanted his eyes to awaken the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Still, the origin of the Rinnegan eluded him. Leader, what do you think? Seeing no one speak, Deidara looked to the Tendo Pain at the front. Let's keep watching, Tendo Pain replied, mirroring the other's reaction. The display offered little beyond sheer shock. There was nothing to analyze. Seeing no one willing to talk, Deidara reluctantly returned to his spot. He had a torrent of words to unleash, but sadly no one cared to listen. Scanning the room once more, his confusion deepened. Where were Konan and Toby? Everyone was here except those two. When asked, the answer was always on a mission. But he couldn't fathom why no one else had missions, nor what tasks someone of Toby's caliber could possibly handle. Meanwhile, Obito Uchiha, watching from within the Kemui dimension, was equally baffled. The display piercing through space into his dimension was vexing enough. Now it showed even more Rinnegan. What were Rinnegan becoming as common as cabbage? Still, he had a rough guess that the display was showing future events. His gaze shifted from the white-haired elder to Sasuke Uchiha. He knew Sasuke, the brother Itachi had sacrificed his entire clan to protect. Yet he never imagined Sasuke would rise to such heights. It was truly beyond his expectations. Beyond the Rinnegan, another sight shook Obito to his core. Madara Uchiha, lying on the ground. That Madara wasn't in the impure world reincarnation state. He was genuinely alive, meaning someone had resurrected Madara Uchiha. Though both he and Madara shared the infinite Tsukuyomi plan, Obito intended to cast it himself. Resurrecting Madara was never part of his design. His first thought was Nagato, as the Rinnegan could use the outer path samsara of heavenly life technique to revive the dead. But he had never disclosed any information about Madara to Nagato, and White Zetsu had denied any involvement. Given his understanding of Nagato, he didn't seem the type to resurrect Madara. After thorough analysis, Madara's resurrection became an enigma. Who had brought Madara back? Where did Sasuke's Rinnegan come from? And who was that elder with the same eyes? The mysteries piled up, but one thing was certain: Madara Uchiha had failed. Yes, Madara had been defeated. This meant the infinite Tsukuyomi plan was doomed to fail. His gaze landed on the reanimated Hashirama and Tobirama Senju. In Obito's view, the failure of infinite Tsukuyomi was inextricably linked to these figures. Now he needed to uncover who had summoned them via impure world reincarnation. Breaking free from Madara's control was essential, but infinite Tsukuyomi had to succeed. Even if he escaped Madara's grasp, the display suggested the plan would still fail. Therefore, finding the caster who revived Hashirama and the others was equally critical. He would not allow anyone to thwart infinite Tsukuyomi. He would let nothing stand between him and the world of his dreams. His gaze shifted to Kakashi on the screen, and his eyes turned cold. Yes, he saw it. Kakashi in the display had no Sharingan. That meant the eye he had gifted him was lost. Since you don't value that, I'll take it back. Obito added a new objective to his agenda, reclaiming his own Sharingan. In Konoha, Kakashi stared at his on-screen counterpart in utter confusion. Why was his Sharingan missing? That eye was the final gift from his deceased comrade. How could he have lost it? Not only was the Sharingan gone, but it had been replaced with an ordinary eye. What in the world is going on? Eyes like Nagato's, Yahiko exclaimed. In his understanding, only the legendary sage of 6 paths and Nagato, whom he knew possessed the Rinnegan. Now 2 people with Rinnegan had suddenly appeared. Those who possessed the Rinnegan were considered saviors, and Nagato was the one he had acknowledged as such. Moreover, even though both Rinnegan wielders appeared on the screen, Nagato, who also possessed the Rinnegan, was nowhere to be seen. This stirred worry within him, for he had died far too early and was completely unaware of what transpired afterwards. Conan, Nagato, Master Jiraiya. How are you all doing now? Master. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi was stunned by the figures on the screen. He could not recall how many years had passed since he last saw Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju. Now in his twilight years, with Konoha managed into such a state under his leadership, he truly did not know how he could face them. His gaze fell upon himself on the screen in the state of impure world reincarnation. As a Hokage and a disciple of Tobirama Senju, he was naturally familiar with this forbidden technique. The version of himself on the screen, along with Hashirama Senju, Tobirama Senju, and the earlier Minato Namikaze, were all in the impure world reincarnation state. If the screen truly depicted future events, then it meant he had already died by that time. Naruto Uzumaki on the screen appeared only 7 or 8 years older than his current self. If this timeline held true, then his own death was imminent. He understood that his time was running out, and he needed to seek out the next successor to the Hokage title. The first candidate that came to Hiruzen Sarutobi's mind was Jiraiya, and then Orochimaru. Indeed, the second person he thought of was not Tsunade, but Orochimaru, who had become a rogue ninja. If not for Orochimaru's heinous deeds and subsequent defection, he would have been the first choice. His gaze then settled on Madara Uchiha, who lay on the ground. Hiruzen Sarutobi discerned that Madara was different from the others. He was not in the impure world reincarnation state, and his appearance was youthful. It was naturally impossible for him to have survived from that era to the present. That left only 2 possibilities: 1, the Madara Uchiha on the screen was a fake and imposter, or 2, Madara Uchiha had been resurrected. And what immense power would it take to resurrect someone who had been dead for so long? Second Hokage. In another part of Konoha, Danzo Shimura's gaze rested on Tobirama Senju within the screen. The Hokage position he coveted had been passed from the second Hokage to Hiruzen Sarutobi. He remembered that he had wanted to step forward back then, but his legs had given way, and he was a step too slow. That single misstep had cost him the Hokage position and haunted him for the rest of his life. If given another chance, he would not hesitate to step forward. The Hokage title was his lifelong dream. He had thought he would succeed Hiruzen Sarutobi only for Minato Namikaze to take the position. The Nine Tails incident seemed to offer him a glimmer of hope, but then Hiruzen Sarutobi was reinstated. Regardless of the circumstances, he yearned to become Hokage, even if only for a single second. His gaze fell upon the impure world reincarnated Hiruzen Sarutobi on the screen. He knew that Hiruzen was dead. He didn't know how or when, but it couldn't have been long ago, for the appearances of Sakura Haruno Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki on the screen were the best testament to that. He did not know if the next Hokage would be him, but this was undoubtedly his best opportunity. Is that Sasuke all grown up? I didn't expect Sasuke to become even more handsome as an adult, but those eyes. Sakura Haruno's gaze fell upon Sasuke's eyes on the screen, and she fell silent. For some reason, looking at those eyes, she found herself at a loss for words. Her gaze shifted to her older self and Kakashi on the screen, and a smile returned to Sakura's face. Indeed, I'm quite beautiful as an adult too. But why is it only us? Where did everyone else go? Sakura Haruno was once again lost in confusion. On the screen were her Kakashi, Naruto, Uzumaki, Sasuke, Uchiha, and a few others. Being well-versed in Konoha's history, she naturally recognized the impure world reincarnated figures. They were all from Konoha, so why were the others absent? This puzzled her greatly. Apart from the white-haired elder, who also possessed the Rinnegan, everyone else was from Konoha. How could Sakura not doubt the authenticity of the screen's content? For a moment, she even suspected she was under a genjutsu. In the Pure Land, Fugaku Uchiha watched this scene with a heavy heart. As the clan leader, he naturally understood the Rinnegan and the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. He didn't know whether to be happy for Sasuke or not. Although he was unsure how Sasuke acquired the Rinnegan, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan meant that by that time Itachi was already dead. For the Sasuke on the screen, it meant he was the sole survivor of the entire Uchiha clan. How lonely must he feel? He could not fathom what Sasuke felt when he chose to transplant Itachi's eyes to awaken the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. He only knew that he had failed as a father, unable even to give his child a happy childhood. Why? In the Pure Land, Madara, Uchiha murmured. The version of himself on the screen had successfully been resurrected, indicating his plan was proceeding smoothly. So why had he at the final step met with failure? Who had defeated him? Hashirama Senju, or those two others who also possessed the Rinnegan. The resurrection had succeeded, but the ultimate failure came from his own lack of strength, being defeated by another. This was something Madara Uchiha could not accept. Elsewhere in the Pure Land, Tobirama Senju watched the screen in silence. The information revealed was overwhelming. He couldn't fathom how Madara Uchiha had been resurrected, nor who had summoned him, Hashirama Senju and Hiruzen Sarutobi, through the impure world reincarnation. He was completely in the dark. The countless mysteries troubled him greatly. He glanced around and saw only unfamiliar faces. So he decided to first find Hashirama Senju, while also waiting for the screen to reveal more information. Child, it seems you have endured the same ordeal as Madara. Hashirama Senju watched Sasuke Uchiha on the screen with a complex expression. He might not know much about the Rinnegan, but he was all too familiar with the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, identical to Madara's. He was also aware of how it was awakened. It required transplanting the eyes of a sibling. This meant that Sasuke Uchiha had transplanted his own brother's Sharingan. The luminous screen continued its display. Like Minato Namikaze before them, Hashirama Senju, Tobirama Senju, and Hiruzen Sarutobi, all reincarnated by the impure world reincarnation, began to shimmer with a white glow, signaling their imminent departure. We leave the future in your hands now. Kakashi, Sakura, Sasuke, Naruto. Hiruzen Sarutobi gazed upon them with profound satisfaction, seeing in their eyes the seeds of growth and promise. He entrusted the future of Konoha to them without hesitation. With that, his form dissolved into fragments, just as Minato's had his soul ascending to the heavens. Brother, the feud with Madara is settled. Let us entrust what remains to the next generation, as the old man said. Tobirama Senju faded away in turn. Naruto, Uzumaki, Sasuke, Uchiha. You two are destined for a fate unlike ours. No, you must forge a different path. The last to remain was Hashirama Senju. He turned his gaze upon Naruto and Sasuke, recognizing them as the reincarnations of himself and Madara. From their battle, he had witnessed their unwavering collaboration against shared foes, Obito Uchiha, Madara Uchiha, and Kagaya Otsutsuki alike. They had never faltered, safeguarding the future of the shinobi world. Reassured, he too departed in peace. With that, all four Hokage had taken their leave. The first, the second, the third. All of them have departed, just like the fourth. What kind of jutsu could possibly bring the dead back to the shinobi world only to release them in such a manner? The four Hokage together on screen. I've only ever seen that on the Hokage rock. Wait, why is the third Hokage in the same state as the others? Indeed, does that mean he died just like the fourth? How could this be? What happened to the third Hokage? This revelation sent shockwaves through the entire shinobi world, especially among the people of Konoha. Knowing Naruto's age, they calculated the timeline shown on the screen. Hiruzen Sarutobi would meet his end in the near future. The notion of natural death was swiftly dismissed. They were convinced that Konoha was destined for a catastrophe as monumental as the Nine-Tails Rampage. The discovery of the third Hokage's death plunged the villagers who had regarded the screen's contents as prophecy into a state of panic. Though the vision showed Konoha overcoming the disaster, no one could be certain of their own survival. In the Hidden Stone Village, the third Hokage. It seems you won't outlive me after all. Inoki naturally relished the news of Hiruzen's impending demise. With the Hokage gone, wouldn't Konoha be ripe for invasion? While Hiruzen was still alive, Inoki harbored no immediate intentions, yet it didn't stop him from laying the groundwork for future schemes. In Konoha, Naruto watched silently as Hiruzen departed from the screen. From the earlier visions, he had learned he was the son of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. How could Hiruzen as Hokage not have known? But why had he kept it hidden all these years? Whether for Naruto's protection or some other reason, he should have at least been told the truth. Even a secret whisper would have sufficed. He could have borne the loneliness. Yet nothing was ever said, leaving him to believe he had no parents at all. If the screen's vision was true, Naruto dared not dwell on it. If those images truly foretold the future, he didn't know how he would regard Hiruzen, the man he had cherished as a grandfather. In his memory, Hiruzen had always been such a gentle old man. I never imagined it would come to this. Kakashi murmured, staring at the screen. The moment he saw Hiruzen's condition, he knew the third had been revived by the same forbidden jutsu as Minato, and he had foreseen this outcome. Kakashi also understood that this revelation would plunge Konoha into temporary turmoil. It was up to them to maintain stability. Kakashi sought out Asuma Sarutobi, surprised to find him handling the news with composure. After all, the screen showed only visions, not the present. Excessive anxiety would serve no purpose. Together, they rallied Might Guy and others to calm the villagers. Grandfather. Elsewhere, Tsunade watched the screen with a heavy heart. It had been so long since she had seen her grandfather. Now Hashirama appeared in a vision of what might be the future. She wondered if her counterpart had met him and whether she had brought him disappointment. Compared to Hashirama's legendary legacy, she as his granddaughter had fallen woefully short, unable even to protect her brother and Dan. This is truly fascinating. In a shadowy cavern, Orochimaru watched the screen with a sinister grin. Both the screen's very existence and its contents had captivated his insatiable curiosity. The luminous screen continued to unfold. As the four Hokage of Konoha departed, the nine-tailed beasts appeared together upon the screen. Newly liberated, they were overjoyed, each discussing where they would go from here. Most of the tailed beasts chose to return to their former habitats. The eight tails decided to stay by Killer Bee's side, while the nine tails, with characteristic tsundere pride, declared it would remain with Naruto Uzumaki, a display that drew laughter from all who witnessed it. What nonsense is this? Within Naruto Uzumaki, the nine tails glared with bloodshot eyes at its counterpart on the screen. It yearned desperately to kill Naruto and reclaim its freedom. How could it ever choose to remain sealed within him? What is happening here? The nine tails was bewildered, unable to comprehend why its future self would act that way, and why the other tailed beasts seemed equally free of their former hatred toward humans. The other tailed beasts, however, were thoroughly pleased with what the screen revealed. Their future selves had attained freedom, and what could be more worth anticipating than liberty itself? The people of the ninja world shared the nine tails' confusion. What did it mean that the tailed beasts were free? Why have all the tailed beasts escaped? What in the world has happened? All the tailed beasts are out. This is terrifying. Those knowledgeable about tailed beasts were equally perplexed. They all knew Naruto Uzumaki was the nine tails Jinchuriki. Shouldn't he have died the moment the beast was separated from him? Yet there on the screen stood the nine tails in solitary existence alongside a very much alive Naruto Uzumaki. How could this be? In the Pure Land, Kushina Uzumaki and Minato Namikaze, trapped within the Shinigami's belly, could grasp the truth. They knew Naruto carried only half of the nine tails, with the other half sealed within Minato himself. Minato reasoned that in the future Naruto had his tailed beast extracted by some means, and that he had transferred his own half of the nine tails to his son. Alternatively, perhaps the nine tails seen on the screen was merely Minato's own half. But he dismissed this theory. The color was wrong. You've noticed it as well. The nine tails within Minato spoke. It seems your son has earned the recognition of my other half. Minato replied with a simple hum, yet guilt toward Naruto swelled within his heart. He knew the nine tails should harbor nothing but hatred for his son, and that Naruto must have endured countless unseen hardships to earn the beast's acknowledgement. Yet aside from Minato, Kushina, and Hiruzen Sarutobi, no one else knew of this truth. Nearly everyone remained baffled by the sight of a living Naruto alongside an independent nine tails. In Kumogakure, the fourth Raikage slammed his fist upon the table and shot to his feet. Had he not learned from the eight tails' words that Killer Bee was still alive, the table would have been reduced to splinters. As a Kage, he knew full well that a Jinchuriki cannot survive the loss of their tailed beast. He could not discern whether Killer Bee had willingly released the eight tails or had it torn from him by force, but neither possibility was acceptable to him. The first meant Killer Bee held his own life in contempt. The second meant someone had sought to end it. Bring Bee to me at once. A ordered immediately. Only with Killer Bee under his watchful eye could he rest easy. Meanwhile, But it seems your future self is already dead. Within Gaara, Shikaku sneered. Stripped of its presence, what awaited Gaara but death? What business is it of yours? Gaara replied with a blank expression. He harbored no fondness for Shikaku. Not being disgusted by the tailed beast was already more than enough. As for the Gaara on the screen who had been separated from the one tail, his feelings were complicated. From Shikaku's words, he understood that his future self was most likely dead. No longer a Jinchuriki, perhaps that self had finally found release. At this thought, a faint smile crept across Gaara's impassive face. No longer tormented by Shikaku, no longer forced to face the ugly countenances of others. Was that version of himself not truly fortunate? Temari, who stood beside Gaara, was startled to see him smiling. The screen had just hinted at his possible death, yet he could smile. Did he truly have no fear of dying? The other Jinchuriki, watching their respective fates unfold on the screen, felt a mixture of fear and relief. Some of them had long since grown weary of their roles as human vessels. In Amigakure, Pain watched the nine-tailed beasts upon the screen with an unreadable expression. His goal was to collect them all, and the liberation of these beasts was inextricably tied to his own actions. This meant that in the future he might have succeeded in gathering all the tailed beasts. Yet their current freedom spoke of the Akatsuki's failure. Nagato. Conan spoke up beside him, understanding his thoughts. If their future selves had failed, then proceeding with the original plan to collect the tailed beasts would no longer be viable. Must we alter the plan? Conan asked. Let us continue watching for now. Nagato replied calmly. He had no intention of changing course immediately. He had a premonition that continuing to observe the screen might expose the Akatsuki's scheme, for their plan could reshape the entire ninja world. And when that time came, adjusting the plan based on the reasons for their failure would be far more effective, while also allowing them to counter the villages that might fortify themselves upon learning of the Akatsuki's intentions. The luminous screen continued its display. With the tailed beasts dealt with, the Sage of Six Paths turned his gaze toward Naruto, Uzumaki, and Sasuke Uchiha. Naruto, Sasuke, I asked you before, after your battle with my mother Kaguya. Has your answer remained unchanged, eh? Naruto Uzumaki's answer remained steadfast, and he also voiced his perspective on Kaguya Otsutsuki. In his eyes, she was devoid of a heart, her callousness chillingly terrifying. The Sage of Six Paths then explained why his mother had become that way and revealed that the infinite Tsukuyomi could only be undone if the two of them worked together. What the heck is the infinite Tsukuyomi? Why does it need both Sasuke and Naruto to undo it? Who knows? Probably some troublesome jutsu. Kaguya, who fought Sasuke and Naruto. Who is this Kaguya? Sasuke and Naruto must be that guy with the Rinnegan and that blonde kid, right? And this Kaguya is the mother of that old man with the Rinnegan. She must be incredibly formidable. Witnessing this scene, both Madara Uchiha and Obito Uchiha were taken aback. Undo the infinite Tsukuyomi. Those 6 words relentlessly echoed in their minds. Isn't the prerequisite for undoing it successfully casting it first? Yes, their plan had succeeded. Although it might be undone by Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha later, at least they had achieved it. Ha ha ha. In the Pure Land, Madara Uchiha roared with laughter. He had done it. The infinite Tsukuyomi was a success. Though he was defeated later, that could be avoided. The success of the infinite Tsukuyomi proved that the words on the stone tablet were true. He had feared he'd be defeated without even casting it. Now he merely needed to prevent his own defeat, stop the impure world reincarnation of Hashirama and the other 3, and ensnare the survivors from the screen in the infinite Tsukuyomi. Then everything would be perfect. All Madara Uchiha needed to know now was who had performed the impure world reincarnation on Hashirama and the others, and how Naruto, Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and the rest had escaped the infinite Tsukuyomi. However, one thing still bothered Madara Uchiha, the Kaguya mentioned by the Sage of Six Paths. As the mother of a Rinnegan wielder, she was certainly no ordinary being. Mother. Besides Obito and Madara, there was another, or rather another entity, laughing even more maniacally. It was Black Zetsu. From that mention of the battle with Kaguya, he knew he had done it. He had successfully revived his mother Kaguya Otsutsuki. Although the screen showed Kaguya's defeat, what did that matter? Black Zetsu's thoughts mirrored Madara's. All the previous obstacles had been overcome, leaving only the simple matter of the final loss. All he needed to do was remind his mother at the right time, and it would be fine. For the first time, Black Zetsu felt the world was so beautiful. Ever since his birth, his mother had been sealed away. For 1,000 years, he had been scheming, planning how to free her. Unfortunately, as Kaguya's 3rd son, he lacked the power of Hagoromo and Hamura. So he manipulated Hagoromo's son Indra, and was now using Indra's reincarnate Madara Uchiha. What Black Zetsu hadn't anticipated was that he was about to be exposed on the screen. The luminous screen continued its display. Now then, Sasuke. What about you? The Sage of Six Paths turned his gaze to Sasuke Uchiha beside him. Sasuke remained silent, but his eyes grew colder. Right? But first I'll kill the current 5 Kage within this infinite Tsukuyomi. Sasuke Uchiha's words instantly ignited the entire shinobi world. What? What is he saying? He wants to kill the current 5 Kage. Who does he think he is? Does he believe a single Rinnegan can defeat the 5 Kage? It's not about him defeating them in battle, it's about killing them within the infinite Tsukuyomi. That means the 5 Kage have already been captured by this so-called infinite Tsukuyomi. He wants to kill the 5 Kage. What exactly is he planning? Hiruzen Sarutobi, the 4th Raikage, Inoki. The 5 of them naturally witnessed this scene. The 4th Raikage, couldn't even be bothered to slam the table. This brat wants to kill me. Ridiculous. Inawagakure Inoki laughed and shook his head. Such is the ignorance of the uninformed. Although Sasuke Uchiha on the screen had a Rinnegan, how strong could someone his age truly be? In Konoha, Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Sasuke Uchiha on the screen with deep complexity. Sasuke was the one Itachi Uchiha had sacrificed the entire Uchiha clan to protect. But now with him uttering such words about killing the 5 Kage, even Hiruzen would find it difficult to protect him now. How dare he? He wants to kill the Hokage. This boy must not be allowed to live. In the route, Danzo Shimura slammed his cane into the ground, fuming with rage. He had long been dissatisfied with the remaining Uchiha. If not for the threat Itachi Uchiha had left behind, he would have already dealt with Sasuke Uchiha. And now wasn't this the perfect opportunity to dispose of Sasuke? Meanwhile, watching this scene, Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno, and Naruto Uzumaki were each more baffled than the last. First, Sasuke Uchiha wondered, didn't he just want to kill Itachi Uchiha? Why was he now thinking about killing the 5 Kage? Why would Sasuke want to kill the 5 Kage? Next was Naruto Uzumaki. He couldn't understand why Sasuke planned to kill the 5 Kage, nor could he recall any offense they had committed against him. Could it be that in the future the 5 Kage did something to wrong Sasuke? If so, he would have to apologize to Sasuke on their behalf. Sakura Haruno was utterly bewildered. Indeed, forget killing all 5, even defeating a single Kage was an immense challenge. Yet the Sasuke on the screen was going to kill all 5 Kage. How was that any different from suicide? Clearly Sakura was lost in the shock of the 5 Kage assassination, and completely missed the prerequisite that it was within the infinite Tsukuyomi. In the Akatsuki, Itachi nearly jumped for joy. Initially, he was overjoyed having seen Sasuke's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan earlier. But now he was dumbfounded. Indeed, Itachi Uchiha was deeply puzzled. According to his plan, Sasuke was supposed to succeed in killing him in the future, killing him, the traitor of Konoha, and then be accepted by the village. And now Sasuke says he wants to kill the current 5 Kage. Setting everything else aside, with just that one statement, not to mention Konoha, the entire shinobi world would have no place for Sasuke. However, Itachi Uchiha also understood that with the Rinnegan and eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Sasuke could kill the 5 Kage even if they weren't trapped in the infinite Tsukuyomi. What puzzled Itachi now was why Sasuke would make this choice. Could it be that Madara Uchiha, that bastard, had told Sasuke everything he had done? But even so, Sasuke's targets should only have been Danzo Shimura or Konoha. Yet now it was the 5 Kage, which meant the entire shinobi world. In the Pure Land, watching this scene on the screen, Tobirama Senju's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. Just as I thought, an inherently evil Uchiha brat. Indeed, he had never misjudged the Uchiha. Here was a snot-nosed Uchiha kid, barely grown, already thinking of killing the 5 Kage, even if he had the power. Elsewhere, Hashirama Senju remained silent, staring at Sasuke on the screen with puzzlement. Young man, what have you been through to make you want to kill the 5 Kage? As for the deceased Uchiha clan members, Fugaku Uchiha, Mikoto Uchiha, and all the others, not one of them could utter a single word. What did it mean to kill the 5 Kage? Even at the height of their ambition, they only ever dreamed of overthrowing the Hokage and installing one of their own. Now Sasuke Uchiha outright declares he'll kill the 5 Kage. That's 5 entire Kage. This kid has ambition. Izuna Uchiha looked upon his younger clansman with approval. Though he had died young and didn't fully grasp the weight of killing the 5 Kage, that aura and spirit reminded him of his elder brother. As the radiant scene unfolded, Sasuke Uchiha's declaration left not only the shinobi world stunned, but also Kakashi and Sakura Haruno within the projection, who stood frozen in sheer disbelief. What are you saying, Sasuke? What do you intend to do with the 5 Kage? Kakashi demanded. Yet Sasuke Uchiha did not even deign to cast a single glance in his direction. Furthermore, you tailed beasts, I shall bring you under my dominion, and one day I will execute you all. The 1 tail through 9 tail. The assembled shinobi villages. Nagato. Within Konoha, Ino Yamanaka had fallen into a spiral of self-doubt. Was the language spoken by Sasuke in the projection even the language of the shinobi world? She could comprehend every single word individually, so why did they make no sense when strung together? What did it mean to slay the 5 Kage and to execute all the tailed beasts? Was this something a mere human could even utter? And why did Naruto, Uzumaki, Kakashi, and Sakura Haruno in the projection all wear expressions of utter incredulity? Shouldn't they be smiling it off in silence? Could it be they actually believed Sasuke was capable of such a feat? Sasuke, what kind of nonsense are you spouting? Naruto Uzumaki stared at the Sasuke in the projection, utterly bewildered. A single-tailed beast was terrifying enough, yet Sasuke dared to proclaim the execution of them all right in front of 9 of them. He couldn't fathom how Sasuke could be so audacious. Within the Akatsuki, Deidara couldn't hold back a burst of laughter. Hilarious. Who does this guy think he is? Our leader with his Rinnegan only dares to capture the tailed beasts one by one. And now this guy just declares he'll kill them all in front of them. Whether it was Deidara Kisame Hashigaki Haiden, or anyone else, virtually no one in the Akatsuki believed the Sasuke in the projection could accomplish such a thing. Even Nagato, standing behind Pain, watched the Uchiha in the projection with keen interest. Execute all the tailed beasts. How intriguing. He mused, considering his own deep understanding of the Rinnegan. Just how old was this Uchiha Sasuke in the projection anyway? Was he even half his age? Even he wouldn't dare face multiple tailed beasts at once, yet this Sasuke casually speaks of executing them all. Who could possibly take that seriously? In the Pure Land, Fugaku Uchiha paced anxiously. Sasuke, of all the things you choose to try and kill all the tailed beasts? Earlier when Sasuke spoke of killing the 5 Kage, he was merely puzzled. After all, they were subdued, anyone with a modicum of strength could do it. But now, to proclaim the execution of all tailed beasts, and to do so directly in their presence. He remembered the terror the Nine Tails had brought him during the Nine Tails rampage. The 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had to sacrifice his own life to seal the Nine Tails. And Sasuke's declaration meant facing not just the Nine Tails, but all the other tailed beasts as well. In Fugaku's eyes, uttering those words was tantamount to suicide. Perhaps the only one who knew Sasuke wasn't bluffing was Madara Uchiha in the Pure Land. Had he known of the others' doubts, he would have merely scoffed at their failure to comprehend the Rinnegan's true power. After all, back in his day, with only his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, he could capture the strongest tailed beast, the Nine Tails, as easily as a chick. And the Sasuke in the projection possessed an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and a Rinnegan. This brat. Kurama, watching from within Naruto's body, had a murderous glint in his eyes. His disgust for humanity had reached its peak. They constantly sought to control him, seal him, enslave him, and now they dare to plot the extermination of his kind. How could he not be furious? And to add insult to injury, he knew the Sasuke in the projection was the only Uchiha in Konoha who hadn't grown up. If he ever got the chance, he'd take control of Naruto and crush this Uchiha Sasuke himself. Why isn't Shikaku reacting at all? Gaara wondered, puzzled. From his understanding of the one tail within him, Shikaku should have been mocking the Uchiha's audacity by now. But he remained silent. Indeed, Shikaku within Gaara was silent, his gaze fixed intently on the Sasuke in the projection. Unlike the humans, the tailed beasts all knew this was no jest. They were all too familiar with the power of the Rinnegan. What did you say? Enraged by Sasuke's declaration to restrain them and execute them all someday, the Nine Tails raised its claw to teach Sasuke a lesson. The next moment, Sasuke cast his gaze upon all the tailed beasts, and with the glow of his Rinnegan, every one of their eyes transformed into the same Rinnegan. Chibaku Tensei. Sasuke pressed his hands together, the ground shattered, and countless fragments of rock enveloped the tailed beasts, hurling them into the sky. Naruto. In the final moment before being sealed, the Nine Tails placed all its hope in Naruto Uzumaki, for at this moment, the only one who could oppose Sasuke was Naruto. I will definitely save you all. This was Naruto's response. No matter what, he would stop Sasuke. Wait, he actually did it. Controlling them all with a single glance, turning them into stone with one Chibaku Tensei. What kind of jutsu is this Chibaku Tensei? It can directly control all the tailed beasts. How terrifying. I take back what I said before. I apologize to Sasuke. With his strength, not to mention killing the 5 Kage or executing all the tailed beasts, he could easily destroy the entire ninja world. Chibaku Tensei, huh? In the Hidden Rain village, Nagato murmured as he watched the scene. He knew this technique well. It was exclusive to the Rinnegan. However, what surprised Nagato was that Sasuke could unleash 9 of them at once with no visible drain. In his own current state, using even one Chibaku Tensei was an immense struggle, and its size wouldn't match what the screen displayed. Sasuke's chakra reserves were far more terrifying than he had imagined. Yet one thing puzzled Nagato: why was Sasuke with only a single Rinnegan so much stronger than him? If comparing their use of Chibaku Tensei alone, Sasuke was 10 times, no 100 times stronger. They both possessed the Rinnegan, and he even had 2. But there was one difference: the Tomo patterns in Sasuke's Rinnegan were something Nagato lacked. Wait, so Sasuke wasn't bluffing after all. He can truly do it. Deidara was stunned. He had initially believed the Sasuke on the screen was all talk, but now he had actually done it. Why does he possess such overwhelming power? Haiden was baffled. He had witnessed their leader Pain's actions, but the power displayed barely compared to Sasuke's on the screen. If Pain were truly that strong, the tailed beasts would have been captured long ago. with terrifying strength like Sasuke's, who would dare oppose him if he declared himself ruler of the ninja world. Kakuzu was equally stunned. Before seeing the Sasuke on the screen, the strongest person he had ever encountered was the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. But now that title belonged to Sasuke. This power is truly terrifying. Kisame Hashigaki said slowly. Such overwhelming chakra was beyond anything he could compare to. Sasuke, I never imagined you would grow to such heights. Itachi Uchiha murmured. If anyone in the Akatsuki was most shocked, it was him. He never expected Sasuke to become this powerful. It was beyond any ninja he had ever known. The Sasuke on the screen had exceeded his plans in both power and ideology, making Itachi wonder if he had been too harsh on Sasuke. Itachi had originally planned to visit Konoha to suppress Sasuke later, but now he dared not go. If Sasuke became like the one on the screen, Itachi would bear absolute blame. Yet if he didn't go to Konoha to suppress Sasuke, given Sasuke's upbringing, Itachi found it hard to imagine how Sasuke could grow strong enough to defeat him before his own illness claimed him. At the same time, Itachi realized that the screen had revealed Sasuke's future potential, making the current Sasuke extremely dangerous. Even if he didn't want to go to Konoha, he had no choice now. Wait, wasn't Itachi's little brother also named Sasuke? And he also has the Sharingan. Could it be? As Deidara spoke, he turned toward Itachi's position to ask, but in that instant Pain shot a black rod at Itachi. It pierced through his body and embedded into the wall behind, while Itachi's form dissolved into a flock of crows. Crows? Is this a Jinjutsu? The Akatsuki members exchanged glances, and Pain's icy voice echoed through the space. I hereby declare Itachi Uchiha a traitor. As he spoke, Nagato behind him turned his gaze back to the screen. With his Rinnegan, he had noticed Itachi's escape through Jinjutsu from the start, but chose not to intervene. He understood that from this day forward the entire ninja world might undergo a great upheaval. Am I really that strong? Sasuke Uchiha was dumbfounded. He had thought the screen version of himself was just showing off, but it was real. Not only accomplished, but with effortless annihilation. His gaze swept around, and nearly everyone was staring at him, as if he were a monster. Unable to bear those looks any longer, Sasuke bolted. He feared that if he stayed any longer he'd be dissected for research. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura sat face to face, neither speaking first. Danzo had been attending to root affairs, but upon seeing Sasuke's declaration to kill the 5 Kage in the infinite Tsukuyomi, he had come to discuss how to deal with the current Sasuke. Yet halfway there he witnessed Sasuke subdue all 9-tailed beasts with a single glance, and seal them with the never-before-seen Jutsu Chibaku Tensei. If the instant control of the tailed beasts was the Rinnegan's power, then the Chibaku Tensei was something else entirely. Any discerning person could tell that using such a terrifying jutsu would consume an enormous amount of chakra. But what about the Sasuke on the screen? He didn't even gasp for breath. To grasp the scale, one only needed to imagine Sasuke unleashing Chibaku Tensei in some hidden village. Danzo's legs nearly gave out at the sight. Even when the second Hokage Tobirama Senju had died, he hadn't been this terrified. Back then, there was still a way out. But facing the Sasuke on the screen dying 10 times in a second would mean Sasuke was going easy on him. Moreover, Danzo was deeply implicated in the Uchiha clan's massacre. If Sasuke were to grow to the level shown on the screen and learn of Danzo's involvement, even 10,000 Sharingan wouldn't save him. Fighting through his trembling legs, Danzo still made his way to the Hokage's office to find Hiruzen. Regardless of anything else, eliminating Sasuke Uchiha first was the priority. In the Hidden Cloud Village, the 4th Raikage, fell silent. Had he known Sasuke possessed such power, he wouldn't have slammed his fist on the desk. Truly a pity for his poor desk. Their village had sacrificed even the 3rd Raikage to deal with the 8 tails. The sight of Sasuke instantly defeating all the tailed beasts was more staggering than discovering his brother Killer B was actually a woman. No, this man must not be allowed to live. The 4th Raikage clenched his fist. From Sasuke's eyes he knew Sasuke was from Konoha's Uchiha clan, and through constant surveillance of Naruto Uzumaki, the other person on the screen, he could roughly estimate Sasuke's current age. If they didn't find a way to eliminate Sasuke now and let him grow to the level shown with Konoha guiding him slightly, wouldn't unifying the ninja world become effortless for them? The Hidden Mist Village and Hidden Stone Village shared the same sentiment as the Hidden Cloud. They would not permit Konoha to harbor someone capable of single-handedly reshaping the ninja world, instantly killing the 9 tails with a glance. If this had been said before the screen appeared, anyone would have scoffed. If someone with such power truly existed, the world would have been unified long ago, unless that person was like the legendary sage of 6 paths. So this is the power of the Rinnegan. In the Kamui dimension, Obito Uchiha couldn't tear his gaze away from the screen. The power Sasuke displayed was something Nagato could never match. If the screen Sasuke was the true master of the Rinnegan, then how did he compare to Madara Uchiha? Obito dared not think further. If Madara were revived and reclaimed his Rinnegan, what would become of his plan? Comparing the screen Sasuke to Madara, Obito understood that Madara absolutely must not be allowed to revive. Though his original plan had never included reviving Madara, the screen had further solidified his resolve to prevent it. In the Pure Land, Hashirama Senju understood that the Sasuke on the screen had far surpassed him. From Sasuke's words about killing the 5 Kage and all the tailed beasts, he knew the world on the screen was on the brink of a monumental upheaval. His gaze fell upon Naruto Uzumaki on the screen. Hashirama understood that perhaps the only one who could stop Sasuke was the Naruto on that screen. I never imagined that Uchiha brat could reach such heights. Tobirama Senju's expression was grim. The Sasuke on the screen had completely surpassed the Madara he knew. He understood that if no one could stop that Sasuke, all the Kage would die and all the tailed beasts would perish. This power. Intriguing. Madara Uchiha, utterly indifferent to the fate of the ninja world, watched the Sasuke on the screen with keen interest. Do you intend to unify the entire ninja world? The luminous screen continued its display. Having endured this battle, I have now adapted to the abilities and usage of the Rinnegan. The troublesome ones have vanished save for you alone, Naruto. Sasuke Uchiha's gaze settled upon the Naruto Uzumaki standing before him. Fate ever proves cruel. Once I entrusted my power to one, and it drove Indra and Ashura to slay one another. Now entrusting it to both has led to the same end. Gazing upon the two, the sage of 6 paths realized that the clash between Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha was inevitable. His choice had failed once more. Indra and Ashura. Who are they? Never heard of them. What does this elder with the Rinnegan mean? The outcome is the same when power is given to both. Is he saying he granted power to both Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki? If Sasuke's power came from this elder, then wouldn't that make the elder even stronger? With the Rinnegan and those features. Could he be the legendary sage of 6 paths? Nonsense. The sage lived 1,000 years ago. And unlike the previous Hokages, this elder might just be some hidden master from the shadows. But if what he says is true, and judging by Sasuke's attitude, does that mean Naruto might wield power equal to Sasuke's? Having one powerhouse like Sasuke Uchiha was already a shock to the ninja world. Now the possibility of 2 was beyond belief. And the most absurd part was that both hailed from Konoha. At that moment, all outside Konoha burned with envy. Those in Konoha who believed the screen showed the future were filled with shame, while others trembled in fear. If Naruto truly rivaled Sasuke, retribution would come all too easily. Yet some still dismissed the screen as falsehood, clinging to their disgust for Naruto, the vessel of the fox. The events depicted were simply too outlandish for them to accept. Naruto himself, the very subject, stared with sparkling eyes. If he truly became as powerful as the Sasuke in the vision, he could stop him, redeem him, and protect the 5 Kage. Naruto mused that if he could truly achieve this, he would change how everyone saw him, and take a giant step closer to his dream of becoming Hokage. The screen continued. No, I will put an end to this battle between brothers. Naruto declared, his gaze fixed firmly on Sasuke. No matter what, he would stop him and bring him back to Konoha. Release the tailed beasts. I befriended them. They won't cause harm anymore. No, Naruto, you still fail to grasp one thing. Sasuke refused him without hesitation. He had come this far. There was no turning back, nor any desire to. Naruto, you are now the Jinchuriki of every tailed beast. I will dispose of all their chakra within you. That means, Naruto, you will die. It is inevitable. Ridiculous. The 9 tails within Naruto sneered. What did he mean the tailed beasts would stop causing trouble? Who was truly the one causing trouble all along? The tailed beasts merely sought freedom. They had always dwelled in forests far from humanity, yet it was humans who captured them, turned them into tools, enslaved them, used them, controlled them, and stripped away their liberty. And all of this stemmed from human greed. Now they had the audacity to claim the tailed beasts were the villains. Such blatant distortion of truth only deepened the 9 tails' loathing for Naruto. In the Kamui dimension, Obito Uchiha, and in the Pure Land, Madara Uchiha both froze at Sasuke's words. If Naruto truly was the Jinchuriki of all tailed beasts with all their chakra, then he was but a single step away from becoming the 10 tails Jinchuriki. Only the demonic statue of the outer path stood between him and that power. The other tailed beasts, save the 9 tails, were baffled. They could not comprehend why their chakra resided within Naruto. It was improbable Naruto had seized it by force, for none of the tailed beasts in the vision showed him any hostility, meaning they had willingly given him their chakra. But given their deep-seated hatred of humans, how could they ever unite to bestow their chakra upon a single person? A Jinchuriki of all tailed beasts. How intriguing. Orochimaru, watching, wore a sinister smile. This development fascinated him to no end. In the Hidden Rain village, what exactly transpired in the future? A flood of questions engulfed Nagato's mind. The screen had presented too many mysteries: how the tailed beasts escaped their Jinchuriki, how Sasuke awakened the Rinnegan, and how Naruto became the vessel of all beasts, each a world-shaking event. And now all of it unfolded within a single vision. In Konoha, Naruto felt a surge of anger. He had always cared for Sasuke, yet now Sasuke wanted him dead. That Sasuke is absolutely despicable. But why? Sakura Haruno was bewildered. Given their usual bond, always bickering and quarreling, it had never reached the point of wanting to kill one another, had it? What could Sasuke have gone through to make him want to kill Naruto? Sakura refused to believe that Sasuke's motive was merely reclaiming the tailed beast's chakra from Naruto. How did it come to this? Kushina Uzumaki in the Pure Land watched with frantic worry. Sasuke. She was certain he was the son of her dear friend Mikoto Uchiha, and Naruto was her own son. Now they were set to destroy each other, filling her with dread. Had she lived, she could have guided Naruto and Sasuke to become friends, just as she and Mikoto had been. Why does it have to be this way? Hashirama Senju murmured. Even though the Hashirama in the vision had spoken as he had, Sasuke and Naruto were still fated to fight. Were they destined to become like him and Madara all over again? The light screen continued to play. You understand, don't you? I won't let you do this. Naruto Uzumaki gazed at Sasuke Uchiha with unwavering determination. He would not allow himself to be killed by Sasuke, nor would he permit Sasuke to slay the 5 Kage and the tailed beasts. He would stop Sasuke fulfilling the promise he had made to Sakura Haruno and bring Sasuke back to Konoha. So it begins with you after all, Naruto. Seeing the resolute expression on Naruto's face, Sasuke understood that their confrontation was inevitable. He slowly turned around and began to walk away. Let's take this elsewhere. You know where. Wait. Sasuke. Damn it. The effects of the Sharingan have it. Kakashi attempted to give chase as Sasuke prepared to leave, but the overwhelming weakness from losing his Sharingan weighed heavy on his body, causing him to collapse to the ground before he could even take a step forward. Watching Sasuke's unwavering departure, tears welled up in Sakura's eyes. With a trembling voice, she called out to his retreating figure. If there's even a tiny place for me in your heart, please don't go. If we're together, we can go back to the way things were. Sakura's words were indeed moving. However, she was dealing with Sasuke Uchiha. Yet it seemed her plea caused Sasuke to pause in his tracks. You're really annoying, you know. The next moment, Sasuke's response was a genjutsu cast upon Sakura, and she instantly collapsed to the ground. How pitiful. That girl clearly loves Sasuke so much, yet she only receives a genjutsu in return. A genjutsu is actually merciful. Look at Sasuke's power. If he wanted to kill her, do you think he'd need to use a genjutsu? He was definitely holding back. Although Sasuke's handsome appearance initially attracted the admiration of many girls, their fondness quickly waned upon witnessing his cold and ruthless treatment of Sakura. How could Sasuke do that to Sakura? Naruto exclaimed in outrage at the screen. They were such good friends, was it really necessary? Naruto silently vowed to give Sasuke a thorough beating the next time he saw him. Sakura's expression was complicated. It was true that she loved Sasuke as depicted on the screen, but the Sasuke within it showed her no mercy whatsoever. Unsure if it was disappointment or heartbreak, she let out a soft sigh. At least she fared better than Kakashi, whom Sasuke had completely ignored. Sakura, perhaps you shouldn't set your heart on that Sasuke fellow. Mabuki Haruno patted Sakura's shoulder. She felt pity for her daughter on the screen, seeing the genuine affection in her heart, only to be treated so cruelly. However, she didn't hold a grudge against Sasuke. As a mother, she understood that feelings were a two-way street. You can't blame someone for not reciprocating your affections. Kakashi also noticed the situation of vein throbbing in his forehead. While his screen counterpart was weak, Sasuke hadn't even spared him a single glance. Naruto and Sakura both had their reactions, but he got nothing. Might Guy standing nearby started to laugh. Not good, Kakashi. You were completely ignored. The light screen continued. Was it necessary to use a genjutsu on Sakura? Naruto shouted in confusion. Sakura was their comrade who fought alongside them, but Sasuke had callously used a genjutsu on her. At this rate, she'll follow us. She'll be a hindrance. Sasuke replied with a blank expression. For him, using a mere genjutsu on Sakura was the last shred of consideration he had. Sakura has always wanted to help you. Kakashi demanded, looking at Sasuke as he saw Sakura lying on the ground. You want me to play a love game with her? I have no reason to like her, nor any reason to be liked by her. Having a reason to hate someone is enough. Kakashi continued to press on. Besides, Sakura doesn't want to possess you, she just wants to help you. Kakashi's words triggered a memory in Sasuke of what his mother Mikoto Uchiha had once told him. When he was a child, he felt like a replacement for Itachi in his father's eyes. Mikoto had explained that Fugaku truly cared for both of them, but as the head of the Uchiha clan, his position required him to prioritize the clan. Itachi, being the elder brother and heir, was given more responsibilities. Perhaps that's just the shackles of a failed past. The memory faded and Sasuke spoke with a detached tone. He understood that things could never return to how they once were. With that, he leaped away and departed. It was a promise. From before, between me and Sakura. Naruto spoke from the side. He had promised Sakura that he would bring Sasuke back to the village. Sensei, you know my ninja way, right? I'm going. With that, Naruto took off in the direction Sasuke had gone. Yeah, I'm counting on you. Watching Naruto's retreating figure, all Kakashi could do was pray. He didn't want anything to happen to either Sasuke or Naruto, but he also didn't want Sasuke to carry out his plans. They all left. Where are they headed? Naruto promised Sakura he'd bring Sasuke back. What does that even mean? What exactly is Naruto's ninja way? He didn't finish his sentence, and now I'm dying of curiosity. In the Pure Land, Kushina Uzumaki watched the screen, and a relieved smile spread across her face. It seems Naruto has found his own ninja way. On the other side, Mikoto Uchiha clasped her hands together, continuously praying for Sasuke. She didn't want her child to come to harm, nor did she want him to commit those acts. She hoped no one, not Naruto, or anyone else would get hurt. Fugaku Uchiha's gaze remained fixed on the screen. From Sasuke's earlier memories, he could see just how little attention he had paid to his younger son. The luminous screen continued to play. The scene shifted to the Valley of the End, where Sasuke Uchiha stood atop the stone statue of Madara Uchiha, while Naruto Uzumaki stood on the statue of Hashirama Senju, the two facing each other across the divide. Before the clash began, a war of words was inevitable. They spoke of the past, recalling how they had once fought here before, a battle that Sasuke had won. I will not yield the title of Hokage to you. You have no idea what it truly means, Naruto declared, his gaze fixed firmly on Sasuke across the field. He could not afford to lose this battle, and he would not. As I said, this is a revolution. The Hokage I speak of is entirely different from yours. Sasuke replied indifferently. The title of Hokage meant nothing to him. In his view, it was merely a label. If his revolution succeeded, the shinobi world might not even need a Kage at all. Naruto then recounted what Itachi Uchiha had told him about the Hokage. It is not by becoming Hokage that one gains recognition, or rather it is those who are recognized by others who become Hokage. I never expected them to choose the Valley of the End as their battleground. It seems Sasuke and Naruto have clashed here before, and that time Sasuke emerged victorious. So, does that mean whoever wins between them becomes the Hokage? One could say that. But what does the title of Hokage truly mean to Sasuke? If he were to follow through with his words, slaying the 5 Kage and executing all the tailed beasts, would the shinobi world still need a Kage? Wouldn't the shinobi world simply become his sole dominion? I hope Sasuke doesn't win. A world ruled by a single individual is terrifying. I think that would be better. If that happens, war would be eradicated from the shinobi world forever. Isn't that a good thing? But this isn't a choice we get to make. It all depends on the outcome, whether Sasuke or Naruto emerges victorious. Wait, Naruto said that about the Hokage was told to him by Sasuke's brother. Isn't that Itachi Uchiha? Itachi Uchiha, the one who slaughtered his entire clan and became a rogue ninja. This is what he believed the Hokage to be. How astonishing. In Konoha, Sasuke clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white. He refused to believe that someone like Itachi could possess such insight. The very man he deemed the most selfish, the most heartless, the most cruel of all. Nonsense. Sasuke didn't take issue with the sentiment itself. It is not by becoming Hokage that one gains recognition, rather it is those who are recognized by others who become Hokage. But rather that such words came from Itachi's mouth, which struck him as utterly absurd. He even suspected that Naruto in the light screen was fabricating the whole thing. We fought before. Naruto was puzzled. He had no memory of battling Sasuke at the Valley of the End, which meant this too was a future event. Combined with the battle yet to unfold on the screen, he would fight Sasuke there twice in total. But I never thought I'd lose to Sasuke. This time I won't. Naruto felt a surge of defiance. He didn't believe he was much weaker than Sasuke. Having lost once, he was determined not to lose again. At the same time, Naruto found himself resonating with the words, "It is not by becoming Hokage that one gains recognition, rather it is those who are recognized by others who become Hokage." In his eyes, that was exactly what a Hokage should be. In the Pure Land, I never expected an Uchiha to possess such enlightenment, Tobirama Senju remarked calmly. Sasuke's brother was of course also an Uchiha, and to hear such words from one of them piqued his interest, slightly elevating his view of the clan. If this Uchiha were to share his brother's insight, things would be far simpler. Tobirama turned his gaze towards Sasuke on the screen. If Sasuke possessed such awareness, combined with his strength, could the clan not flourish beyond measure? The scene on the screen continued. Naruto's words failed to stir Sasuke. Compared to Naruto, he understood Itachi all too well. Your conclusion differs from mine. Let me make it clear, this is what I believe the Hokage truly is. It was Itachi's way of life that led me to my answer. The reason he chose to sacrifice his clan and himself to protect Konoha. Why would he pay such an enormous price to guard the village? Itachi once sought to bear the burden of peace alone. Now I finally understand. He who endured immense suffering and dwelled in darkness, bearing all hatred under the guise of a traitor, while silently protecting the village from the shadows. Itachi, he was the true Hokage. Lies. All of it is lies. Sasuke's eyes burned crimson as he stared at the screen, refusing to believe those words had come from his own mouth. Talk of sacrificing the clan and himself to protect the village, of guarding it from the darkness, of being the true Hokage. To Sasuke, it was all utter garbage. Sasuke was thoroughly disappointed in the version of himself on the screen. Revenge was the sole purpose driving his existence. If he were to follow the path depicted there, what meaning would his life hold? He would avenge his parents and his clan by killing Itachi. That was the conviction that had kept him alive all these years. In the Pure Land, the Uchiha clan was in an uproar. What do you mean sacrificing our entire clan to protect the village? Aren't we part of the village? An Uchiha shouted furiously at the screen. If Itachi weren't an Uchiha, it might be one thing. But the problem was that his name was Uchiha. You may be a hero in the village, but what are you to your clan? A beast. Countless Uchiha who had fallen to Itachi's blade now seethed with hatred, their fury reaching its peak. And they called Itachi the true Hokage. The moment Itachi became Hokage, he would surely cease to be an Uchiha. Elsewhere in the Pure Land, Sasuke Uchiha wore a grim expression. Wait, what does sacrificing the clan even mean? Did Itachi wipe out the entire Uchiha clan? Sasuke's mind raced with conflicting thoughts. He recalled how he had entrusted Itachi with protecting the Uchiha clan. So the Uchiha were annihilated. Tobirama Senju murmured, his emotions a tangled mess. The news was equally hard for him to believe. Though he despised the Uchiha clan, they were after all part of the village and a prominent family. Their complete destruction was beyond comprehension. At the same time, his curiosity about Itachi Uchiha deepened. What kind of person would sacrifice his own clan to protect the village? I never imagined the Uchiha would meet such an end. Hashirama Senju found this outcome difficult to accept. After all, the Uchiha had been one of the founding clans of Konoha. Madara Uchiha, watching the light screen, showed no reaction to his clan's demise. Since the day none of them chose to follow him, he had ceased to care about those clansmen. In the end, the Senju emerged victorious. Butsume Senju rejoiced more than anyone, for the Uchiha had once been the Senju's mortal enemies. But I wonder how our clan fared. After his laughter subsided, Butsume pondered the fate of the Senju. Though the light screen revealed the deaths of Hashirama and Tobirama, it offered no details about the clan's current state. Damn it! Taijima Uchiha seethed with fury. What did he mean by sacrificing the clan? You bear the Uchiha name, don't you? So your brother is also an Uchiha. Sacrificing the clan meant the Uchiha were destroyed. Taijima could already envision Butsume's smug grin, knowing his lifelong rival would be laughing the hardest at the Uchiha's downfall. As the light screen focused on Sasuke, Uchiha Taijima began cheering him on fervently. Young Uchiha, you must win. You are the last hope of our clan. Fugaku and Mikoto Uchiha in the Pure Land remained silent, knowing they had no right to speak on this matter, especially Fugaku as the clan leader. They had acquiesced to Itachi's decision to eliminate the clan. As elders and leaders, they had left everything to Itachi alone, fully aware of the burden he carried. After awakening in the Pure Land, Fugaku blamed himself every moment for entrusting everything to Itachi, failing as the clan's head to do anything himself. Mikoto was equally racked with guilt. To her, Itachi was nothing more than a child, yet they had placed the weight of everything on his young shoulders. How unworthy they were as parents. The light screen continued. Sasuke Uchiha declared that he now understood Itachi's actions, his willingness to sacrifice everything for the sake of the nation and village, and pointed out that Itachi's only mistake was leaving his younger brother alive. Itachi had failed to conceal the truth completely from Sasuke, allowing hatred to scatter. In an instant, the leaf in Sasuke's hand was crushed. But unlike my brother, I have no clansmen. I stand alone. I alone can bear all the hatred. I will handle everything myself. I have the power to deal with all shinobi matters, whether judgments or punishments, all carried out by my own hands. Let all hatred and resentment converge upon me. I alone will rule all the villages. The darkness of hatred cannot be fully eradicated, so why not let me take it all upon myself? His gaze turned toward Naruto Uzumaki across from him. Yes, the Hokage I speak of is one who uses his own flame to burn away all the darkness of the village. So Sasuke Uchiha intends to rule the shinobi world single-handedly, using his own flame to burn away all darkness. That doesn't sound so bad. What's not bad about it? It's utterly impractical. First, his plan requires overwhelming power to crush the entire shinobi world. He might achieve it now, but what happens when he grows old and dies? If things go as Sasuke says, once he's gone and no one else can fill his role, all the hatred in the shinobi world will erupt at once, and then it's all over. In the Hidden Rain village, Nagato watched in silence, pondering Sasuke's proposal. Indeed, it could bring peace, but that peace would be fleeting, lasting only as long as Sasuke's own life. And by then, with no tailed beasts and no Kage, the ensuing chaos would be unimaginable. His own plan, To forge the tailed beasts into weapons and deter all villages seemed superior, but after watching the light screen, Nagato faced an even graver concern. Sasuke's power in the light screen far exceeded his expectations. Against someone capable of defeating all tailed beasts in an instant, even his so-called ultimate weapon might not guarantee victory. And if he couldn't defeat Sasuke, the deterrent would be meaningless. Nagato had never imagined that such a being surpassing all tailed beasts could emerge in the shinobi world. This forced Nagato to reconsider the feasibility of his tailed beast weapon plan. Moreover, setting aside Sasuke, Naruto, facing him likely possessed equal power. With two such individuals appearing at once, the plan's viability plummeted further. In Kamui's dimension Obito, Uchiha smirked. Sasuke's plan was far inferior to his own infinite Tsukuyomi. His plan would allow everyone to live in a beautiful world, one without darkness where each person dwells in their fondest dreams. Isn't that the ideal world? After witnessing Sasuke's scheme to burn away the shinobi world's darkness with his own flame, Obito became even more resolute in pursuing the infinite Tsukuyomi. The luminous screen continued its display. Do you really think everyone will agree with your ideas? Naruto Uzumaki demanded, knowing that neither he nor the entire shinobi world would ever accept Sasuke Uchiha's proposition. Sasuke Uchiha, however, cared nothing for the opinions of others. I've told you before, I don't care what any of you think. Moreover, I possess the power to command everything. This is a revolution. I will sever the past. But you can't erase the existence of Itachi, can you? Naruto Uzumaki retorted furiously. Everyone had endured so much pain and hardship to reach this point, yet now Sasuke Uchiha spoke of severing the past. How could he ever permit such a thing to happen? It is precisely because the bonds between you brothers have guided each other that you have become who you are today. Yet was Sasuke Uchiha truly unaware of this? He understood it even more profoundly than Naruto Uzumaki. But it was precisely because of this understanding that he felt an even greater need to sever the past and cut away these bonds with Itachi. Itachi is already a thing of the past to me. I will sever all those past mistakes right here and start anew. I won't let you sever them. Naruto Uzumaki clenched his fists. I have learned everything from the people of the past, how to change after failure and what to do next. So I will never let you sever them. Their eyes locked, both understanding that further words were now meaningless. Simultaneously, they surged from their positions toward each other, clashing in an instant. Their taijutsu duel began, their movements so swift they dazzled the eyes. Though Naruto Uzumaki could keep pace with Sasuke Uchiha's speed, Sasuke's Sharingan granted him a complete advantage in taijutsu. He even used Naruto's own hands to form hand seals. After completing the seals, he kicked Naruto Uzumaki far away, then unleashed several fireballs at him. Naruto leaped backward across the water's surface, dodging the fiery projectiles until he landed on a wall poised to form seals and release a jutsu. But in the next moment, a kunai shot forth, interrupting him, and Sasuke Uchiha appeared before him, resuming their fierce battle. These two are just too fast. I could barely keep my eyes on their movements. Indeed, Naruto Uzumaki's strength is on par with Sasuke Uchiha's. Sasuke is already this powerful, yet Naruto can still barely keep up with his speed. Did Sasuke Uchiha just form hand seals using Naruto's hands? I never imagined that was possible. Truly a lesson learned. In Konoha, watching the battle on the luminous screen, Naruto Uzumaki straightened his back with pride. Indeed, he was not inferior to Sasuke Uchiha. Regarding the talk of severing all past bonds, his own view mirrored his counterparts on the screen. Without a past, how could there be growth? Thus, Naruto Uzumaki believed that his counterpart on the screen could certainly defeat Sasuke Uchiha. I never expected Naruto to be this strong. Sakura Haruno lowered her head unconsciously. Though Naruto had been overshadowed by Sasuke, he could at least hold his own in combat. But what about her? She had been defeated by a single glance from Sasuke Uchiha. They were all from Konoha, all from the same generation. Why was the gap so vast? It wasn't just Sakura, the others felt the same. Niji Hyuga, Rock Lee, Tenten Hinata, Hyuga Kiba, Inuzuka, Shino Aburame, Shikamaru Nara, Choji Akimichi, and Ino Yamanaka. 9 of them hadn't even caught a glimpse of themselves on the screen. Hinata, Hyuga murmured, I never imagined Naruto could be this incredible. Rock Lee exclaimed, how did they become so powerful? Even with the 8 gates released, I couldn't match their speed. Niji Hyuga stated flatly, we've been left far behind, and not by just a little. Ino Yamanaka resolved, it seems I need to work harder too. Choji Akimichi wondered, just how can we ever catch up to them? Shikamaru Nara remained silent. Tenten sighed, there's not a single scene of me at all. Kiba Inuzuka stayed quiet. Shino Aburame observed, people simply cannot be compared to one another. The luminous screen continued. The two clashed relentlessly, and during the brief openings in the fight, Naruto Uzumaki managed to summon 3 shadow clones, rejoining the battle against Sasuke Uchiha. Only with his shadow clones active did Naruto Uzumaki achieve a temporary stalemate with Sasuke Uchiha in taijutsu. However, as Sasuke's Sharingan continued to work, he regained the upper hand, overwhelming Naruto and his 3 clones single-handedly. Then with a single technique almighty push, he drew Naruto Uzumaki and his clones toward him. Blaze Release. Blaze Storm. He obliterated several of Naruto's clones in an instant. However, the rod aimed at Naruto himself was caught by a hand formed from his tail beast cloak, which then slammed down towards Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke Uchiha reacted swiftly, leaping backward to evade the strike. But in the next moment, Naruto Uzumaki immediately entered 6-Path Sage mode. Naruto Uzumaki transformed. What mode is that? It looks incredibly powerful. Is Sasuke Uchiha toying with us? Look at that technique that pulled Naruto in and that blaze release. He didn't even need to form hand seals. So what was the point of all those hand seals for the fireballs earlier? What was that pulling technique? I've never heard of it before. Could that be? Seeing the mode Naruto Uzumaki entered on the screen, the Yang Nine Tails within Naruto's body and the Ine Nine Tails sealed inside Minato Namake's body were both stunned. Why? The Yang Nine Tails murmured in bewilderment. According to what had been shown, he had been sealed away by Sasuke Uchiha's Chibaku Tensei. Yet there was Naruto still drawing upon his power. Though Sasuke had earlier claimed Naruto possessed the strength of all the tailed beasts, he had assumed it was only a fraction since the tailed beasts themselves remained outside. But now, witnessing Naruto's power on the screen, it was clearly far more than a mere fraction. Otherwise, he could never have entered that mode. That could only mean one thing: his other half, the Ine Nine Tails, was within Naruto Uzumaki's body. But wasn't that half sealed within Minato Namake's body? Furthermore, entering that mode required a perfect synchronization of hearts and minds. That meant his other half had already achieved complete harmony with Naruto Uzumaki. The Ine Nine Tails was equally perplexed. It seems you transferred me into your son's body. Yes, it appears so. Hearing the Ine Nine Tails' words, Minato Namake's nodded. The situation on the screen confirmed it, though he was uncertain when it had been done. This filled Minato Namake's with even greater pride in Naruto Uzumaki. Not only had Naruto forged a bond with the Yang Nine Tails within himself, but he had also established a connection with the Ine Nine Tails within Minato, a truly remarkable feat. As the luminous display continued, when Naruto Uzumaki entered 6-Path Sage mode, their taijutsu duel came to an end. The ensuing battle would transcend the scope of mere shinobi combat. Naruto Uzumaki's arm expanded as he lunged directly for Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke, reacting swiftly, leaped into the air, evading Naruto's initial strike. Naruto reached for Sasuke again as he hung midair. Sasuke adjusted his position mid-flight, dodging once more, then, without forming a single hand seal, expelled a fireball straight at Naruto. Seeing this, Naruto enlarged his palm to shield himself from the incoming blaze. In the next instant, Sasuke materialized directly behind him. My left eye, Naruto realized, but with his guard locked on the fireball ahead, he could not mount a defense and could only let Sasuke's Chidori send him hurtling through the air. I told you Sasuke was holding back. Did you see that? He spat out that fireball without even making hand signs. Has Sasuke Uchiha grown so powerful that he can unleash jutsu without seals? Am I seeing things? How did Sasuke appear behind Naruto in the blink of an eye? What kind of technique is that? Naruto took a direct hit and got blasted away. That must have done some damage. If that's the case, then Sasuke's likely the winner here. Wait, what is this? In the Pure Land, Minato Namake's and Tobirama Senju both froze when they saw Sasuke instantly appear behind Naruto on the screen. At first they suspected the flying Raijin technique, but upon closer thought it was not that at all. First there was Naruto's shout of my left eye, and Sasuke's left eye was the Rinnegan. Since the flying Raijin is a jutsu, this teleportation must have been a power of the Rinnegan. Second, Sasuke appeared exactly where a black orb had been hovering behind Naruto. The moment Sasuke materialized, the orb vanished. It wasn't so much teleportation as it was a swap of positions. Tobirama was equally astounded by Naruto's reaction speed. The instant Sasuke appeared behind him, Naruto had already sensed it. Had he not been forced to block that fireball, he truly could have mounted a defense. In the Hidden Rain village, Nagato also caught Naruto's 3 words and began to suspect this was a power of Sasuke's Rinnegan. But he had wielded the Rinnegan for decades and had never known it possessed such a position-swapping ability. Yet if pressed, the difference lay in the Tomo patterns within Sasuke's Rinnegan, something he lacked. Perhaps the answer resided there. The luminous display continued. Though Naruto had been sent flying by Sasuke's Chidori, he was hardly injured. Still, the sheer force of the impact sent him skidding backward across the water's surface. Then several massive purple arrows streaked toward Naruto's landing point. He vaulted backward, dodging 2 in quick succession. As he flipped through the air, he glanced toward Sasuke, who had already manifested his Susanoo. The Susanoo was gathering power. Another volley of arrows shot toward Naruto. In response, he hurled the truth-seeking orbs from his back. 2 orbs intercepted 2 arrows, but a third struck the spot where Naruto had been standing. He had already leapt back, and the arrow crashed into the water, sending a colossal geyser erupting before him. Suddenly the water burst apart, as the complete body Susanoo emerged directly before Naruto. Undaunted Naruto instantly entered Sage Fox mode, his tails swatting the Susanoo's blade clean out of its grasp. Deprived of its sword, Sasuke drove the Susanoo's fist toward Naruto, who answered with a punch of his own. The two fists collided and the shockwave erupted into countless pillars of water around them. I can't believe that hit from Sasuke didn't even faze Naruto. What in the world is this now? They're just transforming mid-battle. Are they not even pretending to hold back anymore? That thing Sasuke's using, that's the Susanoo from the Uchiha clan, right? But why is it so much bigger than what we've heard about? Naruto's definitely using the Nine Tails, no doubt. But didn't Sasuke seal the Nine Tails away with that planetary devastation technique? How can Naruto still transform into it? Unless there are two Nine Tails. Didn't Sasuke mention earlier that Naruto has the chakra of all the tailed beasts inside him? If that's true, then besides the Nine Tails, Naruto might be able to transform into the other 8 as well. The power of these two is terrifying. I'm afraid they might end up destroying the entire Valley of the End at this rate. In Konoha, why did I turn into that thing? Naruto pouted, looking at his transformed self on the screen. It looked almost exactly like the Nine Tails inside him, that beast that not only startled him from time to time, but also loved to bully him. Even though the Naruto on the screen seemed to get along quite well with the Nine Tails, he had been secretly pleased earlier when Sasuke took the beast down. And now seeing himself take on the Nine Tails form, Naruto didn't know what to say anymore. In the Pure Land, seeing Sasuke Uchiha manifest the complete body Susanoo on the screen, Madara Uchiha's eyes gleamed with a rare light. This was the first time he had ever witnessed someone other than himself wield that power. Hashirama Senju was equally taken aback. It was also his first time seeing an Uchiha other than Madara manifest the complete body Susanoo. And Naruto was no less impressive, countering the complete body Susanoo with his Nine Tails transformation, and neither of them looked a day over 20. Madara couldn't help but recall what Hashirama had once told him, to entrust everything to the next generation that they would carry on their legacy. But Madara had never believed anyone could ever reach the heights he and Hashirama had achieved. Now this very scene on the screen was a resounding slap to his face. Yet Madara didn't mind. All he cared about was Obito and Nagato hastening his resurrection. Once revived, he would eliminate Sasuke and Naruto before they could grow any stronger, then stop the impure world reincarnation of Hashirama, Tobirama, Hiruzen, Sarutobi, and Minato Namikaze. Then nothing could stand in the way of his infinite Tsukuyomi. In the Kamui dimension, Obito Uchiha harbored the same thoughts. The fully matured Sasuke and Naruto possessed power far too overwhelming. Stopping the infinite Tsukuyomi would be child's play for them. Nearly the entire shinobi world, save for Konoha, had no intention of letting Sasuke and Naruto reach their full potential. Nagato of the Hidden Rain Village also resolved to capture the Nine Tails sealed within Naruto at the earliest opportunity. The luminous projection continued to unfold. Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto clashed amidst a cascade of memories, their relentless exchange sending colossal water surges skyward with every impact. Each collision of their fists seemed capable of shattering mountains. Sasuke sent Naruto flying with a powerful kick, then unleashed a barrage of projectiles. Naruto vaulted into the air, evading the first volley and weaving through the rest before plummeting straight down onto Sasuke. The immense force of their collision birthed an even greater water spout. In the next instant, two colossal Susanoo blades materialized in its hands and cleaved down towards Naruto. He instinctively raised his tails as a shield, but the deflected blade energy carved through several mountain peaks behind him. What's wrong? Given up already? Sasuke had barely managed his taunt when Naruto surged with power, blasting him away. His tails swiftly lashed out, seizing the Susanoo's ankle and violently slamming it into the water's surface. Appearing atop the Susanoo, Naruto faced his opponent, slowly condensing a tailed beast ball in his mouth. Yet looking at Sasuke, he hesitated and did not fire immediately. It was this moment of hesitation that Sasuke exploited. A lightning-infused Kirin descended from the heavens, clamping its jaws around Naruto. Immobilized Naruto could only watch as Sasuke vanished in an instant. What a pity he was so close. I can't believe Naruto held back. Considering Sasuke had declared his intention to kill him from the start, Naruto's restraint at that moment is truly surprising. It's understandable though. Naruto never said he wanted to kill Sasuke. He stated his goal from the very beginning, didn't he? His only aim was to stop Sasuke. Even if he wouldn't kill him, he should have at least crippled him. Look, now he's been caught off guard by Sasuke's sneak attack. I've noticed that aside from taijutsu, Sasuke doesn't seem to have any real advantage over Naruto. From this perspective, Naruto appears to be the stronger of the two. Being stronger is useless here. Their goals differ. Naruto only wants to stop Sasuke, meaning he can't go for the kill. Sasuke, however, has always aimed to kill Naruto, so every one of his attacks is lethal. Look, didn't Naruto just get hit by a massive technique? If Naruto remains this passive, Sasuke will ultimately win. In Konoha, why does he keep refusing to attack me? Sasuke murmured, observing the screen. In the projection, his counterpart was clearly aiming for the kill, yet Naruto had a perfect opportunity and didn't take it. This deeply puzzled him. He had always thought that on his path to avenge Itachi, he would kill anyone who stood in his way without hesitation. Projecting himself into the scene, he knew he would have killed Naruto without a second thought to achieve his goal. Naruto, meanwhile, felt a pang of resentment over Sasuke's Kirin sneak attack. He had held back, but Sasuke showed no mercy. Yet his own thoughts mirrored his counterpart on screen. He simply wanted to stop Sasuke, defeat him, and prove his superiority with no genuine desire to kill him. In Naruto's eyes, Sasuke was his friend, and when a friend strays from the path, a beating to bring them back to their senses is all that's needed. Naruto. In the Pure Land, Uzumaki Kushina watched the screen with deep concern. She understood Naruto's reluctance to attack stemmed from seeing Sasuke as a friend, but Sasuke didn't care about that. She feared that if this continued, Naruto would be killed. This placed Kushina in an agonizing position, torn between respecting Naruto's choice and fearing for his life. The decision rested solely with Naruto, and she dreaded either outcome. Please stop. Trapped in the Pure Land, she could only offer a helpless prayer for the best possible outcome. The luminous projection continued. I don't want to kill you. Naruto, who had taken the Kirin head-on, was clearly injured but forced himself to his feet. You need to return to that lonely self from before. How can I just stand by and watch? It's because you and I understand that pain. So seeing you actively seeking solitude. As he spoke, a tailed beast ball condensed in his mouth once more. With a surge of power, he charged at Sasuke, shouting, How can I just stand by and watch? Sasuke did not evade this attack. Instead, lightning crackled into existence in the Susanu's hands, and he dove straight towards Naruto. The next moment, their attacks collided, triggering a colossal explosion centered on the two combatants, enveloping the entire space and screen in blinding white light. Terrifying. That attack was absolutely terrifying. The sheer scale of it is horrifying. It's hard to imagine what would happen if that went off in a village. Are these two even ninjas anymore? This isn't how ninja battles are fought at all. Sasuke fires off jutsu without hand signs, and Naruto's defense is insane. He took a direct hit from that attack and still managed to counterattack. These two can't be classified as regular ninjas. Who fights like this? How on earth did they become so powerful? In Iwagakure, watching the explosion on the screen, Inoki's hands trembled. Having lived for so long, he shouldn't have been so shaken, but the battle on display was so fearsome that a single exchange seemed more powerful than anything his village could produce. He silently resolved to eliminate Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto before they could reach their full potential. In the Pure Land, watching Naruto utter those words, I don't want to kill you, Madara's expression soured. It dredged up unpleasant memories. Once Hashirama Senju had said the same thing to him. Those words stung, implying his survival was merely a result of his opponent's mercy. Inside Konoha, this scene caused the nine tails within Naruto to slowly curl its lips into a smirk. Naruto, see, this is my power. I know who killed your parents. Use my power, and I'll take you to your enemy. Naruto was taken aback by the nine tails' words. Revenge. Before learning about his parents, the concept hadn't existed for him. But wait, wasn't the nine tails the one who killed them? Why was the nine tails saying this? I know what you're thinking. Let me tell you the truth about the nine tails attack that day. What? As the nine tails finished its tail, Naruto clenched his fists in rage, his nails digging into his palms without him even noticing. He hadn't imagined his mother had the tailed beast forcibly ripped from her body. How could he bear knowing the agony his mother had suffered? Just as Naruto, consumed by anger, was about to tap into the nine tails' power, Minato Namikaze appeared. The moment he did, Naruto regained his clarity. Daddy. Naruto, you've seen the projection, haven't you? Looking down at Naruto, Minato spoke. He hadn't intended to appear now, but he hadn't foreseen the nine tails guiding Naruto towards vengeance. Naruto nodded softly, surprised that his father could also see the celestial projection. Minato's gaze shifted to the nine tails behind him. And you nine tails, you can see it too, right? What's it to you? The nine tails harbored no fondness for Minato, resenting that he was the reason it hadn't been free for years. Nine tails, it is my fault for restricting your freedom. But I asked that you watch the rest of the projection before deciding on revenge, alright? And why should I? The nine tails cared little for the bond its counterpart formed with Naruto in the projection. It only saw the two people before it as the ones who stole its freedom, and it wanted revenge now. Consider it a personal request. Minato's plea stunned the nine tails. Wasn't this the prestigious fourth Hokage begging it? Even if there was a mastermind behind the attack, it was Minato and Kushina who had sealed it. For Minato to swallow his pride and hatred to ask for its help was unthinkable. Since you haven't refused, I'll take that as a yes. Seeing the nine tails' stunned expression, Minato smiled. If his counterpart in the projection could forge a bond with the nine tails, he had faith in the Naruto before him now. His gaze returned to Naruto. Naruto, you've endured so much over the years. It's nothing. Naruto didn't cry. He had already shed tears upon learning his father was the fourth Hokage. Seeing Minato now filled him more with joy. Naruto, my time here is limited. There are things I must tell you. Trusting his son, Minato spoke to Naruto, unconcerned with the nine tails behind them. Minato knew the projection would bring immense danger to Naruto. Though Konoha could protect him for now, it was only temporary. So he instructed Naruto to be careful and avoid leaving the village unless absolutely necessary. He also told Naruto he would one day meet his mother, advised him not to resent the third Hokage, to build a good relationship with the Nine Tails, and to train diligently under Jiraiya, whose protection would ensure his safety. He said little about the mastermind behind the Nine Tails' attack, wary of the Nine Tails listening. Do you understand, Naruto? Having said his piece, Minato knew his time was nearly up. Had he more time, he would have loved to teach Naruto the flying Raijin technique. Naruto nodded firmly, vowing to remember every word. It's time for me to go. Take good care of yourself. Watching Minato's form begin to fade, Naruto mirrored his projection's expression, filled with reluctance. He reached out to grab his father, but grasped only air, helplessly watching him vanish. After Minato disappeared, Naruto wiped his tears and turned to look at the Nine Tails. Nine Tails. He felt a bit awkward having shown such vulnerability in front of it. I have a name. It's Kurama. Though its hatred for humans remained, Minato's words had given it pause, and it decided to offer the Naruto before it a chance. Then, Kurama, let's continue watching the projection. Honestly, Naruto didn't know what to say to the Nine Tails, still unfamiliar with it. But thanks to his father's guidance, his hatred for it had softened. This brat Kurama let out a quiet snicker before catching itself and reverting to a stern expression. It was surprised to find the boy somewhat interesting, unsure if it was the projection's influence or Minato's words. Finding no common ground for conversation, the boy and the beast chose to watch the projection together. By then the projection was nearing its end. What happened here? Naruto stared in bewilderment at the screen where the Valley of the End had vanished entirely. The luminous scene continued to unfold. As the white light faded, Sasuke, Uchiha, and Naruto Uzumaki separated after their clash, hovering in midair, locking eyes once more. Neither was in good shape. Sasuke's Susanoo had lost an arm and a wing, while Naruto's Sage of Six Paths mode was missing an ear, with countless other wounds scattered across their forms. These petty tricks won't work on me. Sasuke Uchiha spoke first. I've told you I don't want to kill you. Enough. Naruto Uzumaki's words were cut short as Sasuke Uchiha interrupted him. Since all he ever heard were the same pleas, he would end this farce with his own hands. With a single hand seal from Sasuke Uchiha, the 9 massive stone seals imprisoning the tailed beasts began to shift, drifting through the air to encircle him. Now I am the strongest in this shinobi world. This is my first step toward becoming Hokage. In the next instant, a torrent of chakra erupted from the stone seals, surging into the Susanoo. This is bad. The dark nine-tail sealed within Naruto Uzumaki finally spoke. The scattered chakra is merging together, and the process is going smoothly. It's almost comparable to the old Sage of Six Paths. But he's using it for the opposite purpose. With the demonic statue of the outer path gone, Sasuke intends to use the Susanoo as a vessel. This will make him incredibly formidable. Be extremely careful, Naruto. What is Sasuke Uchiha doing? If I recall, those stones contain the tailed beasts. Is he planning to absorb all their chakra? So there really are 2 nine tails. Earlier Sasuke Uchiha absorbed one, and now there's a darker one inside Naruto Uzumaki. Comparable to the old sage. Could the old sage, the nine tails mentioned, be the Sage of Six Paths himself? Is Sasuke Uchiha really on par with the Sage of Six Paths? Does that mean Sasuke Uchiha is a second Sage of Six Paths? And what is this demonic statue of the outer path, the nine tails mentioned? Also, is Sasuke Uchiha using the Susanoo as a vessel to absorb the tailed beast chakra? Won't he burst from the strain? Why doesn't Naruto Uzumaki seize this moment to launch a sneak attack, while Sasuke is absorbing the chakra? Isn't this the perfect opportunity? Exactly, Naruto Uzumaki should strike now. Is he really going to just watch Sasuke Uchiha absorb all that tailed beast chakra? In the Pure Land, so this is possible. Interesting. Watching Sasuke Uchiha on the screen absorb the tailed beast chakra into his Susanoo, Madara Uchiha couldn't help but curl his lips into a smirk. He had never considered the Susanoo could be used in such a way. Having absorbed the chakra of all 9-tailed beasts, aside from lacking the demonic statue of the outer path, what difference remained between Sasuke Uchiha and the 10 tails at this moment? It could be said that if Sasuke Uchiha succeeded, a truly terrifying being would be born. This is dire. Elsewhere in the Pure Land, Tobirama Senju stared at the screen with a grave expression. The combined chakra of 9-tailed beasts paired with the perfect Susanoo and the Rinnegan. He dared not imagine what a horrifying enemy would emerge. So it can be used like this, eh? Hashirama Senju, upon witnessing this, was reminded of the Madara of old. Madara had clad the 9 tails in his Susanoo, and now Sasuke Uchiha was using the Susanoo as a vessel to absorb tailed beast chakra. Hashirama couldn't help but marvel at the versatility of the Susanoo. But Hashirama Senju's primary concern was for Naruto Uzumaki on the screen. Were it not for that, he might have pondered how he would develop the Susanoo if he possessed the Sharingan, perhaps wrapping it around his wooden golem or the thousand-armed cannon. In Konoha, the others were even more bewildered by what they saw. They had thought Sasuke Uchiha was already formidable, but now they were told he could grow even stronger. Not by a small margin, but by absorbing the chakra of all nine-tailed beasts, a supercharged enhancement that the Nine Tails themselves acknowledged as rivaling the Sage of Six Paths. After all, who was the Sage of Six Paths? A legendary figure from 1,000 years ago. The stuff of myths. Sakura Haruno let out a sigh. Sigh, how am I supposed to catch up to Sasuke's pace now? The luminous scene continued. Torrential chakra churned within the Susanoo, surging even to its surface. Arms and a body entirely formed of chakra clad in the Susanoo's armor, Sasuke Uchiha now seemed as invincible as a deity. Seeing that Sasuke Uchiha had completed the chakra absorption and ascended to a new form, Naruto Uzumaki immediately formed hand seals, creating several shadow clones, each also in Sage of Six Paths mode. Shadow clones again. Naruto, your shadow clones only prove your weakness. Yes, they're nothing more than a way to ease your loneliness. Sasuke Uchiha looked down upon the several Narutos below. At this moment, he no longer needed to regard Naruto Uzumaki as a threat. In an instant, Sasuke appeared behind one of the Narutos and slammed him violently into the ground. The other Narutos retaliated, launching attacks at Sasuke. Two shadow clones seized the Susanoo's arms, another wrapped around its back to restrain his movements, while one gathered power and struck the Susanoo with a tail, then punched it in the face. But in the next moment, the fist that hit the Susanoo's face shattered into fragments. Sasuke Uchiha swung both arms inward, smashing two shadow clones together with tremendous force. He then leaped and kicked the clone behind him, followed by a chakra-forged spike that slashed down, severing one of the clone's arms. The clone attempted to counterattack, but was brutally stomped into the ground. The spike then pierced through its head, and a bolt of lightning crashed down, reducing the clone to ashes. That defense is terrifying. Naruto Uzumaki shattered his own fist just by punching it. The strength and defense are overwhelming. Naruto can't even break through. There's no chance of victory. He could use shadow clones all along, but refused to in his fight with Sasuke. He was going easy on him. Now look what's happened, he can't win at all. If Naruto Uzumaki can't defeat Sasuke Uchiha, then his only fate is to be killed by him. The final victor seems to be Sasuke Uchiha. The shinobi world is doomed. In Konoha, this power is just too overwhelming. Ino Yamanaka stared at the screen in shock. Sasuke Uchiha's Susanoo had left her utterly astounded. Naruto's attacks couldn't even scratch it, while Sasuke eliminated a shadow clone with every strike. And in terms of chakra, Sasuke had the combined power of all nine-tailed beasts. She saw no glimmer of hope for Naruto. Naruto, hang in there. Hinata Hyuga silently cheered for Naruto Uzumaki. Even though the screen showed Sasuke dominating one-sidedly, she still believed Naruto could win, because Naruto wasn't fighting to defeat an enemy, but to bring his friend back. The luminous screen continued to play. The three remaining Narutos continued their assault on Sasuke Uchiha, yet against the Susanoo that had absorbed the chakra of all the tailed beasts. Their attacks were like a child striking a grown man, utterly incapable of inflicting any damage. Even their tailed beast balls were effortlessly deflected by Sasuke. Their battle raged into the clouds, each clash generating enough force to annihilate an entire mountain. After creating some distance, the three remaining Narutos pooled their power to charge a single colossal tailed beast ball, while Sasuke's Susanoo manifested a bound, knocking three arrows and loosing them at Naruto. The arrows pierced through the tailed beast ball and struck Naruto, the ensuing explosion of lightning engulfing him entirely. When the blast subsided, the three forms of Naruto were left broken and battered. With only fragments of the tailed beast chakra, you are no match for me, as I am now, Sasuke said with a smirk, looking down upon Naruto from his dominant position. Is the tailed beast ball a technique said to be able to destroy a village really this weak against Sasuke? It's not that the tailed beast ball is weak, it's that Sasuke is simply too strong. I really can't imagine how Naruto can win this. He's got half a tailed beast against Sasuke's. Well, 8.5, I guess. The luminous screen continued. Besides, you won't be able to beat this guy either. The next moment, as Sasuke's words faded, his Susanoo began to charge its power. A colossal arrow formed within its bow, crackling with countless bolts of lightning. Seeing this, Naruto's expression turned grim. He knew he couldn't take this attack head-on, but he was prepared. Are you ready yet, Kurama? Naruto shouted downwards. The smoke below cleared, revealing the nine tails seated on the ground. I might have gathered too much. This is everything I could find on the ground now. I'm sending it all to you. The next instant, the nine tails vanished, and a surge of natural energy flowed towards Naruto. Here it comes. The immense natural energy crashed into Naruto. Even Sasuke from a distance could sense its overwhelming magnitude, and his expression turned serious. Such an immense amount of natural energy all of a sudden. After absorbing the sage art chakra, Naruto's appearance transformed. The other two Nine-Tails forms vanished, and his own Nine-Tails avatar morphed into a being with 3 heads and 6 arms. Such immense energy. This isn't chakra, is it? It's clearly not chakra. But whatever it is, Naruto can use it, and his form has changed. He should be able to truly fight Sasuke now. 3 heads, 6 arms. That form is no joke. But Sasuke's ultimate technique has been charging for so long it must hold terrifying power. Can Naruto really withstand it? Jiraiya was stunned by this sight. He recognized the energy Naruto was absorbing as natural energy, which meant Naruto had combined his tailed beast form with Sage Mode. Not only had he become a perfect Jinchuriki, but he had also mastered Sage Mode. A smile tugged at Jiraiya's lips. You truly are his son Minato. Jiraiya had once believed that any genius would pale in comparison to Minato Namake's. But now the talents of Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha displayed on the screen were the most fearsome the ninja world had ever seen. Minato Namake's trapped within the Death Reaper's belly felt the same surge of pride. His son, without the guidance of his parents, had not only developed a sound moral compass, but had also mastered Sage Mode and become a perfect Jinchuriki. And there was likely much more he had achieved. How could Minato not be proud? In Konoha Naruto-kun, this is wonderful. Hinata Hyuga was overjoyed at the sight. She had been in despair watching Naruto being pushed back and facing a potentially fatal blow, but now seeing his new form, hope was rekindled in her heart. You have to win, Naruto-kun. The luminous screen continued. Here I come. As Naruto gathered his power, 2 massive spheres of energy, 1 black and 1 yellow, each shaped like a shuriken, formed in his hands. Finally ready to kill me. Sasuke showed no fear, only growing excitement. The Naruto who held nothing back was the one he truly needed to defeat. We've carried so much pain. But I want to fight you and defeat you fairly and squarely. But not the current you. You should understand that, Sasuke. With a mighty roar, Naruto hurled his twin Raisen Shuriken towards Sasuke. Sasuke immediately loosed his Indra's arrow in response. As he watched it fly, he knew this clash would decide their fates. This battle between us is the final one. Indra's arrow. This is the most powerful technique I can unleash. Now disappear. In the next instant their attacks collided. The sheer force released from the epicenter was apocalyptic, instantly obliterating the Valley of the End. Even Kakashi and Sakura, watching from a distance, were caught in the shockwave, forcing Kakashi to shield Sakura. The entire ninja world on the screen seemed to be plunged into an apocalypse by the blast. Whoa, is this the end of the world? This attack, it wouldn't just destroy a country. If it hit the ground, it would likely wipe out the entire ninja world. I can't even comprehend what Naruto and Sasuke have become. Who won? Or did they both turn to ash in that blast? The Valley of the End is gone. They must both be dead. It's hard to imagine any way they could have survived that. The mightiest figures of the ninja world and the Pure Land watched in stunned silence. The current 5 Kage, Hashirama Senju, Tobirama Senju, Madara Uchiha, Izuna Uchiha, Might Gai Nagato. Almost all were rendered speechless. None of them could conceive of any defense against an attack of this magnitude. Please be okay. Some prayed for Naruto, some for Sasuke, and some for both. In the Akatsuki, Deidara was practically leaping for joy. Art is an explosion. This is the most perfect art. Deidara's eyes gleamed at the screen, unaffected by the blinding light. In that moment his clay bombs and everything else he knew paled in comparison to the explosion he was witnessing. Deidara's enthusiasm earned him scornful looks from the rest of the Akatsuki. An explosion that could level the ninja world, and he called it art. In Konoha, Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha watched the screen in silence. They both understood that the versions of themselves on the screen had given their all. Whatever the outcome, they would have to accept it. The screen continued. Soon the explosion subsided, leaving the Valley of the End in utter devastation. The water had dried up and tornadoes and lightning ravaged the land. In the distance, Kakashi, having set Sakura Haruno down safely, clenched his fists as he gazed at the colossal tornado at the heart of the explosion. He seethed with rage at his own weakness. His former students from Team 7 were locked in battle, yet he, their teacher, could do nothing to help. The view gradually closed in as Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha descended from the sky. The Susanoo and the cloak of Sage Chakra dissipated from their bodies as they crashed heavily onto the ground. Sasuke Uchiha forced himself to his feet and looked toward Naruto Uzumaki's position. To his disappointment, Naruto was already staring back at him. So neither of them is dead. Their defensive prowess is truly terrifying. Both are seriously injured and their clothes are torn. They seem to be out of chakra. Will they continue fighting? In their current state, Kakashi from the Leaf could probably step in and stop them. Stop them? Why? Let them keep fighting. If they don't settle this now, they'll just resume once they've recovered, won't they? If that's the case, then the battle isn't over yet. Thank goodness. Upon seeing both of them alive on the screen, Kushina Uzumaki, Mikoto Uchiha, Fugaku Uchiha from the Pure Land, as well as Sakura Haruno and Hinata Hyuga from the Leaf, collectively breathed a sigh of relief. but their gazes quickly returned to the screen. Each of them wished that Naruto and Sasuke would stop fighting, yet they also understood the nature of this battle. The screen continued. Damn it, you're still alive. Seeing Naruto still standing, Sasuke could only force himself to his feet. Naruto assumed a fighting stance, and in the next instant Sasuke unleashed a blast of Amaterasu directly at him. Sasuke was stunned, for Naruto had already materialized a tailed beast cloak that absorbed the black flames. He then hurled it to the ground, effortlessly extinguishing the Amaterasu. Madara Uchiha. Itachi Uchiha. Witnessing this, those familiar with the power of Amaterasu fell into a collective silence. Although Sasuke in the screen was severely weakened, that had little to do with the technique itself. The fact that Naruto neutralized it with such ease was a blow to their pride. After all, it was a Mangekyo Sharingan ability, and one of its most formidable. The screen continued. Having deflected the Amaterasu, Naruto began to slowly walk towards Sasuke. It's only good as a diversion. Using Amaterasu alone won't work. I need to bring in the tailed beasts. Sasuke thought, attempting to summon them with his Rinnegan. But a sudden searing pain in his eyes interrupted his concentration. Have I overused my chakra? Sasuke clutched his eyes, the agony nearly blinding him. But Naruto gave him no respite. Closing the distance, he leaped into the air and delivered a powerful kick to Sasuke's chin, sending him flying. Shadow clones then appeared and proceeded to unleash a relentless barrage of blows on him. Sasuke's in trouble now. He can't even use his eyes while Naruto is still full of energy. Naruto said he wouldn't kill Sasuke, but Sasuke was trying to kill him with every attack. This is probably Naruto's way of getting back at him. Naruto should just cripple him. That way Sasuke won't be able to cause any more trouble. The Naruto in the village sighed in relief. As long as they both survived, it was fine. As for the Sasuke on the screen, he could take a beating from him. The screen continued. The screen continued. Sasuke, however, wasn't about to be pummeled without a fight. Though his Rinnegan was unusable, his Sharingan could still function. As a shadow clone's fist connected with his face, he countered with a punch of his own, the impact propelling him backward and sending him tumbling across the ground. While rolling, Sasuke seized the opportunity to hurl shuriken at Naruto. The accompanying crackle of Chidori momentarily stunned the shadow clones, allowing him to pierce through two of them with a Chidori thrust. However, the last clone managed to brace itself and grab hold of Sasuke's arm. Naruto's main body then delivered a powerful punch, sending Sasuke flying. Sasuke spun through the air several times before barely managing to regain his footing. Meanwhile, Naruto had already formed a Rasengan and was charging toward him. Sasuke tried to counter with his Chidori, but due to his depleted chakra, he couldn't even maintain the technique. Naruto was already upon him. But to everyone's surprise, Sasuke raised both arms in a defensive stance, preparing to block the Rasengan with his forearms. Instead, Naruto tripped and fell flat on his face, the Rasengan carving a small crater into the ground. What? He tripped. Sasuke couldn't have done anything to defend. Was that an accident? Or did Naruto do it on purpose? I never would have imagined Naruto tripping. While the Naruto on the screen is still just a kid. Apart from his world-shattering power, it's not that strange for him to trip. Oh, what a shame. Victory was within his grasp, and then he just trips over himself. The Naruto in Konoha was already facepalming. He couldn't believe that his counterpart on the screen would make such a blunder in a critical moment. He was terrified that if he ever became Hokage, people would start calling him the tripping Hokage. Or worse, if the Naruto on the screen ended up losing to Sasuke. Because of that fall, would people say he tripped his way out of becoming Hokage? The vision continued. Naruto Uzumaki's misstep was a golden opportunity for Sasuke Uchiha. Without a hint of mercy, Sasuke drove his foot straight into Naruto's face, sending him flying backward before he crashed heavily onto the ground. Pushing his battered body to its limits, Sasuke staggered over to Naruto, straddled him, and rained down punch after punch upon his face. This Sasuke Uchiha is truly decisive, seizing Naruto's blunder to beat him without mercy. Who told Naruto to make such a mistake at a critical moment? Knowing full well that Sasuke never held back against him, he still committed such a grave error. From what we've seen, Naruto never truly intended to kill, did he? In Konoha, why does this Sasuke keep targeting my face? Watching the scene on the screen, Naruto was disheartened. The Sasuke on display could have hit anywhere, but he relentlessly chose his face without an ounce of restraint. The vision continued. At first, Naruto tried to resist with his hands, but Sasuke showed no hesitation, landing blow after blow on his face. Gradually, Naruto ceased his struggle, allowing the fists to fall upon him, until his eyes were swollen shut and his face was covered in blood. As if exhausted, Sasuke's punches slowed. Seizing the moment, Naruto grabbed Sasuke's collar, delivered a fierce head, but then kicked him squarely in the abdomen, sending him flying. Sasuke was thrown back for over 10 meters. He dragged his weary body and turned to face Naruto, who slowly rose to his feet. Despite one eye being swollen shut, the resolve to save his friend in his gaze never wavered. Still not giving up. Stop resisting. Sasuke got back up and charged at Naruto. Seeing Sasuke rushing at him again, Naruto took a deep breath and charged forward to meet him. Sasuke. Naruto. What followed was another life-or-death clash. Punch for punch, kick for kick, blood splattered across the ground. As if they felt no pain, they used every last ounce of strength to strike each other. Even as teeth were knocked out, neither was willing to stop. Even the sky itself seemed to darken. Stop. Please stop. In the Pure Land, Kushina Uzumaki was in tears. On the screen, one was her son, the other the son of her friend Mikoto Uchiha. They had become such close friends, so why were they now fighting to the death? She didn't want to see either Naruto or Sasuke come to harm. On the other side of the Pure Land, Mikoto Uchiha was equally distressed. What mother would want to see her son like this? Brother, they are just like you and Madara back then. Tobirama Senju said to Hashirama Senju beside him. He saw the shadows of his elder brother and Madara Uchiha and Naruto and Sasuke. Hashirama could see it too. He and Madara had once fought with their lives on the line at the Valley of the End. He wanted to save Madara, but he also didn't want to sacrifice the village. In the end, he chose the village and killed his friend. The Naruto on the screen was too much like his former self. Was fate truly about to repeat the tragedy of him and Madara with these two children? The vision continued. Elsewhere, Sakura Haruno, who had been unconscious for a while, finally awoke. Only Kakashi remained by her side. She lowered her head in despair, knowing she had failed to stop Sasuke, and he had slipped away from her once again. The scene returned to the Valley of the End. Both were utterly exhausted. Sasuke landed a punch on Naruto's abdomen, while Naruto struck Sasuke's forehead. But neither could move the other an inch. They froze in that position, ceasing the fight, gasping for breath as they knelt. Naruto's headband slowly fell onto the water's surface. Hold on, the chakra is almost gathered. The nine tails inside Naruto had just spoken when good news turned to bad. Naruto looked down and saw that Sasuke's fist pressed against his abdomen was coated with the nine tails chakra. This is one of the Rinnegan's abilities. I possess the eyes of the Uchiha. This clan's eyes. Victory is inevitable. As Sasuke spoke, Naruto, his chakra, drained, slowly collapsed. One of the Rinnegan's abilities. The chakra that the nine tails had just gathered inside Naruto was absorbed by Sasuke. It's over. Naruto is going to lose. I never thought the Rinnegan could absorb others' chakra. Truly worthy of the Sage of Six Paths' eyes. What did Sasuke just say? The eyes of the Uchiha clan. Is he implying the Rinnegan belongs to the Uchiha clan? Isn't the Rinnegan the Sage of Six Paths, i.e. Sasuke does have the Rinnegan, and he did say it was the Uchiha clan's eyes. It seems the Uchiha clan might have a close connection to the Sage of Six Paths. The Uchiha clan was nearly wiped out by Itachi Uchiha. If not for Itachi, Sasuke would be the last Uchiha. And he successfully awakened the Rinnegan. What he said might be the truth, as there's no one else left to verify it. In the Hidden Rain village, Nagato watched the screen in silence. As a Rinnegan user, he knew whether Sasuke was telling the truth. Sasuke's Rinnegan was indeed different from his own, and far more powerful. The ability Sasuke used to absorb chakra was indeed a Rinnegan power, one that Nagato himself had named the Preta Path. Now that Naruto's chakra had been absorbed by Sasuke, the tide of battle. This fight would most likely end in Sasuke's victory. Nagato's gaze fell upon Sasuke on the screen. If you win, then let me see this world of yours, the one where you bear all the darkness. If it truly is a world without war, then perhaps he would go and help Sasuke. The luminous screen continued to play. Now I can finally be alone. Facing the fallen Naruto, Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha did not hesitate. He knew this was his final chance to end the battle. Lightning crackled in his hand, the sound of Chidori gathering in the air. This Chidori embodied Sasuke Uchiha's resolve at that moment. Farewell, my only friend. In the next instant, Sasuke Uchiha thrust his hand wreathed in the lightning of Chidori toward Naruto Uzumaki, without a moment's hesitation. No. In the Pure Land, Kushina Uzumaki, witnessing this scene, could no longer hold back her cry. She understood that if Sasuke Uchiha's attack truly struck Naruto Uzumaki, then Naruto would undoubtedly die. Naruto. Inside the Reaper's belly, Minato Namikaze clenched his fists, his heart gripped with tension. In Konoha, Sakura, Haruno, Kakashi, and the others felt the same. After all, no one wished to see Naruto Uzumaki die at the hands of Sasuke Uchiha. Except, of course, for those few who merely reveled in the spectacle. Is this how it ends, young one? Hashirama Senju stared intently at Naruto Uzumaki on the screen. This boy was so much like him, yet even more remarkable, both in strength and in every other way. He had failed to protect his village. Is it over? Is the victor Sasuke Uchiha? It seems the future shinobi world is destined to fall into Sasuke Uchiha's hands. With Naruto Uzumaki dead, the next to die would be the 5 Kage. The luminous screen continued to play. But what no one expected was that facing Sasuke's incoming attack, Naruto Uzumaki did not dodge. Gazing at the headband lying on the water's surface, his own reflection staring back at him, Naruto Uzumaki looked up and charged head-on into Sasuke Uchiha's assault. What is Naruto Uzumaki planning? Why not dodge and instead charge forward? Is he trying to get himself killed? Has Naruto Uzumaki given up? Will the shinobi world fall to Sasuke Uchiha? To most in the shinobi world, Naruto Uzumaki's move was a sign of surrender, throwing himself on Sasuke's attack to die. But to those who knew Naruto Uzumaki well and believed in him, Naruto, Kushina Minato, and even Sasuke, they understood that Naruto would never give up so easily. The luminous screen continued to play. Just as the Chidori was about to collide with Naruto Uzumaki's head, Sasuke Uchiha's Sharingan suddenly trembled and lost its effect. In that very instant, Naruto Uzumaki brushed past the Chidori, and with a swift uppercut struck Sasuke Uchiha squarely on the chin. The immense impact sent Sasuke Uchiha flying, his body slamming into the distant wall. He dodged it. Sasuke Uchiha's Sharingan just happened to fail at that moment. Was it a coincidence, or did Naruto Uzumaki foresee it? I can't tell if Naruto Uzumaki is brilliant or foolish. Earlier he could have defeated Sasuke Uchiha, but tripped on his own. Now at the brink of defeat, he turns the tables. I just can't figure him out. That punch sent Sasuke Uchiha flying. Is he still alive? Wait, this doesn't add up. Weren't Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki both completely exhausted from their earlier fight? They could barely stand. And the chakra Naruto Uzumaki had just gathered from the Nine Tails was taken by Sasuke Uchiha's Rinnegan. So how could Naruto Uzumaki still have the strength to send Sasuke flying that far? Could it be that Naruto Uzumaki was holding back during their physical brawl in the Pure Land? Kushina Uzumaki, witnessing this, let out a sigh of relief. Naruto had narrowly avoided Sasuke's attack, but it was only temporary. Her gaze returned to the screen. She knew this battle was far from over. In Konoha, thank goodness, thank goodness. Naruto Uzumaki kept patting his chest. Though he trusted he wouldn't be foolish enough to charge into Sasuke's attack to die, he had still been terrified. His gaze returned to the screen. Come on, you have to defeat Sasuke. And it wasn't just Naruto Uzumaki. Sakura Haruno and Sasuke Uchiha also breathed a sigh of relief. Though they often saw Naruto as a fool, neither wished to see him die. Sasuke in particular did not want Naruto to die by his own hands. His gaze fell upon the version of himself that had been slammed into the wall by Naruto Uzumaki. Sasuke Uchiha's expression was complicated. He didn't understand what that future version of himself was thinking. Why had he stopped hating Itachi Uchiha only to take it upon himself to rule the entire shinobi world, even wanting to kill Naruto Uzumaki, the only one who could stop him? None of this was clear to him. But one thing remained unchanged: he would still seek out Itachi Uchiha. If that so-called truth truly existed, then he would find it with his own hands. The luminous screen continued to play. After sending Sasuke Uchiha flying, with a single punch Naruto Uzumaki collapsed to the ground in exhaustion. He picked up the headband from the water, placed it carefully, and looked up towards Sasuke Uchiha's position. Sasuke Uchiha was not dead, nor even severely injured. Again and again, and again, and again. Sasuke Uchiha's voice grew increasingly furious as he crawled out. Stop struggling, and just die already. I can't do that. The only response to Sasuke Uchiha was a few words from Naruto Uzumaki. Unlike Sasuke's fury, Naruto seemed remarkably at ease yet resolute, as if stopping Sasuke was simply what he was meant to do. Because I am the one who is unique. In response to Naruto's words, Sasuke Uchiha slowly closed his eyes and took a deep breath. As his crimson Sharingan reopened, Chidori gathered once more in his hand, its power and aura more terrifying than before, now wreathed in black flames. The Nine Tails within Naruto Uzumaki spoke up at this sight. I'll give you all the chakra I have left. After this I will fall into slumber to prevent my chakra from being absorbed again. Do not use any jutsu unless absolutely necessary. However, his Rinnegan has just awakened, so he cannot absorb chakra while releasing a jutsu. The Nine Tails paused mid-sentence, for it saw Naruto Uzumaki smile. Naruto said nothing. He simply extended his fist. In an instant the Nine Tails understood Naruto Uzumaki's resolve. It said no more, a smile spreading across its face as it raised its own fist to meet Naruto's in a fist bump. That single fist bump spoke volumes. Naruto Uzumaki then walked forward without looking back. Watching his retreating figure, the Nine Tails wore a gratified smile. Alright, go. You have always been our one and only two. With that the Nine Tails slowly closed its eyes. And Sasuke is the same. The Nine Tails gave all its remaining chakra to Naruto Uzumaki. I still don't understand why the Nine Tails trusts him so much. Isn't the Naruto Uzumaki in Konoha right now unable to freely use the tailed beast's power? But one thing's for sure. Having a tailed beast inside you is better than not. Look, earlier Sasuke Uchiha absorbed the chakra of a full 8.5 tailed beast, while Naruto Uzumaki only ever had half of the 9 tails. But look at them now. Sasuke Uchiha's chakra is completely depleted. And Naruto Uzumaki. Not only did the 9 tails gather all the natural energy on the ground to block Sasuke Uchiha's ultimate attack, but it's also continuously replenishing Naruto's chakra. Even the chakra Sasuke used for that Chidori was stolen from Naruto. That's true, but what if the tailed beast refuses to help, and even tries to fight you? Wouldn't you be in trouble then? The luminous display continued. Naruto Uzumaki advanced a few steps before halting, while Sasuke Uchiha likewise refrained from launching an immediate assault. Only the shrill cry of Chidori echoed relentlessly through the air. As if guided by fate itself, the scene shifted to the heavens where a single leaf drifted down from the sky in slow, deliberate descent. While the assembled shinobi struggled to comprehend why the two remained motionless, and whence that leaf had come the instant it touched the ground, both Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki moved in perfect unison. Sasuke Uchiha lunged downward from his elevated stance, while Naruto Uzumaki simultaneously sprang upward to meet him. A hand wreathed in white light swept past Naruto's own, and the Rasengan materialized within his palm. A second hand followed, then a third, each passing touch swelling the Rasengan ever larger. Sasuke Uchiha, however, had but a single hand to aid him throughout. Amid their intertwined roars, the two seemed to retrace their entire journey from childhood to the present. Every age, every form they had ever assumed flickering into view until they stood as they were now. In the next instant their attacks collided. A colossal explosion engulfed both figures, and the remnants of the Hashirama and Madara statues at the Valley of the End, already reduced to half-shattered heads, were utterly obliterated by the aftershock. No way, man, how can it still pack that much power? These two are truly unfathomable. Even at this point their strikes remain terrifyingly devastating. I reckon the Ninetales deserves the credit. Remember, the chakra they're wielding now comes straight from it. Neither of them bothered with any defense. So who do you think walks out of this alive? Or maybe both survive, or neither does. If they both die, who gets declared the winner? Going by Sasuke's terms, if he lives and Naruto dies, that's his victory. But by Naruto's logic, he's here to bring Sasuke back. Only if both survive and Sasuke completely abandons his path does Naruto win. Any other outcome is a loss. Then look at it that way. Naruto's got a brutal uphill battle. He can't land a killing blow on Sasuke, yet he still has to beat him into submission. The luminous display continued. As the explosion subsided, the screen plunged into darkness for a fleeting moment. When light returned, a hazy moon came into view. The entire sky had fallen into pitch-black night. Finally back, Naruto's voice broke the silence, and the scene swiftly descended to reveal Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki sprawled flat on the ground. Hearing Naruto's voice, Sasuke attempted to stir, only for a searing, bone-deep pain to rack his entire body, forcing a sharp hiss through his teeth. As you can see, we're in the same boat. If you thrash about, you'll bleed out and die. At Naruto's words, Sasuke forced himself to calm. The agony coursing through him made it clear he wasn't dead. Both of them had survived. Why? Why would you go this far to stop me? Sasuke asked, his voice barely a whisper. I plunged into darkness, seized immense power to sever everything. Everyone once tried to cut ties with someone like me. Sasuke's gaze drifted slowly to Naruto lying beside him. But you never once tried to sever our bond. Why would you go to such lengths to stay entangled with me? In response to Sasuke's question, Naruto gently shut his eyes and offered a faint smile. You've figured it out already. When your body's useless, your mouth gets awfully sharp. Enough stalling, just answer me. Sasuke shouted. This was the one thing he needed to understand now. The reason why Naruto would sacrifice even himself to stop him. He had to know what it truly was. Because we're friends. Those simple words swept aside every other possible justification. Because we're friends. Sasuke froze. He hadn't expected such a reason. So simple one he'd already heard countless times before. Every time Naruto had stood in his way, it was the same answer. Even now it remained unchanged. Just because they're friends. That's it. The Leaf's friendship has me tearing up over here. If that's all it takes, just being friends, then would Naruto do the same for anyone who went down Sasuke's path? If the reason were truly that simple, Naruto would save anyone. But I don't think it's that cut and dry. Sasuke's significance to Naruto has to run far deeper than that. Exactly. Even someone like me who knows nothing of their past can tell from this battle at the Valley of the End alone that their bond is anything but ordinary. This goes beyond friendship. It's practically brotherhood. Might even surpass brotherhood, who knows. Within the belly of the Death Reaper, Minato Namikaze heard Naruto's answer, and a smile crept across his face. This response pleased him greatly. The simplest answer often held the deepest meaning. His gaze shifted to Sasuke beside Naruto. If only Sasuke could grasp that depth, then all of this would finally come to an end. The illuminated scene continued to unfold. I've heard this before. What does it truly mean to you? Sasuke Uchiha spoke once more. The answer had been given to him countless times by Naruto Uzumaki in the past. Every time he asked Naruto why he stood in his way, the answer was always the same: because they were friends. I can't say for certain. Honestly, I don't know myself. Naruto Uzumaki turned his head away. Though he always said those words, he never truly grasped their meaning. He simply acted on the instincts of his heart. But seeing you like that, burdened and lost, I feel a pain inside me. A deep aching pain. It's not unbearable, yet I cannot ignore it. But now my whole body aches, and there's nothing I can do about it. Naruto spoke from the depths of his soul. He understood that if Sasuke remained as he was, there was nothing else he could possibly do. As the memories played across the illuminated screen, Sasuke's inner voice echoed in tandem. Naruto was just like him, shunned by the villagers of Konoha from a young age. Yet Naruto never silently bore the weight alone as he did. Instead, he deliberately stirred up trouble to draw attention, forging connections with others. At first, Sasuke thought him foolish and tedious, but gradually, he found himself unable to look away from Naruto. To Sasuke, these were signs of weakness, and this weakness was slowly infecting him. His concern for Naruto grew. Later, whenever he saw Naruto, memories of his family and the happy life they once shared would flood back, bringing him a sense of peace. Yet he also knew this was a sign of cowardice. He was determined to avenge his brother Itachi Uchiha. He had to train and become stronger. But in the end, he ended up in Team 7, 8, just like Naruto. He wanted to distance himself from Naruto, yet fate brought them together in Team 7. It's as if destiny itself decreed that Naruto was sent to save Sasuke. It seems fate truly exists. In the illuminated scene, Naruto is the only one capable of saving Sasuke, and destiny just happened to make them friends. Instead of killing Sasuke, Naruto chose to save him. Sasuke always wanted to be friends with Naruto, but he was afraid. He feared that friendship would make him weak, preventing him from avenging his brother Itachi. What Sasuke didn't realize was that he had already considered Naruto a friend in his heart. He merely dared not acknowledge it. Those poor children. One thing still puzzles me. Before their fight, Sasuke said he had let go of his hatred for Itachi, even calling him a hero and the best candidate for Hokage. But Itachi slaughtered the entire Uchiha clan. That is also an undeniable fact. Perhaps there are truths hidden between them that we do not yet know. In the Pure Land, Hashirama Senju watched it all, marveling at the whims of fate. Wasn't his own story with Madara Uchiha just the same? They became friends, then parted ways due to differing ideals, and finally fought to the death for their beliefs. Brother, these two children are exactly like you and Madara were. Tobirama Senju spoke from beside him. He understood the bond between his brother and Madara. He knew Hashirama had always blamed himself for killing Madara, but he also knew his brother harbored no regret, for it was his own choice. Hearing Tobirama's words, Hashirama shook his head. No, they are different from us. Because Naruto can save Sasuke. Hashirama declared steadfast in his belief that Naruto would rescue Sasuke, not end him as he had done to his own friend. Elsewhere in the Pure Land, listening to Sasuke's inner thoughts from the screen, Mikoto Uchiha was already in tears. She felt she had failed Sasuke, failed her child. Fugaku Uchiha, standing beside her, was equally stricken. He knew Sasuke's suffering was a direct result of his own inadequacy. His failure to mediate between the clan and the village, his failure to protect the Uchiha, leaving everything to Itachi before his death. In Fugaku's eyes, he was a failure. This sentiment was shared not only by Fugaku and Mikoto, but also by Shisui Uchiha. He held no resentment towards Itachi for the clan's destruction. His hatred was directed at himself. It was his cowardice that led him to entrust his eyes to Itachi and jump from the cliff, fleeing from reality. It was a complete act of escape. What right did he have to ask Itachi to protect the Uchiha clan in his stead? So upon learning that Itachi had sacrificed the clan to protect the village, Shisui was consumed by self-loathing. For his own incompetence, for his own cowardice. He was the one who had failed Itachi the most. Unlike these three, the other Uchiha still harbored deep resentment towards Itachi. In their view, they were also members of Konoha. Why were they constantly oppressed? When they finally sought to claim their rights, it brought about their demise, and at the hands of their own kin. Oppressed by the village, and then slaughtered by Itachi under the guise of protecting it, how could they not harbor hatred? Even though they were unsure if the events on the screen mirrored their own world, or if Itachi was still alive, they all shared a single thought. If they ever encountered Itachi in the Pure Land, they would make him pay. In the Hidden Rain village, Itachi Uchiha's gaze never left the screen. His face was impassive, but his heart ached more than anyone's. Others learned of Sasuke's pain through the screen, but he had always known. He was aware of everything Sasuke had endured, and he was the very cause of it all. The luminous display continued its scenes, and the voice of Uchiha Sasuke persisting unabated. Having joined Team 7, Uchiha Sasuke grew stronger with each mission alongside Uzumaki Naruto, all the while acutely aware of Naruto's own escalating power. It was during this time that the urge to clash with Naruto took root within him. Moreover, within the ranks of Team 7, he began to see reflections of his family. For him, Team 7 had become a surrogate home. And whenever he witnessed Naruto's anguish, he felt a corresponding ache within his own heart. Upon truly comprehending Naruto's suffering, he came to regard him as a friend. Yet paradoxically, as Naruto's strength surged ever higher, Sasuke found it increasingly difficult to let go of his own burdens. It was not born of jealousy, but rather of envy. He envied the unyielding fortitude Naruto possessed that he himself lacked, and he coveted Naruto's formidable might. Watching Naruto grow ever stronger, striding ahead of him, and drifting further away reminded him of his brother Uchiha Itachi. Indeed, in Naruto, Sasuke once again saw the shadow of his elder brother. Even now it was the same. And then a flash of white light seared across his vision, and Sasuke beheld Uchiha Itachi in his reanimated state, alongside Uzumaki Naruto. He saw Itachi entrust Naruto with his care, pleading with him to look after Sasuke. He also witnessed fragments of Naruto's childhood memories. Naruto's dream was to surpass all Hokage and become someone acknowledged by everyone in the village. I never go back on my word, that's my Nindo. I won't die before I become Hokage. A Hokage is someone who endures the pain and stands before everyone. Someone who can't even save their comrades has no right to be Hokage. Finally, the words of the reanimated Uchiha Itachi echoed. It's not about becoming Hokage to be acknowledged, but being acknowledged by others is what qualifies one to become Hokage. After that, memories of the warm times he shared with Itachi as a child surfaced. Finally, the vision showed Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto standing in opposition to each other, the scene oscillating back and forth between the two of them. With each shift, new companions appeared beside Naruto while Sasuke remained perpetually alone. It wasn't that others shunned him, rather he had rejected everyone. And the last person to appear beside Naruto was none other than Uchiha Sasuke himself. A pained expression contorted Sasuke's face. He wanted to flee once more, but ultimately he chose to fix his gaze firmly upon Naruto. Is that so? Then, let me see for myself. The scene snapped back to reality. The sky was gradually brightening. Naruto opened his eyes, looking around in a daze, while Sasuke, already awake, had his gaze fixed on the heavens. Looks like we slept right through till dawn. Seems we managed not to die again. Hearing Sasuke's words, Naruto broke into a grin. Damn it, my body still won't move, or I'd give you a beating. Knock some sense into you for good. Sasuke let out a laugh. Huh, you still want to fight in this state? Of course, no matter how many times. I can see. Sasuke's voice cut Naruto off. His gaze was on the sky, devoid of resentment or defiance. It seems I have lost. Sasuke admitted defeat. That means Naruto won. A perfect ending. This is the perfect outcome for Naruto. Amazing. He not only stopped Sasuke, but also made him admit defeat wholeheartedly. With Naruto's will and strength, if we were to choose the next Hokage, I feel it would definitely be him, judging by the light screen. Even though I'm not from Konoha, I also believe the next Hokage shown in the light screen would be Naruto. The Uchiha Itachi in Sasuke's memories and the previous fourth Hokage both seemed to be in the reanimation state. And judging by his appearance on the wanted list, he didn't have long to live. It's not about becoming Hokage to gain recognition, but being recognized to become Hokage. To think these words would come from a rogue ninja. How ironic. Konoha actually branded a man with such a will of fire as a wanted criminal. There was no choice. After all, Itachi killed the entire Uchiha clan. In hindsight, Itachi must have carried an immense resolve when he chose to slaughter his entire clan. One can't imagine the sheer agony Itachi must have endured back then. But that doesn't change the fact that Itachi is still a monster. Though some may see his sacrifice of the Uchiha clan for Konoha as an act of justice, I still think he is a beast. I've read some of Konoha's history. The Uchiha clan was always oppressed. Never once did Itachi try to fight for their rights. Instead, when they finally rose up in defiance, he slaughtered them all. If you were in the Uchiha's shoes, you'd see just how monstrous he truly is. Yes, I too feel the injustice done to the Uchiha. I admit Itachi has the will of fire, but I also believe that if he had become Hokage, the entire Uchiha clan would have been wiped out by the next day. In Konoha Reanimation, Sasuke looked at the reanimated Uchiha Itachi on the light screen with a complex expression. He looked much the same as Sasuke remembered, which meant Itachi would die within a few years, perhaps even sooner. He paid little mind to his own eventual surrender shown on the screen. It was too distant a future. Besides, with this light screen having revealed it, he doubted Naruto and the others would let him stray so easily. Achieving that path would be difficult. What concerned him far more was the reanimated Itachi. He couldn't imagine a shinobi of his brother's caliber perishing in some mere accident. He wondered who would ultimately be the one to kill Itachi. Would it be him? Sasuke didn't know, but he still yearned to find Itachi, learn the so-called truth, and then slay him with his own hands. He didn't know if that truth would alter his resolve, but for now his determination to kill Itachi remained unchanged. His desire to avenge his clan, his father, and his mother had never wavered. His gaze slowly fell upon his clenched fist. Sasuke knew that with his current strength, he couldn't defeat Itachi. But he would train relentlessly, striving to become as strong as the version of himself shown in the light screen. In the Hidden Rain village, Nagato murmured, "Has he conceded?" as he watched Sasuke Uchiha surrender on the light screen. He hadn't anticipated Sasuke's surrender. He had hoped to witness the world Sasuke spoke of, one where he bore all the darkness alone, but it seemed that opportunity was lost. With that, Nagato resolved to continue his own plan regarding the tailed beasts. He had only intended to consider altering his strategy if Sasuke's plan proved superior. Since he could no longer see it, there was nothing further to discuss. The light screen continued. Idiot. Naruto Uzumaki was displeased by Sasuke's apology. He had never aimed to defeat Sasuke. Upon hearing Sasuke admit defeat, Naruto's sole desire had always been to bring him back to Konoha. There was no real victory in that fight. My friend just wasn't thinking clearly, and I knocked some sense back into him. The battle I envision with you is still ahead. Sigh Naruto. Sasuke felt a sense of helplessness towards Naruto, as he always had. In Sasuke's view, he had lost, and lost decisively. I acknowledge you. Sasuke's sudden declaration startled Naruto, who was momentarily confused by its meaning. Sasuke, however, didn't wait for comprehension and continued. If I were to die here, then the long karmic cycle the Sage of Six Paths spoke of would finally come to an end. This could be considered a revolution in itself. To release the infinite Tsukuyomi after my death, you could transplant my left eye to Kakashi. I will make my own end on my own terms. The viewers reacted with surprise. Can Rinnegan be transplanted? He's giving it to Kakashi. Man, Kakashi is incredibly lucky. Why Kakashi though? Didn't Sasuke say before that the Rinnegan belongs to the Uchiha clan? Kakashi isn't an Uchiha, is he? That's true. If it can be given to Kakashi, why not directly to Naruto? In terms of strength or any other factor, wouldn't Naruto be a better fit than Kakashi? In Konoha, Kakashi was stunned to hear Sasuke's intention to bequeath the Rinnegan to him. He never expected to be Sasuke's primary choice. He gently raised his hand to touch the Sharingan hidden beneath his forehead, protector, a gift from his comrade, who had passed it on before dying. Seeing that Sasuke in the light screen also knew Chidori, Kakashi realized their future bond would be significant, and now another person was planning to entrust him with their eyes. But the Rinnegan, an eye so powerful it could even nullify the power of 8.5-tailed beasts. Was he truly worthy of such a gift? Despite his doubts, Kakashi briefly imagined himself wielding the Rinnegan in the future, but quickly shook his head. The thought was indeed terrifying. He hoped the Sasuke in the light screen wouldn't meet such a fate. In the Kamui dimension, Obito Uchiha couldn't resist mocking, Kakashi, I can't believe another person is willing to entrust their eyes to a failure like you. Does a man like Kakashi deserve the Rinnegan? On the path to the Pure Land, Tsukumo Hatake waited for Kakashi, but he too could see the light screen. An image of Kakashi with the Rinnegan formed in his mind. The Rinnegan, huh? Kakashi would look quite cool with it. In the Hidden Rain village, Pain had heard of Kakashi, a jonin of Konoha, with decent skills though nothing exceptional. However, Sasuke's words revealed a crucial piece of information to Nagato. The Rinnegan could be transplanted. He knew of the Uchiha clan in Konoha. Only two remained alive: Itachi Uchiha, a member of the Akatsuki, and Sasuke Uchiha. Neither of them possessed the Rinnegan, of course. Nagato was referring to the Sasuke from the light screen, not the one in the present who hadn't yet grown strong. The Rinnegan shown on the light screen was clearly different from his own. Furthermore, Sasuke had claimed the Rinnegan was an eye of the Uchiha clan. If Sasuke's Rinnegan wasn't transplanted, then it must have awakened naturally. But what about his own eyes? They had existed since his childhood. Nagato had always believed they were innate, but now he began to question that assumption. The Akatsuki wasn't as it appeared on the surface. There was a hidden figure pulling the strings. Why had that person chosen him? Nagato even suspected his Rinnegan wasn't innate, but transplanted. He had harbored doubts before, because his childhood memories were inconsistent. If he had truly been born with such distinctive eyes, people would have treated him differently, but his memories showed no such thing. Before his parents died in the war, his life was normal, almost unnaturally so. Yet in his memories, he always had the Rinnegan. If the Rinnegan could indeed be transplanted, another possibility emerged: his memories might have been altered. The light screen continued. Don't think you can end things by dying. Naruto, Uzumaki shouted. How could he ever allow Sasuke to die? Instead of ending your life, stay and help me. The shinobi world I envision is one where all ninjas work together, and that includes you. Naruto, even if you agree, others might not. Sasuke spoke again, aware that many in the shinobi world wished for his death. Rather than continue living, he thought it better to fulfill their wishes and reunite with his parents and Itachi. Say one more word, and I'll punch you again. Naruto grew angry. He had fought so hard to bring Sasuke back, yet Sasuke was intent on dying. If Sasuke died, what would become of Naruto's own ninja way? He had never wanted Sasuke to die. Then I might just continue to oppose you, Sasuke joked. Then I'll continue to stop you. Naruto declared without hesitation, his expression resolute. But you won't do those things anymore. How can you be so sure? Sasuke asked, puzzled. He didn't understand why Naruto was willing to trust him so completely. Don't make me repeat myself. Naruto's answer was simple: because they were friends. If he couldn't trust his own friend, what was his ninja way? Upon hearing Naruto's words, a single tear traced down Sasuke's cheek. Why don't you understand? Well, I guess you are dumber than me. Naruto turned to look at Sasuke and widened his eyes in surprise. He saw Sasuke crying. Ultimately, Naruto fell silent, realizing that Sasuke had truly returned to them. No more words were needed. The light screen zoomed out, revealing the full figures of Sasuke and Naruto, each missing an arm. So this is the final outcome. Both lost an arm. For Naruto, trading an arm to bring back his friend was probably worth it. I wonder if their strength will diminish after losing an arm. It should weaken them somewhat, but probably not by much. In their fight, one used Susanoo, and the other transformed into the Ninetales, which likely isn't heavily impacted by a missing arm. True. Just looking at Sasuke's Susanoo is a hurdle we ordinary ninjas could never overcome even with just one arm. In the Pure Land, their mothers Mikoto Uchiha and Kushina Uzumaki felt great pain seeing their sons lose an arm. But more than anything, they felt relief. At least both were alive, had reconciled, and survived. No one could be happier than a mother seeing her child alive and well. In the Akatsuki, Itachi Uchiha felt the same. Nothing made him happier than seeing Sasuke live well. The next moment, Itachi's expression turned cold again. He understood that the light screen's events wouldn't change reality. No matter how strong Sasuke was in the future, shown the Sasuke of the present was still weak. He had to ensure Sasuke grew stronger, if not to the level seen on the screen, then at least enough to protect himself. Leaving behind a shadow clone, Itachi immediately dashed towards Konoha. He knew that after witnessing Sasuke's future power, other villages would covet him, if only for the Rinnegan. The scene on the screen continued. Sakura Haruno led Kakashi through the forest to the Valley of the End. Both were stunned by the sight before them. They had imagined the battle would be terrifying, but not to this extent. The valley had been leveled to the ground, and the sea that once existed was no more. The next moment, Sakura spotted Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki. She gently set Kakashi down and hurried to their side, beginning to heal them both. Sakura, thank you, Naruto said. Sakura. Sasuke started, but Sakura cut him off. Don't speak. Let me focus. Sasuke paused, but he spoke anyway. I'm sorry. Why are you sorry? For everything I've done. You really? Sakura could no longer hold back her tears. They fell one by one onto her pants, her voice trembling. You idiot. In the distance, Kakashi watched as Sakura finished her treatment. The three of them were chatting and laughing together, and a smile spread across his face. Memories of Team 7 flooded back. Finally, it's all back. Naruto, this reminds me of what I said before. I told you that being with you felt like what having a brother should be. Now I finally understand that feeling. As Sasuke's words faded from the screen, the people trapped in the infinite Tsukuyomi were released. The bindings unraveled, and the Genjutsu came to an end. The screen showed Sasuke and Naruto, each with their remaining arm, forming the ram seal together. At the same time, the tailed beasts were freed from their seals. Just as I felt the pain and suffering of my father, mother, and brother. Naruto, now it's your pain and suffering that I feel. You never chose to sever your bond with me, even when I was like that. You kept trying to reach my heart. Even if you had unleashed all your anger on me, it would have been justified. You always called me your friend while I kept trying to cut that bond away. The screen's final scene showed the group burying the fallen from the war under the twilight sky. The most prominent grave was Niji Hyuga's. The infinite Tsukuyomi is undone. I think I saw myself in that vision. I can't believe I was in that battle and survived. Seems like I'm not that strong in the future either. Surviving does take some skill, but it's mostly luck. Look at the fight between Sasuke and Naruto. The enemy's strength was formidable. No matter how much we grow, we could easily have died in some corner of that battlefield without anyone knowing. So many people died. What happened out there? Why were there so many casualties? Who was the enemy that Sasuke and Naruto faced before the war began? How could so many people have died? An enemy capable of fighting Naruto and Sasuke must be incredibly powerful, and their strength has evolved so far beyond our understanding. Why were we even in that battle? What's the point? It's like walking to our deaths. Exactly. Compared to Naruto and Sasuke, we might have been killed by the shockwaves of the fight in some corner. Why would we even join? Or was there a specific reason that forced us into the war? And there were people from all the hidden villages. It didn't look like a war between villages. So where did that enemy even come from? Maybe just like we never knew Naruto and Sasuke would become so powerful, our enemy might have been someone who hadn't fully grown yet. Like Sasuke, who turned against the entire shinobi world after getting stronger. That must be when all the villages united to fight back. In Konoha, at the Hyuga compound, seeing Niji's grave, countless people were frozen in shock. Niji. Hinata Hyuga never imagined she would survive while Niji had perished. Niji himself, however, showed no emotion. He didn't know how he died, but what difference would it make to him? He bore the caged bird seal, destined to die protecting the main house. Perhaps dying on the battlefield gave his life more meaning. As the infinite Tsukuyomi was dispelled, the luminous screen gradually dimmed, yet within less than half an hour it flickered back to life. The same imagery and the same figures reappeared upon the screen, the sole difference being that this time Sasuke, Uchiha, and Naruto Uzumaki appeared in their childhood forms. Is this Sasuke, Uchiha, and Naruto Uzumaki as children? The Valley of the End again. Don't tell me they fought here before as well. What was the reason for their battle this time? In Konoha. You've got to be kidding me. Again. Naruto Uzumaki, watching the Valley of the End and his own reflection alongside Sasuke Uchiha on the screen, couldn't hold it together any longer. He never imagined that in this future yet to unfold he might have to clash with Sasuke Uchiha at the Valley of the End once more. The luminous screen continued its display. Their stances mirrored the previous battle at the Valley of the End. Sasuke Uchiha stood atop the stone head of Madara Uchiha, while Naruto Uzumaki stood on the stone head of Hashirama Senju. One notable difference besides their youthful appearances was that Sasuke Uchiha had his back turned to Naruto Uzumaki. Sasuke. Naruto Uzumaki shouted across to his rival, his voice echoing and battering against Sasuke's ears. Yet Sasuke, as if deaf to the call, simply lifted his foot and strode forward. Seeing Sasuke Uchiha about to leave, Naruto Uzumaki called out once more, "Are you running away from me?" At these words, Sasuke halted, slowly turning to face Naruto. When Sasuke Uchiha's face was revealed on the screen, not only was Naruto Uzumaki stunned, but the entire shinobi world was left in shock. Half of his face appeared relatively normal, while the other half was covered in black markings, and one of his eyes had transformed to resemble that of a serpent. What's with Sasuke Uchiha's appearance? What happened to him? Did Sasuke Uchiha do this to himself? Or did someone do this to him? How could he end up like this? Naruto said Sasuke is running away from him. What's that all about? In Konoha, Sasuke, what happened to you? Naruto Uzumaki was frozen, never expecting Sasuke Uchiha to look like this. Though his appearance was nearly identical to the Sasuke, he knew those black markings and serpentine eyes sent a chill of fear through him. What is this? Sasuke Uchiha himself was equally bewildered, unable to fathom what he could have done to transform himself into the figure on the screen. Elsewhere, upon seeing Sasuke Uchiha on the screen, Itachi Uchiha was taken aback. He never expected Orochimaru to have laid his hands on Sasuke. The luminous screen continued. "Yo, super idiot," Sasuke Uchiha spoke with an icy tone, facing Naruto, as if he were a complete stranger. There was no killing intent, no anger, no emotion whatsoever. "Is it your turn now, eh? I can't do it. I can't stop Sasuke alone. The only one who can stop him now, who can save him, Naruto, is you. Naruto, this is the one request of my life. Bring Sasuke back." Sakura Haruno's tearful voice echoed through Naruto Uzumaki's mind. For Sakura Sake, and for his own, he would never let Sasuke Uchiha walk away. "Stop worrying about me," Sasuke Uchiha sneered, looking at Naruto's expression. "What's with that look on your face?" Gazing at this version of Sasuke, memories of their past together surged through Naruto Uzumaki's mind, and he clenched his fists tightly. "Why, Naruto," Uzumaki demanded. "Why, Sasuke? How did you end up like this?" Naruto Uzumaki couldn't comprehend how the Sasuke of their youth had become this. The Sasuke who cared so deeply for his comrades couldn't have turned into someone who spewed such venom at them. His voice even carried a hint of tears. Yet even in the face of such an emotional Naruto, Sasuke Uchiha's expression remained unmoved. "What does my transformation have to do with you? What is going on with this Sasuke Uchiha?" From their memories, they clearly got along well. Why did he suddenly become like this? Yeah, why is that? And what does Sasuke Uchiha intend to do? The luminous screen continued. "I have my own path. No one has the right to judge me," Sasuke Uchiha continued. "Simply put, my days of fooling around with the likes of you in Konoha are over. Go back. Everyone is desperately chasing after you." "How troublesome," Sasuke Uchiha said, dismissively, turning and walking away. Watching Sasuke Uchiha's figure recede step by step, Shikamaru Nara's words echoed in Naruto Uzumaki's mind. "Finally, I have something important to tell you all. Sasuke isn't a close friend to me, nor do I particularly like him. But Sasuke and I are both shinobi of Konoha. It is precisely because we are comrades that we must risk our lives to save him. That is the way of Konoha." The next moment, anger surged onto Naruto Uzumaki's face. He would not let everyone's efforts be in vain, nor would he allow Sasuke Uchiha to trample on their friendship like this. As Sasuke Uchiha walked further away, he suddenly faltered. A shadow appeared beneath him, growing larger and larger until it took the shape of Naruto Uzumaki. Sasuke Uchiha spun around only to find Naruto Uzumaki's furious face right in front of him. "What do you take our comrades in Konoha for?" The next instant, Naruto Uzumaki slammed heavily into Sasuke Uchiha, pinning him to the ground. He clenched his fist and drove a powerful punch straight into Sasuke's face. Are they going to fight again? What Sasuke Uchiha said was truly hurtful to Naruto. No wonder he's so angry. That punch Sasuke Uchiha received was well-deserved. "In Konoha, great punch," Naruto Uzumaki exclaimed. He was seething with rage at how Sasuke had trampled on their bonds in the screen. Sasuke Uchiha was also somewhat perplexed. He couldn't understand how his on-screen self had become so extreme. Looking at himself now, he felt he shouldn't have become that way. Shikamaru Nara, on the other hand, felt a twinge of embarrassment. He never expected to say such awkward things. Though it made sense in that context, things were different now, and watching himself on screen was rather cringeworthy. The light screen continued. Naruto Uzumaki's punch even made Sasuke Uchiha spit blood, yet Sasuke's expression remained unchanged. The pain in his heart far exceeded the pain in his body. Turning his head, he spat blood onto Naruto's face. The next moment Naruto grabbed Sasuke by the collar and pulled him close. "You speak of comrades," Sasuke said emotionlessly facing Naruto's fury. "Can being with your so-called comrades make me stronger?" Sasuke asked. All he needed now was power. Power to defeat Itachi Uchiha. "I'm going to Orochimaru." Itachi Uchiha was stunned. He understood what going to Orochimaru meant. Sasuke would become a rogue ninja. "Is this your choice, Sasuke? To become a rogue ninja just to gain the power to defeat me?" This wasn't the outcome Itachi had envisioned, but he also knew that his future self would allow Sasuke to seek Orochimaru for it was the fastest way for Sasuke to grow. However, he would also take precautions to ensure Orochimaru couldn't truly harm Sasuke. In Konoha, Naruto was furious. Sasuke is actually going to Orochimaru. Orochimaru was a rogue ninja. If Sasuke chose to go to Orochimaru, wouldn't that mean he would become a rogue ninja of Konoha? How could Naruto tolerate that? Sasuke was also taken aback, never expecting that he would go so far as to become a rogue ninja. What? Sasuke is going to be a rogue ninja? Sakura Haruno stared at the screen in disbelief. She had thought Sasuke would merely leave the village, but never imagined he would become a rogue ninja. Naruto's next words on the screen sent shockwaves through both Konoha and the Pure Land. That Orochimaru is the one who killed the third Hokage and wanted to destroy Konoha, right? The third Hokage is dead. What? Orochimaru killed the third Hokage. Although Orochimaru was a rogue ninja, wasn't he once a disciple of the third Hokage? Who would have thought he'd do such a thing and even try to destroy Konoha? What is Sasuke Uchiha thinking? How could someone as cunning and treacherous as Orochimaru give him power? But I'm curious whether Sasuke will actually go to Orochimaru and become a rogue ninja. Probably not. If he really went to Orochimaru, he'd likely not survive. But earlier on the screen, Sasuke lived to grow up. In Konoha, Hiruzen Sarutobi murmured, "So I was killed by Orochimaru." He never expected his end to come at the hands of his own disciple. Judging by the ages of Naruto and Sasuke on the screen, it wouldn't be long before that time came. The next moment Hiruzen made his decision. If Orochimaru truly intended to destroy Konoha as Naruto had said, he would stop him even at the cost of his own life. In a tavern somewhere, Tsunade clenched her fist, her face filled with rage. She couldn't believe Orochimaru would go so far as to kill Hiruzen. On the other side, Jiraiya was equally troubled. He too never imagined Orochimaru would become so extreme. It seemed he had trusted Orochimaru too much. Orochimaru himself was somewhat puzzled. Destroying Konoha and instilling terror was indeed part of his plan, but killing Hiruzen was not. Perhaps a small unexpected event had occurred during his operations. Kabuto Yakushi's eyes widened. Truly worthy of Orochimaru-sama. He even killed a Hokage. In the Pure Land, Tobirama Senju was furious. This is outrageous. Destroying Konoha and killing the Hokage. How insolent. And that Sasuke Uchiha thinking of going to someone who killed a Hokage to become a rogue ninja. Truly an evil Uchiha brat by nature. Hashirama Senju was baffled. Why has it come to this? Everything had been fine during his time, so why had Konoha fallen into such chaos, with even the Hokage being killed? Hashirama, is this the inheritance you spoke of? Madara Uchiha sneered. The Hokage had been killed. In a Wagakure, the fourth Raikage, slowly spoke. So these things have happened in Konoha. This might be an opportunity for them. With Sasuke defecting, Naruto not yet grown, and the Hokage dead, Konoha would be leaderless and in chaos, making it a target for the entire ninja world. In an instant, everyone in the ninja world began to harbor their own schemes. Meanwhile, in Amigakure, Nagato paid little attention. Whether the Hokage lived or died meant nothing to him. His focus was solely on the tailed beast plan. The only thing in Konoha he cared about was the 9 tails. As for his former teacher Jiraiya, as long as he didn't interfere with the tailed beast plan, Nagato wouldn't actively seek trouble with him. The light screen continued. He just wants your body as a vessel. You might never come back, you might be killed. Naruto yelled at Sasuke. How can I just watch you leave? It doesn't matter anymore, Sasuke replied indifferently. Being killed. As long as he could take revenge on Itachi Uchiha, what did death matter? Moreover, death would even be a relief. No longer living in the shadow of his clan's massacre, no longer consumed by hatred for Itachi. But before dying, he would kill Itachi. So whether it was Orochimaru or anyone else, as long as he could gain the power to kill Itachi, nothing else mattered. If you get in my way, I can't help it. I absolutely won't allow it. Even if I have to use force, I'll bring you back. Naruto couldn't bear to watch Sasuke go to Orochimaru and throw his life away. Faced with such a Naruto, Sasuke smiled. What are you laughing at? You smiled too back then. Back then, Naruto's pupils contracted sharply. They had fought before. Back then you really wanted to settle it with me, didn't you? You were trembling with excitement. At first, yes. Naruto didn't deny it. He truly wanted to defeat Sasuke. But you were different. That kind of fight. That's not the fight I want. Even now The luminous screen continued its display. I don't care what you think, Sasuke Uchiha retorted coldly, grabbing Naruto Uzumaki by the collar and hoisting him up with a swift, ruthless motion. Naruto Uzumaki clutched at Sasuke's hand with both of his own, yet against the overwhelming disparity in their strength his resistance was utterly futile. Observing Naruto's agonized struggle, Sasuke Uchiha let out a derisive chuckle. He released his grip only to drive a fist into Naruto's abdomen the very next instant. The merciless blow struck Naruto's stomach with immense force, sending a spray of blood erupting from his mouth. His body was hurled backward, crashing into the lake. This Sasuke Uchiha shows no mercy whatsoever. Was Sasuke Uchiha this ruthless in his youth? The Sasuke from before would at least listen to reason and display some semblance of emotion, but this one is not only unhinged, he is utterly devoid of compassion. Naruto Uzumaki was sent flying. I hope he's alright. In the Pure Land, Mikoto Uchiha watched the screen in anguish. Sasuke, how did it come to this? The Sasuke with the Rinnegan at least had his reasons for his actions and felt pain when harming Naruto. But this Sasuke not only seeks to hunt down the Hokage's killer, he also harms his friends without a shred of hesitation. The luminous screen continued its display. What is this power? Sasuke Uchiha stared blankly at the hand that had just sent Naruto, flying, a faint smirk curling at the corner of his lips. Power is surging forth. But the next moment a jolt of pain shot through him. The black markings on his face receded, and his eyes reverted to their usual form. So this is the power that man spoke of. And it's gradually fusing into my body, Sasuke muttered, referring of course to Orochimaru, who had implanted the curse mark within him. If this is what it's like now, how much more power could I unleash by fully releasing the curse mark? At this moment Sasuke was so consumed by his frenzy that he nearly did so on the spot. The power of the curse mark. And those serpentine eyes. Could it be that Orochimaru implanted this curse within Sasuke Uchiha? Sasuke must have had contact with Orochimaru before this. If he simply wanted to get stronger, he could have sought out Lady Tsunade or Jiraiya. They are all legendary Sannin after all. Sasuke isn't merely looking to grow stronger. It seems he wants to become powerful quickly, and since he's already had dealings with Orochimaru, he's decided to go to him. Orochimaru is ruthless in his methods. If Sasuke truly desires raw power, he is indeed the most suitable choice. It's highly likely that Orochimaru implanted the curse mark to give Sasuke a taste of power, enticing him to come seeking more. The luminous screen continued its display. Naruto Uzumaki's figure sank deeper into the lake, having also felt the immense power behind Sasuke's punch. What overwhelming power! He's completely different from how he was not long ago. His mind replayed their earlier battle where their strengths had been nearly equal. The next moment Naruto burst to the surface, crouching on the water as he glared up at Sasuke. Seeing the look of obsession on Sasuke's face, Naruto surged forward, sprinting across the water with explosive force. Snap out of it! He raced toward the stone statue of Madara Uchiha and leaped upward just as Sasuke leapt down to meet him. They collided midair. Naruto threw a punch at Sasuke, who sidestepped it effortlessly, then spun and kicked Naruto in the head. Sasuke grabbed the pouch from the back of Naruto's pants before they separated. Blood trickled from his mouth as Naruto plunged back into the lake. I've been wide awake all along. Staring at the rippling surface where Naruto had disappeared, Sasuke spoke coldly. He had been the lost one before, ensnared by the illusion of Team 7 as a false home, nearly forgetting his hatred for Itachi Uchiha. I've awakened from that foolish dream of spending peaceful tomorrows with you and our comrades. Naruto, drenched and battered, lay sprawled on the rocks below, his eyes fixed unwaveringly on Sasuke above. That's why I left the village. Sasuke continued, and that's why I seek power. My dream holds no future. My dream is the past. It exists only in the past. A memory of Itachi carrying him on his back as a child flashed in his mind, but he knew it could never return. Their gazes locked. Naruto refused to give up. He drew a shuriken and charged at Sasuke, once more hurling it as he closed the distance. Sasuke leaped, evading the shuriken with ease, and retaliated by throwing a kunai at Naruto. The kunai flew straight at him. Naruto dove aside, narrowly dodging it, and scrambled behind a large rock for cover. Facing Naruto's hiding spot, Sasuke calmly drew two kunai. He leaped into the air and hurled them in quick succession. The blades collided mid-flight, altering their trajectory to arc over the rock and strike at Naruto from behind. As Sasuke landed, a cloud of dust burst from the rock. Naruto leapt out from behind it, but Sasuke had anticipated this. He flung several kunai attached to wire which sailed past Naruto and wrapped around the boulder behind him. With a sharp tug, the wire tightened, binding Naruto firmly to the rock, completely ensnared. Sasuke Uchiha is clearly far stronger than Naruto at this point. The power might come from that curse mark, but his skill is genuinely superior to Naruto's. With just a few exchanges, Naruto was already bound. Sasuke will probably leave him tied up here and go on his way. He's reckless, but I don't think he intends to kill Naruto at this moment. That may be true, but given how determined Naruto looks right now, I doubt he'll let Sasuke simply walk away to find Orochimaru. As the screen continued, Naruto, Uzumaki bound to a stone, shouted at Sasuke, Uchiha above him, Sasuke, are you serious? I told you I don't need a future with you. As he spoke to Naruto's astonishment, Sasuke formed the hand seals for the Dragon Fire technique. Fire-style Dragon Fire technique. In the next instant, flames surged along the wire towards Naruto, engulfing his position entirely. Wait, no, is Sasuke actually going for the kill? Probably not. Naruto sees Sasuke as a comrade, and they've spent time together. Plus, judging by what Sasuke said earlier about always keeping an eye on Naruto, he must know Naruto's strength. He understands this fire style won't kill him. It's just to show Naruto his resolve to make him give up on him, so he can go to Orochimaru. The screen continued. Sasuke watched the burning flames coldly. Suddenly, the fire surged back towards him, and Naruto burst through it, swinging a fist at him. Sasuke. The punch connected squarely with Sasuke's face. But to Naruto's surprise, Sasuke wasn't knocked away. Instead, he turned back, blood at the corner of his mouth. You bastard. Seeing this, Naruto threw another punch with his other hand, hitting the other side of Sasuke's face. But Sasuke remained as unmoved as before. What? Now it was Naruto's turn to freeze. Sasuke wasn't dodging, nor was he fighting back. What's wrong with this guy? Why? Punch after punch landed on Sasuke's face, yet he still refused to retaliate or even resist. Blood spat onto the ground. Naruto's fists were red from the impact. Apart from being pushed back 2 steps, Sasuke hadn't moved an inch. What's with Sasuke now? He was so ruthless before, but now he won't even fight back. What is Sasuke trying to do? I can't figure him out. The Uchiha clan is full of strange people. I think Naruto is confused too. He was prepared for Sasuke to counterattack with those first 2 punches, but after all those hits, Sasuke hasn't moved at all. Good thing Sasuke wasn't shown doing anything bad in the previous screens, or I'd be worried Naruto would beat that handsome face to a pulp. The screen continued. Damn it. More than Sasuke's attack, his utter indifference infuriated Naruto even more. As Naruto stopped, Sasuke's voice rang out again. Is this all you've got? Naruto was taken aback and looked at him. At this level, I don't even need that. What? Haven't you noticed yet? Sasuke slowly wiped the blood from his mouth. I haven't even used my Sharingan. Don't underestimate me. Humiliated, Naruto raised his fist and charged at Sasuke once more. This time Sasuke simply closed his eyes for a moment, and the next he effortlessly caught Naruto's fist. Naruto tried to pull his hand free, but Sasuke's grip was like iron. Not enough. Your strength is lacking. Your conviction is lacking. Sasuke reopened his eyes filled with contempt. You're too weak. Why are you so weak? Because it's not enough. Your hatred for me. It was the same contempt Itachi Uchiha had shown when he pinned him to the wall. So that's it. It was Itachi who did this to him. Sasuke has always seen Itachi as his enemy, and being humiliated like this by him. No wonder he's so desperate for power. It's to kill Itachi for revenge. Itachi not only slaughtered the Uchiha clan, but also humiliated Sasuke like this. So what was Sasuke thinking in the previous screens? He actually saw Itachi as the true Hokage. Is Sasuke humiliating Naruto to regain his pride after being humiliated by Itachi? I thought there was a reason he wasn't fighting back, but it was just to humiliate Naruto. Isn't Sasuke afraid that Naruto will seek power to get revenge on him, just like he did? Sasuke's goal is probably to make Naruto hate him. He said he hasn't used his Sharingan, so at this age he already has it. Without the Sharingan, there's already this big a gap. Imagine with it. What can Naruto do to stop Sasuke this time? Maybe Naruto can't stop him from going to Orochimaru, and for some other reason, he doesn't die there. In Konoha, that's Sasuke. Naruto was initially furious at seeing Sasuke humiliate him. But then he saw the memory of Itachi doing the same to Sasuke, and his anger subsided. If being humiliated by Sasuke could help him let go, then it was fine. But if he was doing this just to make Naruto give up on him, then Naruto would truly be angry. Itachi. Elsewhere, Sasuke clenched his fists tightly. He hadn't expected that he would be humiliated by Itachi like that in the screen. He also understood why his future self was so desperate. His current peaceful life would soon be shattered by Itachi, just like in the screen. I will kill you with my own hands, Itachi. Sasuke didn't care what his future self thought of Itachi. At this moment, his desire to kill Itachi was at its peak. He even considered going to Orochimaru for power, just like his future self. How ridiculous. Itachi slaughtered the Uchiha clan and humiliated his own brother like that, yet Sasuke thought Itachi was the one most worthy of being Hokages. Absolutely ridiculous, said the fourth Raikage. He couldn't understand why the Sasuke in the screen would think Itachi was the true Hokage. No matter how he looked at it, Itachi was a bastard. From Sasuke's own perspective, Itachi was even worse than an animal. No one could understand what the future Sasuke was thinking. In the Pure Land, this Itachi again. Taijima Uchiha glared at the screen with fury. He couldn't understand how his clan could produce someone like Itachi Uchiha. Not only did he destroy their clan, but he also humiliated his own younger brother. What was his goal? Taijima even suspected Itachi was an imposter posing as a human. The luminous screen continued to play. If you want to play this game of camaraderie with me. In the next instant, Sasuke Uchiha surged with power, sending Naruto Uzumaki flying. He followed through, leaping into the air to catch up with him, delivering several consecutive kicks to Naruto's abdomen. To obtain such power. As he spoke, a heavy stomp drove Naruto into the ground. Sasuke descended after him, a massive plume of smoke erupting upon impact. Sasuke vaulted out of the smoke and landed gracefully on his feet. Is impossible. With his back turned to Naruto, Sasuke tossed the bag he had taken from him onto the ground beside him. As the smoke cleared, Naruto lay sprawled within a deep crater. Yes, this is what I need, he said, turning his head to look at the fallen Naruto. I need hatred and power to catch up to that man. Gazing at the sky, fleeting memories of Itachi Uchiha flashed through his mind. As they faded, a complex expression, one of confusion or perhaps nostalgia, crossed Sasuke's face. Just then a sound caught his attention. Sasuke looked forward to see Naruto had already risen to his feet again, clutching the bag Sasuke had just thrown. You're the one who should be clear-headed by now, Sasuke said, his previous expression returning as he laid eyes on Naruto. Naruto hung the bag back on the back of his pants, patting off the dust. Sasuke continued speaking. Someone interfered back then. It won't happen this time. Let me show you. The true power of the Sharingan. As he finished speaking, the Tsutomu Sharingan slowly emerged in Sasuke's eyes. Is Sasuke Uchiha using his Sharingan now? Even without it, he could defeat Naruto easily. It's just that Naruto's resilience keeps bringing him back to his feet. Using the Sharingan suggests Sasuke might be getting serious. Do you think he's actually considering killing Naruto now? Naruto is no pushover either. Don't forget he's the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Even with the Tsutomu Sharingan, Sasuke couldn't kill him if he wanted to. This isn't the eye that could one-shot all nine-tailed beasts in an instant. Right, I almost forgot, Naruto is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. If Sasuke pushes him too far and Naruto loses control, Sasuke won't be able to walk away from that either. But who knows how much control Naruto has over the Nine-Tails right now. If the Nine-Tails power were to backfire on him, Sasuke might not even make it to Orochimaru. He could be in mortal danger himself. The luminous screen continued. Alright then, it's time for me to get serious too. Facing Sasuke with his Sharingan activated, Naruto showed no fear. You use your Sharingan to see clearly. This is my ninja way. Sasuke responded with a cold sneer, but Naruto didn't wait. He made the first move. Shadow Clone Jutsu. In an instant, dozens of clones materialized around Naruto. Unfazed, Sasuke charged straight at him. Just increasing your numbers won't beat me. With a punch, he destroyed one clone, with a kick another. Under his relentless assault, Naruto's shadow clones dwindled rapidly. Yet the clones couldn't even lay a finger on Sasuke, whose Sharingan was now active. Within moments, Sasuke had eliminated every shadow clone Naruto had summoned, and throughout it all he hadn't been struck a single time. The next second, Sasuke appeared beside Naruto in an instant, placing a hand on his shoulder while grabbing his wrist with the other. With my Sharingan, I can see through to the real you instantly. I was just playing along. I won't hold back anymore. With that, Sasuke released Naruto's wrist, and before Naruto could react, drove a fist into his chin. He sent Naruto flying into the air, spun around, and kicked him away, then began forming hand signs. Fire-style Great Fireball Jutsu. A colossal fireball erupted from Sasuke's mouth, reaching Naruto in an instant. When the flames dissipated, only scorched trees remained before Sasuke. He glanced to the side. I didn't think it would come to this, but is this really all you've got? The screen shifted to the side. Sasuke couldn't see Naruto was crouched behind some bushes, panting heavily. Sasuke's voice continued. At this level, you still have the nerve to boast about your ninja way, eh? Hearing this, Naruto wiped his mouth, stood up, and stepped out from the bushes. Sasuke turned at the sound of footsteps. You still think I'm playing some sort of camaraderie game with you? If you do, then you're truly an irredeemable fool. With that, Sasuke charged straight at Naruto. Stop dawdling. A single punch sent Naruto flying. Using the momentum, Naruto landed on a tree trunk behind him and leaped forward. Sasuke was on him instantly with another punch, but this time Naruto was ready, raising his arm to block. Show me your real strength, you most unpredictable of ninja. Sasuke threw punch after punch at Naruto, who dodged swiftly until he could dodge no more. He raised both arms to shield himself from the relentless barrage. This time Sasuke Uchiha is definitely not holding back. That great fireball jutsu just now. If Naruto hadn't dodged it, he could have been seriously hurt. Looking at the earth-shattering battle we saw on the screen earlier, and now seeing this, it's hard to imagine these two will become so incredibly powerful in the future. These two kids reached such terrifying heights in just a few years. How on earth did they manage that? But Naruto is too straightforward for his own good. Sasuke hadn't even spotted him, and just a few taunts were enough to make him walk right out into the open. The scene on the screen continues. Sasuke Uchiha turned and kicked Naruto Uzumaki away, sending him flying, then dove down quickly, catching up and landing a punch to Naruto's abdomen. Naruto Uzumaki winced in pain, blood spraying from his mouth as he was knocked into the lake once again by Sasuke Uchiha. Naruto's body sank rapidly downward. He struggled to swim back up, but the force of Sasuke's blow left him unable to right himself. No matter what darkness lies ahead, I will press forward. No matter what happens, I will gain power. Watching the spot where Naruto had sunk into the lake, Sasuke's resolve hardened even further. The moment he chose to strike at Naruto, there was no turning back. A memory surfaced again. Brother, in order to kill you, no matter what darkness lies ahead, I will press forward. No matter what happens, I will gain power. From this day forth, I am an avenger. These were the words he had once spoken, and he would surely see them through. Sasuke is now engulfed in darkness. Naruto beneath the lake could sense Sasuke steadily walking deeper into that darkness. If I stop here, I'll never catch up to Sasuke. Naruto's gaze turned resolute once more, and sheer willpower drove him to break through the water's surface again. Seeing Naruto reappear, Sasuke was visibly taken aback. He had believed that after going this far, Naruto would have given up. He had even deactivated his Sharingan. Niji, just as you said, that guy is now lost in darkness. Naruto stared up at Sasuke with unwavering determination. So he's actually serious. Damn it. Naruto wiped the corner of his mouth with his hand, his gaze locked onto Sasuke. Seeing Naruto like this, Sasuke slowly closed his eyes. Am I no longer a comrade to you? Naruto demanded. Huh. Sasuke already did all that. And Naruto is still saying that. Isn't Sasuke's intent clear enough? He's trying to kill you, Naruto. Sasuke has said it and acted on it. Naruto should know this full well. Perhaps Naruto still believes he can talk Sasuke back with his words. Perhaps Naruto realizes that without the power of the Nine Tails, he cannot defeat Sasuke, and shaking Sasuke's resolve with words offers a sliver of hope. But would Sasuke in such a state even waver? The scene on the screen continues. Did everything we did as Team 7, all of it, mean nothing? No. Hearing Naruto's words, Sasuke uttered a single word of denial. No matter what happens, I must gain power. The vow he had once made surfaced again in his mind. It's not meaningless, Sasuke continued. To me, you are my best friend. As Sasuke opened his eyes once more, the Sharingan flickered back to life. Naruto is your best friend. Then why not trust him just once? Calling him your best friend while reactivating your Sharingan ready for battle. What exactly are you planning? I believe Sasuke truly regards Naruto as his best friend. But he's set on avenging Itachi, plunging himself into endless darkness. What he did to Naruto was to make Naruto give up on him completely, so his best friend wouldn't follow him into that abyss. But must Itachi be killed by his own hands? Couldn't he let Naruto and everyone help? No. Unless Sasuke kills Itachi himself, it would all be meaningless. Put yourself in Sasuke's shoes, considering what Itachi did, and you'd understand just how deep his hatred for Itachi runs. Sigh. In the end, Itachi and Sasuke were still brothers. But it was that very brother Itachi who destroyed Sasuke's family and home, erasing the happiness he once had, from having everything to losing it all. In the Pure Land, Kushina Uzumaki murmured, why has it come to this? Both of them clearly regarded each other as their best friend, yet they kept fighting, hurting each other now, and would clash again in the future. What was the reason? Was it truly because of Itachi? If what Sasuke had said earlier on the screen was true, then Itachi too was a victim, as were Sasuke and Naruto. Then whose fault was it? Whose problem was it? Kushina had a vague feeling that a true mastermind behind all this had yet to surface. The screen continues. Best friend. Naruto murmured the word, surprised that Sasuke hadn't denied them. The next moment he clenched his fists. Then why? Precisely because of that, Sasuke continued. You are worthy of being struck down by me. What kind of logic is that? Because you're my best friend, you're worth defeating. I can't wrap my head around that, no matter how hard I think. What exactly is going through Sasuke's mind? He regards Naruto as a friend, yet wants to defeat him. Is he planning to test his current strength on Naruto because he considers him a friend? If that's the case, being Sasuke's friend is a dangerous thing indeed. What does Sasuke truly want? If he really wants to fall into darkness alone, why say all this? Could it be he wants Naruto to defeat him and stop him? Right? If he truly wanted to go to Orochimaru, he could have just left. Why insist on defeating Naruto first? Even if Naruto tried to stop him, he knocked Naruto into the lake several times already. With his speed, he could have simply fled while Naruto was in the water without waiting around. Exactly. If he truly wanted Naruto to give up on him, Sasuke shouldn't have said Naruto was his best friend. In this state, who knows what Sasuke will become once he kills Itachi and loses his purpose. I think after Itachi dies, and before what was shown on the screen earlier, Sasuke might go crazy for a while. Then something snaps him out of it, and finally, after another battle with Naruto at the Valley of the End, he fully returns to his senses. The luminous display continued. Though I don't fully grasp it, I understand you truly seek a life or death battle with me. Sasuke. In the next moment, they charged at each other and another round of combat began. As I said before, you've been waiting for this moment too, haven't you? Standing opposite him, Uchiha Sasuke spoke. Now that Kakashi and Sakura are absent, no one will interfere with us like before. You bastard. Enraged by Sasuke's words, Uzumaki Naruto channeled his power into his fists. Yet Sasuke, instead of meeting him head-on, deftly dodged to the side and swiped a kunai from Naruto's pouch. This time it's a true showdown. I will defeat you. As Sasuke plummeted downward, he hurled the stolen kunai at Naruto. In response, Naruto threw a kunai of his own. The two blades clashed mid-air, canceling each other out. They exchanged positions once more in the sky, Naruto descending below, Sasuke ascending above. Chidori. Seizing the distant, Sasuke, no longer holding back, began to gather his Chidori, intending to end the fight with a single blow. Idiot, I'll beat you senseless too, even if I have to drag you back by force. Seeing Sasuke charging his Chidori, Naruto immediately began forming hand seals. Shadow Clone Jutsu. As Naruto completed his seal, Sasuke's Chidori was fully charged, and he lunged toward Naruto's position. Rasengan. The Shadow Clone Naruto had created swiftly helped him form a Rasengan. As Sasuke closed in, the clone hurled Naruto directly toward him. In the next instant, their attacks collided. The water around them erupted violently from the sheer force of the impact. Another clash between Rasengan and Chidori. Compared to the ones in the earlier projection, these are far weaker. But that's expected. They're nowhere near their future power levels. In the previous projection, they each lost an arm to their attacks. I wonder how severe the injuries will be this time. In the Pure Land, Uzumaki Kushina was proud that Naruto could use the Rasengan at such a young age, but her heart was heavy with worry for both Naruto and Sasuke. They clearly consider each other their best friends, yet they've come to this. And this won't be the last time. The luminous display continued. Sasuke's earlier words echoed in Naruto's mind. It's not meaningless. To me, you are my best friend. That Sasuke actually said it out loud, to me. So I'll use the Rasengan to confirm it. As they both poured more power into their attacks, the resulting explosion sent them flying in opposite directions. Naruto crashed into the water once again. Seconds later, Sasuke surfaced, first gasping for air as he knelt on the water's surface. Damn it. To think he could withstand a full-powered Chidori to this extent. That technique. He recalled how Naruto used to be inferior to him in everything, and now Naruto had surpassed him. From that dead last. In the next moment, Naruto emerged from the water. Naruto. Seeing Naruto, Sasuke remembered what Kakashi had told him. He could only use the Chidori twice consecutively. Exceeding that would deplete his chakra and could even cost him his life. Damn it, I can't waste my strength. If we just clash like before, it's meaningless. Sasuke pondered, and Naruto was thinking the same. I'm now certain. You're real. Slowly turning his head towards Sasuke, Naruto's face was etched with pain. In the next moment, he rose to his feet. You truly want to kill me, Sasuke? It seems their Rasengan and Chidori aren't that powerful yet, as they still have the energy to continue fighting. So Kakashi did teach Sasuke the Chidori. However, with Sasuke's chakra reserves, he can only use it twice, and he's already used it once. It's unclear how much chakra Naruto has without relying on the tailed beast, but if he can withstand one more Chidori from Sasuke, victory will be his. Looking at their conditions, Naruto is clearly in much better shape than Sasuke. Naruto isn't even out of breath while Sasuke is panting heavily. It appears Naruto's chakra reserves far exceed Sasuke's. The luminous screen continued its display. By using swift strikes and jutsu to create an opening, I can then attack with Chidori. Uchiha Sasuke thought rapidly. Compared to Uzumaki Naruto, his greatest advantages were his speed and Sharingan. By leveraging these two aspects, he might be able to create a flaw in Naruto's defense and take him out in a single blow. His chakra reserves simply would not permit a prolonged battle. In the next instant, the curse seal at the nape of Sasuke's neck activated once more, unleashing countless black markings that spread across his entire face from that single point. Feeling the surge of power from the seal, Sasuke was overwhelmed with excitement. You know, Naruto, if two ninja are of the highest caliber, a single exchange is enough to see into each other's hearts, even without a word spoken. You are still too naive, Naruto. Seeing that Naruto remained silent, Sasuke continued. Well, have you truly managed to see into my heart? Into the very depths of my being? The last words were practically shouted by Sasuke, who then began forming hand signs with blinding speed. Fire-style fireball jutsu. In the next moment, a barrage of fireballs erupted from Sasuke's mouth, hurtling towards Naruto. Naruto immediately leaped from the water's surface to evade the fireballs, but while he was airborne, Sasuke appeared beside him in an instant and kicked him down with brutal force. The scene focused on their faces. Naruto's was contorted in pain while Sasuke's was alight with fierce excitement. These two are in completely different states of mind right now. Using Orochimaru's power is making Sasuke more and more frenzied. If this continues, he might be beyond reasoning with. Naruto seems to have lost his will to fight after realizing Sasuke truly intends to kill him. At this rate, he's only heading for defeat. Sasuke's advantages lie in his Sharingan and superior speed, while Naruto's is his vast chakra reserves. In a quick skirmish, Sasuke would likely win. In a drawn-out battle, the advantage would shift to Naruto. But given Naruto's current state, he'll probably fall to Sasuke soon. As Naruto was sent flying by Sasuke's blow, an image of Sasuke surfaced in his mind. Yet it was not the Sasuke of now, but the Sasuke of old, a solitary, lonely figure. Sasuke, I know you've always been alone. When I first realized there was someone else like me, it made me feel relieved and happy. Honestly, I really wanted to talk to you right away back then, but I just couldn't bring myself to do it. You were good at everything, and everyone always looked up to you. Naruto struggled back to his feet. Sasuke closed in rapidly from behind, and as Naruto turned, a powerful punch slammed into his abdomen. The blow was agonizing, yet Naruto gritted his teeth and locked his eyes on Sasuke, his inner thoughts continuing to flow. We are so different, you and I. It made me feel so frustrated, so I saw you as my rival. I didn't want to lose to you. Being called a dead last only made me feel that way even more. After we became members of Team 7 together, things remained the same time and time again. I was so busy trying to act tough that I couldn't voice what was truly in my heart. The truth is, I really wanted to become someone like you. You were someone I admired. And so, back then I was truly happy because those were the first words that proved you acknowledged me. But you and I, we both knew we didn't want to fight each other. From that moment on, even though we never said it out loud, we were already friends. The scene shifted back. Naruto was now hoisted into the air by the collar held firmly in Sasuke's single hand, while the other hand crackled with the concentrated power of Chidori. Is Naruto truly not going to fight back at all? Sasuke's final Chidori is fully charged. So what will the ultimate outcome be? I never imagined Naruto's heart held such feelings that he was always chasing after Sasuke's shadow. But didn't Sasuke say earlier in the light screen that he was also chasing after Naruto's shadow all along? So who is really chasing after whom? Why do I feel like they're both being so dense? This could have been resolved with a single conversation, yet it's escalated to such a critical point. Naruto's actions are a bit hard to understand, but I can relate to Sasuke somewhat. He wants to avenge Itachi. But back then the gap in their power was immense. Sasuke had to bear that darkness to have any chance of killing Itachi. So even if he wanted to be friends with Naruto, he couldn't bring himself to say it. Elsewhere back in Konoha, both Sasuke and Naruto were utterly bewildered by the revelations on the screen. Naruto felt deeply embarrassed. What the screen had shown was indeed true. When he discovered that Sasuke was just like him, he was genuinely overjoyed because it meant there was someone similar to him. However, his assumption had been wrong. He had been alone since birth, whereas Sasuke had only recently been thrust into that state of loneliness. He had started with nothing from the very beginning, but Sasuke had gone from having everything to having nothing. Only those who have experienced such a fall can truly comprehend that kind of pain. Naruto resolved to apologize to Sasuke for his misconception the next time they met. Sasuke, however, paid no mind to Naruto's initial thought. What struck him was the realization that the seemingly foolish Naruto had always wanted to be his friend. And wasn't that what he had wanted all along as well? Naruto's lonely figure had also drawn him in, making him want to get closer. But he was afraid that having a friend would create attachments. He was afraid he would lose his resolve to avenge Itachi, and also terrified that Itachi might harm those close to him again. Thus, he dared not form deep bonds with anyone. Even now, it was still the same. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Haruno Sakura looked at the two on the screen with a mix of frustration and disbelief. Are these two complete idiots? They both clearly want to be friends with each other. Why can't either of them just say it? Everything would be fine if they just spoke up. Of course, had she not seen through the earlier light screen that both would be okay in the future, she would have been far more worried about them. The luminous screen continues to unfold. It's not meaningless. To me, you are my best friend. But you truly want to defeat me. I can no longer distinguish truth from falsehood in your words. Believing you are my friend might merely be my own wishful thinking. In the next instant, Naruto Uzumaki's fingernails elongated and crimson chakra surged from his body. Sasuke Uchiha faltered for a moment, then regained his composure. It's too late now, Naruto. In the next second, Sasuke's Chidori pierced straight through Naruto, accompanied by the sound of flesh being torn and the crackling of lightning. Blood scattered across the lake's surface. Blood trickled from Naruto's mouth, yet he clenched his jaw tightly, his teeth also beginning to lengthen. If this is how it ends, then am I not too pathetic? Sasuke, but there's no other way. Even though I don't know why, I don't want you. I don't want you to be taken away by that bastard Orochimaru. The screen shifts back, showing Naruto impaled by Sasuke's Chidori. Seeing Naruto go limp, Sasuke withdrew his cursed seal. You managed to block with your left arm, but it's meaningless now. With that, Sasuke pulled his hand free from Naruto's body, dispelling the Chidori. You can no longer form hand signs or use any of your jutsu. He then seized Naruto by the throat, intending to strangle him then and there. It's over. At that very moment, the lake beneath them began to churn violently. Crimson chakra surged from Naruto's body. He grabbed the hand that sought to choke him and hurled Sasuke away with tremendous force. This chakra. Could it be? Is this the Nine-Tails chakra? As expected, Naruto at this stage hasn't mastered the Nine-Tails chakra at all. He can't even control it now. It feels like Naruto might lose control. Sasuke has really messed up this time. Facing the Nine-Tails chakra, now what will he do? Run or keep fighting? The chakra has already enveloped Naruto's entire body. Even if Sasuke wanted to flee, it's too late. And given his personality, he wouldn't choose to run anyway. Then the upcoming battle should be even more interesting. Outside, Konoha Orochimaru watched the scene on the luminous screen and curled a smirk at the corner of his mouth. Sasuke, let me see what you plan to do. As a bearer of the cursed seal, he understood its power better than anyone. The cursed seal's power Sasuke unleashed on the screen was only a fraction of its true potential. If Sasuke were willing to release its full might, he could stand a chance against Naruto in that form. The Nine-Tails power is undoubtedly formidable. The earlier battle on the screen was proof enough. But at Naruto's age, how much of it could he truly unleash? So Sasuke, let me witness your true resolve. Inside the Reaper's belly, Minato Namikaze furrowed his brow slightly. Though the Nine-Tails chakra radiating from Naruto on the screen was minimal, perhaps less than 1% of the beast's full power, it was still more than Naruto could bear. If left unchecked, the consequences would be dire. Yet even so, this was still far from enough to break the Nine-Tails seal. He would only have one chance to appear, and rather than relying on others for help, Minato hoped Naruto could learn to suppress the Nine-Tails power on his own. The luminous screen continues. What is this crimson chakra? Sasuke Uchiha gripped his wrist, the one Naruto had just grabbed, and stared intently at his opponent. He couldn't understand it. He had pierced Naruto's shoulder with Chidori. Naruto should have lost the ability to fight. He couldn't fathom where Naruto had suddenly found this power. Where did this power come from? Meanwhile, a final recollection flashed through Naruto's mind. In the next moment, the water around them surged upward, and with a metallic ring, fear crept into Sasuke's eyes. From Sasuke's perspective, he saw a colossal, monstrous figure looming behind Naruto. What is that? Sasuke stared in disbelief. This was completely beyond anything he had anticipated. In the next instant, the wound Naruto had sustained from Chidori healed instantaneously. The wound on his shoulder just healed itself? Impossible. Sasuke couldn't believe it. He couldn't comprehend why Naruto possessed such power, a power far greater than his cursed seal. Naruto slowly lifted his head to look at him. When the screen focused on his face, Sasuke was even more astounded. Naruto was a completely different person now, blood-red eyes, a savage expression like a wild beast ready to tear him apart at any moment. Sasuke, I will never hand you over to someone like Orochimaru. Even if I have to break every bone in your arms and legs, I will stop you. Is this really Naruto? What is this overwhelming pressure? Sasuke stared in shock. And what was that chakra just now? Is this guy a monster? What are you? Sasuke demanded. A friend. That was Naruto's answer. Though the crimson chakra had receded, Naruto's eyes had transformed into monstrous vertical slits. That's why I said I won't hand you over to that bastard Orochimaru. Even if I have to break your arms and legs, I will stop you. With that, Naruto threw a punch toward Sasuke. The sheer force split the water's surface, sending Sasuke staggering backward. Naruto then charged forward, landing a blow to Sasuke's abdomen, followed by a relentless flurry of punches. Finally, a kick to Sasuke's chin sent him flying, skipping across the water's surface before he barely managed to regain his footing. The moment Sasuke lifted his head, Naruto was already above him, both hands clasped together and slamming down with immense force, driving Sasuke straight into the water. Ayoth! After smashing Sasuke beneath the surface, Naruto roared at the sky in anguish. Naruto looks like he's in so much pain in this state too. After all, he hasn't mastered the Nine-Tails power yet. Forcibly drawing on it would naturally take a heavy toll on him. The Nine-Tails power is truly remarkable. In an instant, it healed the wound Chidori had pierced through Naruto. Chidori was Sasuke's strongest technique at the time, wasn't it? If that's the case, then facing a Naruto who has tapped into tailed beast power, Sasuke doesn't stand a chance. Do you think Naruto's words about breaking Sasuke's bones, was that his own idea, or was he being influenced by the Nine-Tails chakra? Hard to say, but one thing's for sure. Naruto genuinely doesn't want Sasuke to go to Orochimaru. Before it was Naruto getting beaten into the water by Sasuke. Now it's Sasuke getting knocked down by Naruto. How the tables have turned. Sasuke has already used Chidori twice. Based on what we've seen, he can't use it a third time unless he doesn't care about dying. If that's the case, this battle is already over. Naruto has won. Do you think Naruto will actually break Sasuke's bones to drag him back, and then find some way to fix them later? The luminous screen continued its display. At that moment, the water's surface churned and Sasuke Uchiha burst forth, leaping out. However, he did not launch an attack at Naruto Uzumaki. Instead, he sprinted away from him. He did not yet understand Naruto's current state, and after using Chidori twice, his chakra was nearly depleted. He planned to observe Naruto more closely before making his move. Retreat was never an option for him, especially not against Naruto Uzumaki. Upon seeing Sasuke emerge, Naruto used a body flicker technique to give chase. His speed was superior to Sasuke's, and he closed the distance within seconds. Leaping into the air, Naruto brought his foot down in a powerful kick that struck Sasuke, forcing him back a few steps. Naruto pressed his advantage, continuing his relentless assault. Sasuke was now purely on the defensive, but the disparity in their states made it nearly impossible to block the attacks effectively. 2 consecutive kicks sent him sprawling onto the water's surface. Naruto executed a backflip, landing on the wall behind him, then launched himself forward with a mighty leap, his foot aimed directly at Sasuke. Facing Naruto's aerial assault, Sasuke quickly weaved hand signs. Fire-style fireball jutsu. The fireball hurtled toward Naruto, who didn't even attempt to dodge. He charged straight through it, causing a massive shockwave that rippled across the water. Naruto emerged from the flames and delivered another crushing stomp, driving Sasuke back beneath the lake's surface. Underwater, Sasuke held his breath, intending to swim upward. But Naruto slammed into him from behind, flipping him over, then struck again from below, sending him tumbling. The 2 impacts sent Sasuke spinning several times beneath the water. Regaining his bearings, he surged upward. The moment he broke the surface, Naruto was already above him, fist descending. Sasuke desperately raised his arms to block, but the force was overwhelming. The punch sent him spiraling through the air. Naruto seized Sasuke's legs, spun him rapidly, and hurled him with tremendous force. This time Sasuke didn't crash into the water. He was smashed violently into the wall. Naruto appeared before him, grabbing Sasuke by the collar. "You should just snap out of it already. If you refuse to wake up, I'll beat you until you can't move and drag you back myself, Sasuke." Hasn't he already been beaten up? I wonder what Sasuke Uchiha is thinking now. Suddenly I feel a bit sorry for Sasuke Uchiha. It's truly brutal being beaten like that. Naruto was probably holding back. After that whole barrage, Sasuke was still able to move. If he'd used a Rasengan like Sasuke used Chidori to pierce his shoulder, Sasuke would be half dead right now. Could it be that Naruto still intends to talk Sasuke into coming back? In this situation, what would happen if Naruto grabbed Sasuke and brought him back to Konoha right now? I don't think that would work. If Sasuke isn't convinced, even if they drag him back, he'd just run away again and go looking for Orochimaru, wouldn't he? They can't exactly keep Sasuke locked up in Konoha forever, can they? The luminous screen resumed. "You're so annoying." Sasuke showed no fear in the face of Naruto's threat. "What do you know about me? You've never had anyone like a brother. What can you, who has always been alone, possibly understand about me? It's because you have bonds that you feel pain. How could you possibly know what it's like to lose that?" Sasuke roared, grabbing Naruto's hand on his collar and shoving him back, sending them both careening away. They tumbled across the wall, and Naruto's ninja tools spilled from his backpack, triggering a series of explosions in midair. They both fell, landing separately on drifting logs. Naruto didn't attack again, instead lowering his head and murmuring, "True father-son bonds, brotherly bonds. I truly don't understand them." But a memory of eating ramen with Iruka surfaced in his mind. "When I think of being with Iruka-sensei, I think, so this is what it feels like to have a father. And when I'm with you, I think, so this is what it feels like to have a brother." Naruto has calmed down as well. It seems Sasuke's words really struck a chord with him. Iruka gave Naruto the feeling of a father, and Sasuke gave him the feeling of a brother. Looks like Naruto's life isn't entirely a mess after all. Who is this Iruka guy? I've never heard of him. But from Naruto's memories, everyone in Konoha ostracized him. This Iruka didn't, and he even gave Naruto a feeling of fatherhood. He seems like a good man. I just wonder about his strength. In the Pure Land, Kushina Uzumaki spoke, looking at the screen. "A feeling of a father. Iruka, thank you." Although she didn't know who Iruka was, she understood that he had cared for her son, who had grown up without parents. If she ever had the chance, she would like to thank him in person. But she knew it was impossible. For someone like her already dead, even seeing Naruto's face was a luxury. However, Minato Namikaze, trapped within the Shinigami's belly, knew who Iruka was. The chakra he had left inside Naruto had allowed him to watch over his son's growth. And Iruka had been looking after Naruto all this time. Compared to him, an absentee father, Iruka was more like a true father to Naruto. In Konoha, the screen's mention of Iruka echoed with the memories in Naruto's mind. He realized that he had perhaps unconsciously begun to see Iruka as a father figure. But what was a father supposed to do? Naruto didn't know. He had never met his own father, and seeing others with theirs always filled him with envy. Naruto decided that he would go find Iruka-sensei and have ramen with him later. Meanwhile, Iruka felt a sense of shame. From the previous screens, he had learned that Naruto was the son of the 4th Hokage, and yet Naruto looked up to him as a father. With his meager strength, how could he ever compare to the esteemed Hokage? Minato Namikaze had sacrificed his life to protect Konoha. What had Iruka ever done? He had only looked after Naruto. Iruka felt that his small deeds were not enough to earn the right to be considered Naruto's father. The luminous screen continued its display. "Why, Naruto?" Sasuke Uchiha demanded. "Why do you have to go this far for me? Because you are the bond one fought so hard to create. Naruto Uzumaki's voice was soft, yet carried immense weight. That's why I have to stop you. Sasuke Uchiha slowly closed his eyes, then reached into his pocket and retrieved his forehead protector, fastening it around his head. It's too late, Naruto. In the past, perhaps he would have truly returned with Naruto Uzumaki, but now it was too late. He had already used the power of Orochimaru's curse seal, a power that showed him the hope of vengeance. Moreover, he had genuinely intended to kill Naruto moments ago. How could someone who had harmed his own comrade ever be worthy of being Naruto's friend? He could no longer turn back. It's already too late. I can't go back anymore. In the next instant, Sasuke exerted force, shattering the floating log beneath him into several pieces. He grabbed a fragment and hurled it towards Naruto Uzumaki. The wooden shard struck the log Naruto was standing on, instantly obliterating it, causing Naruto to fall onto the lake's surface. And Sasuke Uchiha's eyes began to change. His 2-tomo Sharingan slowly transformed into 3-tomo. This is bad. Sasuke Uchiha's Sharingan evolved into 3-tomo. Evolving mid-battle? Why? I recall that the Uchiha clan only evolves under intense emotion. Sasuke speaks so calmly, but his emotions right now are higher than ever before. A 3-tomo Sharingan. This doesn't bode well. I wonder how much of a boost this gives Sasuke Uchiha. The 3-tomo Sharingan does enhance Sasuke's strength, but he's already used Chidori twice and a fire-style jutsu once. By all logic, his chakra should be nearly depleted. Naruto, on the other hand, has access to the Nine-Tails chakra. Unless the Sharingan's evolution replenished his chakra, I don't think Sasuke can win. Right, absorbing chakra is a Rinnegan ability. Sasuke only has the Sharingan now. Even evolved to 3-tomo without enough chakra, how can he deal with Naruto? I think Sasuke still has a trump card we don't know about. Otherwise, why would he put on the forehead protector? He said he can't turn back, yet he wears the symbol of Konoha. He intends to settle this with Naruto as a leaf ninja. If it's as you say, this would be suicide. I doubt Sasuke is that foolish. He still has to avenge Itachi. Or maybe the 3-tomo Sharingan gave him such a significant boost that he believes it's enough to defeat Naruto. The luminous screen continued. Come on, Naruto. Sasuke Uchiha shouted immediately, assuming a combat stance. Then I'll have to sever this bond with my own hands. Sever it. Naruto murmured, eyes closed, repeating Sasuke's words. Then he slowly opened his eyes and demanded, then why did you put on the forehead protector now? Because I acknowledge you. You are strong, Sasuke Uchiha replied. We are both people who understand loneliness and pain. And this pain is what makes one strong. By severing this bond, I will gain even greater power. From this moment on, I'll fight you as an equal. Sasuke's words were simple. By severing the bond with Naruto and enduring that pain, he gained greater power, as evidenced by the 3-tomo Sharingan. To gain more power to avenge Itachi, he must completely sever this bond, and he would do so with this identity. But you won't even be able to touch a single hair on my forehead. That will never change. Sasuke was arrogant. The power of the 3-tomo Sharingan made him believe he was stronger than Naruto, now even if Naruto used that strange power. Looks like words are useless now. Naruto finally understood. There was no point in talking anymore. He didn't regret not breaking Sasuke's bones earlier. It wasn't too late to do it now. Sasuke, enough talk. From here on, it's a fight to the death. Come. With that, Naruto Uzumaki charged at Sasuke Uchiha with incredible speed. Sasuke kicked up a wooden stick from the water and hurled it at Naruto. The stick ignited and burned away, but Naruto's fist was already in front of him. I can see it. With his 3-tomo Sharingan active, Sasuke saw through Naruto's movements. He raised his hand, caught Naruto's fist, and used the momentum to fling him backward. Naruto landed and immediately kicked at Sasuke again. Sasuke dodged the attack and landed a punch to Naruto's head. However, faster reactions didn't mean stronger power. That punch had little effect on Naruto, who continued his relentless assault. And just as Sasuke had said, Naruto couldn't even touch him. Sasuke evaded Naruto's attacks, leaped onto a wall, and assumed a fighting stance once more. Naruto immediately gave chase. The movements I couldn't catch before. I can see them now. Naruto's fast-moving figure became clearer and clearer in Sasuke's eyes. I can see it. In the next instant, Naruto appeared before him, and they clashed again. Sasuke effortlessly dodged Naruto's attacks and kicked him flying. As he hit the ground, Naruto went clutching the spot Sasuke had kicked. He didn't understand why Sasuke's speed seemed so different. His speed hadn't increased, yet he could now react to his attacks and even counter in the gaps. Sasuke's movements. They're completely different from before. Sasuke, meanwhile, assumed his combat stance again. But it doesn't matter. I can't lose. Damn it. With that thought, Naruto charged at Sasuke again, even faster than before. On Sasuke's side, the curse seal on his neck activated once more. Is his body already getting used to the cursed seal's influence? Ahead, Naruto was rushing towards him at extreme speed, leaving no afterimage, only a trail of dust. When he moves, he applies subtle force throughout his body, which clearly reveals his next action. In the next instant, Naruto appeared in front of him and attacked. Sasuke as before easily dodged and landed several punches, sending Naruto flying once more. So this is the boost the 3-Tomo Sharingan gives Sasuke. He couldn't react to Naruto's attacks before, but now he handles them easily, even injuring Naruto. Sasuke's speed is clearly no match for Naruto's, but he gains the upper hand through the 3-Tomo Sharingan's perception. As long as he has the chakra to maintain it, Sasuke can defeat Naruto. Naruto has the advantage in speed, power, and chakra, but he can't break through Sasuke's defense. This Sharingan is truly formidable. Doesn't Naruto know shadow clones? Since he has a chakra advantage, why doesn't he just use them to attack Sasuke? With shadow clones, maybe Naruto could land a hit on Sasuke. As the scene continued on the screen, he thought, with these eyes I can conserve chakra, without wasting it since the cursed seal drains too much power. After sending Naruto, Uzumaki flying Sasuke Uchiha resumed his combat stance, intending to leverage the advantage of his 3-Tomo Sharingan to build up a chakra edge. If I can see this clearly, I'll read Naruto's movements first, then strike at the perfect moment. While Sasuke was strategizing, Naruto got back on his feet and charged at him once more. Sasuke rushed forward as well, and with the superiority of his 3-Tomo Sharingan, he drove a punch straight into Naruto's face. The fist collided with Naruto's cheek with a dull thud, sending him crashing beneath the water's surface. Damn it, he's reading every move I make. As he sank toward the lake bed, Naruto racked his brain for a strategy. Even though his chakra reserves and raw strength surpassed Sasuke's, none of it mattered if he couldn't land a single hit. Sasuke then stood at the spot where Naruto had gone under, closing his eyes and pressing his hands together to sense his opponent's location. He knew Naruto wouldn't be taken down that easily. Bubbles rose to the surface, and as Sasuke's eyes snapped open, several geysers of water erupted around him. Dozens of Naruto's shadow clones burst forth from below, all lunging at him simultaneously. Yet with the 3-Tomo Sharingan's keen perception, none of these shadow clones could lay a finger on Sasuke. Naruto took down one clone with a single kick, but they seemed endless. No sooner had Sasuke disposed of a few than another dozen surged from the water to attack him. Sasuke swiftly parried and eliminated the clones, but the next moment he froze. He looked down and found his ankle seized by Naruto's hand from beneath the water. A chain of Naruto's clones formed a long rope, yanking Sasuke skyward before slamming him heavily onto the shore, kicking up a plume of smoke. That's the way. Now Naruto's chakra can completely overwhelm Sasuke's. By using a swarm of shadow clones to bait his reactions, he can strike through the Sharingan's blind spots and win. Sasuke's 3-Tomo Sharingan is formidable, but unfortunately, he can't see above, below, or behind him. His sensory abilities aren't sharp enough to detect Naruto lurking underneath. Still, I have to marvel at Naruto's monstrous chakra. He can create this many clones and even stack them into a long dragon. I just wonder how much damage that attack did to Sasuke. The screen continued. Sasuke's voice rang out from the smoke. Fire-style dragon fire technique. In the next instant, fierce flames erupted from the smoke. Like a fiery dragon, they raced down the chain of Naruto's clones, crashing into the water and generating a massive cloud of steam as the area was engulfed in a sea of fire. The view shifted back to Sasuke, who was propped up on one arm, staring in utter shock at Naruto, lying prone before him. The flames on Naruto's body gradually receded, and to Sasuke's astonishment, he lifted his head to look at him. Sasuke couldn't process that this was the real Naruto, not a shadow clone. Sasuke. Naruto uttered his name, and only then did Sasuke realize what Naruto had been planning all along. Too late, Naruto. It's already too late, Naruto. In a flash, Sasuke grabbed Naruto by the collar, hoisted him up, and hurled him off the cliff. He leaped after him, caught Naruto's legs midair, and clamped his own legs around Naruto's neck, driving him hard into the ground. The impact was devastating. Naruto went limp as if all life had left him. He slowly rolled onto the lake's surface and drifted away into the distance. On the shore, Sasuke was panting heavily, his body and chakra reserves drained by the fierce battle and that last fire technique. Is it over? Did Sasuke win? I never expected Naruto's real body to be at the very front. I thought they were all clones, and the real one was still hidden underwater. That caught me off guard. Judging by Sasuke's initial expression, he didn't see it coming either. That fire technique was meant to wipe out all the clones, but the first one he hit was the real Naruto. And Naruto thought Sasuke was low on chakra, but he just couldn't use Chidori anymore. He could still use other jutsu. Naruto was fooled by Sasuke relying only on taijutsu earlier. Does Naruto still have a chance to win? He's got the nine tails inside him. Probably not. He's already unconscious. The screen continued. The scene returned to Naruto floating motionless on the water as if dead. But then a flash of golden light and Naruto suddenly appeared somewhere else entirely. Massive pillars stood around him, and a pair of enormous eyes loomed in the darkness, gazing down at Naruto as he floated on the water. "You're weak, kid," a low rumbling voice spoke. It was the Nine Tails. "You should be thanking me and that fourth Hokage who sealed me inside you." At the mention of the fourth Hokage, rage blazed in the Nine Tails' eyes. Is that the Nine Tails? The Nine Tails actually stepped in. The Nine Tails? What did it do? Why does it want Naruto to thank it? Is the Nine Tails planning to help Naruto beat Sasuke? But from the looks of them, the Nine Tails and Naruto aren't on good terms yet. What's the Nine Tails' goal in helping him? I don't know what the Nine Tails is after, but if it's stepping in, then Sasuke is in serious trouble. Back in Konoha, inside Naruto's body, the Nine Tails had no intention of causing trouble. The scenes on the screen had already shown that in the future it would reconcile with Naruto and the fourth Hokage. Though it didn't understand why, after what Minato Namikaze had put it through, it saw no point in questioning why Naruto was unsealing it. For now, it just wanted to be a good little fox lying down and watching the screen. The ethereal screen continued its display. As it shifted once more, the scene returned to the Valley of the End, showing the same still water and the figures of Naruto, Uzumaki, and Sasuke Uchiha. Just as Sasuke Uchiha believed he had won, the ominous presence he had felt earlier surged forth once more. He snapped his gaze forward, fixing upon the source, the motionless Naruto, Uzumaki. In the next instant, crimson chakra enveloped Naruto's body once again. Sasuke stepped forward cautiously, his face contorting into an expression of sheer terror at the state before him. What is this? The red chakra swelled relentlessly, even lifting Naruto off the ground. As Sasuke stared in astonishment, Naruto lashed out with a single punch, striking Sasuke squarely in the face. The force sent Sasuke hurtling backward, where he collapsed onto the water's surface, clutching his face in agony. Naruto, however, was in no better state. He writhed in torment, yet the crimson chakra continued to engulf his entire form. As Naruto's guttural roar faded, he dropped onto the water, crouching in a monstrous stance. The red chakra had solidified into a physical form, fox-like ears, and a single tail trailing behind him. Sasuke, meanwhile, slowly rose from the spot where Naruto had struck him down, his eyes not yet open, when Naruto swept both hands forward. A terrifying wave of pressure, carrying a colossal surge of water, hurtled towards Sasuke. Sasuke braced his arms before him, weathering the torrent's impact. When he looked ahead, Naruto was already upon him, moving faster than before. With his three-tomo Sharingan, Sasuke could track Naruto's movements and narrowly evaded the strike. Yet even though Naruto never touched him, an invisible force slammed into him, sending him spinning across the water for over a dozen revolutions before he finally halted, balancing on a drifting log. He stared in disbelief at Naruto's silhouette. What was that just now? Even if I can see Naruto's moves, his chakra is acting independently, as if it has a will of its own. I can't see through it with these eyes. That red chakra isn't just chakra. Sasuke Uchiha has really messed up this time, hasn't he? All that big talk earlier about Naruto not being able to touch a single hair on him. First he gets ambushed from below, and now he's taken a punch to the face, and couldn't even dodge the follow-up. Sasuke probably thought the Naruto he saw before was everything he had to offer. Little did he know that was just a fraction of the Nine Tails' power within him. That state Naruto is and must be what they call a tailed beast cloak. And it's only one tail. Remember, the Nine Tails has 9 of them. With just a single tail's power, he's already breaking through Sasuke's three-tomo Sharingan reactions. If he had 1 or 2 more tails, that last hit would have killed Sasuke outright. So what is Sasuke supposed to do now? No chakra to speak of, and his three-tomo Sharingan is useless. It's not that the Sharingan has completely lost its effect. It's just that Naruto's boost from the Nine Tails chakra is too massive, and his chakra has almost materialized. Sasuke has to dodge Naruto's attacks while also avoiding any contact with the chakra itself. Relying on the three-tomo Sharingan to beat Naruto in this state is practically impossible. The ethereal screen continued its display. At this moment, Sasuke recalled the conversation he had overheard between Jiraiya and Itachi Uchiha. So the target really is Naruto. Capturing Naruto is the highest order issued by our Akatsuki organization. Is that so? In this instant, Sasuke began to grasp a deeper truth. If Naruto were merely what he appeared to be on the surface, why would the Akatsuki to which Itachi belonged issue an order to take him away? You seem to possess a special power. So Itachi Uchiha is a member of the Akatsuki. So that's where the rogue ninja Itachi has been hiding all this time. In that organization. The Akatsuki's highest order is to capture Naruto. Their real target must be the Nine Tails. To harbor such ambition, this organization is definitely not to be underestimated. Akatsuki. I've heard there's an organization called Akatsuki in the Hidden Rain Village, but isn't it supposed to be a mercenary group? A mere band of mercenaries plotting to capture the Nine Tails. Are they looking down on the Hidden Leaf? Wasn't Itachi Uchiha supposed to be the one with the strongest will of fire? Wasn't he the one who protected the leaf most fiercely? Now he's helping the Akatsuki take Naruto. Is that also considered protecting the village? Where exactly is the protection in that? This Itachi Uchiha is truly baffling. In the Hidden Leaf Village, Itachi. Upon seeing the screen, Sasuke now understood Itachi's whereabouts. In that moment, the path ahead seemed clearer. He would grow stronger while seeking out the Akatsuki organization shown on the screen. That was how he would find Itachi and exact his revenge. The Akatsuki wants to capture me. Naruto was utterly bewildered. He didn't even know what the Akatsuki organization was, let alone why capturing him would be their highest priority. Could it be for the nine tails sealed within him? From within the belly of the Reaper, Minato Namake's gaze remained fixed on the screen. Through Sasuke's brief recollection, he realized the true enemy behind the scenes had finally revealed itself. In the Hokage's office, having learned the enemy's name, Hiruzen Sarutobi did not sit idly by. He immediately ordered more guards to protect Naruto, while dispatching several squads to the Hidden Rain village to investigate the so-called Akatsuki. Beyond the Hidden Leaf, other ninja villages followed suit. Any village with sufficient strength sent shinobi to the Hidden Rain for investigation. In the Hidden Rain village, Nagato silently watched the screen, fully aware that their organization had been exposed. Soon countless ninja would flood into the village to investigate them. But what did it matter? How many had he already made to suffer? Still, their plans would need to be moved up. He slowly turned his gaze. A man wearing a tiger-striped mask stood behind him. "What are you doing here?" Nagato remained silent, but Konan beside him demanded an answer. "The tailed beast plan needs to be accelerated." Obito Uchiha looked directly at Nagato, his low voice echoing from behind the mask. "I understand." Nagato replied flatly, his expression unchanged. Hearing Nagato's response, the space around Obito Uchiha warped and twisted before he vanished. "Nagato, why do you follow his orders?" Konan looked at Nagato in confusion. The Akatsuki was an organization they had created with Yahiko. Why should this masked man have any say over them? Konan, pay him no mind. Nagato replied calmly. He had never taken Obito's attitude to heart. That man was simply too mysterious, claiming to be Madara with abilities far too bizarre. Wasting too much time on him would only jeopardize his own plans. But Obito Uchiha, having taken his leave, understood this all too well. He and Nagato were merely using each other. There was no true hierarchy between them. It was simply that the tailed beasts hadn't all been collected yet, so the time for him to act personally had not come. Meanwhile, in the Pure Land, Yahiko was equally bewildered. The Akatsuki. Was that the same organization he had founded with Nagato and Konan in the Hidden Rain village? His original purpose in creating the Akatsuki was to give hope to all those affected by war. How had it turned into hunting down the Nine Tails? Yahiko thought that Nagato and Konan would never do such things. If it wasn't just a coincidence of names, then something must have happened to them. The thought filled Yahiko with concern for his two comrades. What exactly is this Akatsuki organization? Tobirama Senju's gaze remained fixed on the screen. He found both the Akatsuki and Itachi Uchiha deeply puzzling, especially the latter. If that was their highest order, why would they need to be so conspicuous about it? Why let Sasuke Uchiha overhear? Sasuke is a member of the Hidden Leaf after all. This troubled Tobirama greatly. Combined with what Sasuke had said earlier about Itachi, he began to suspect that Itachi Uchiha might actually be a spy from the Hidden Leaf embedded within the Akatsuki. Hashirama Senju was equally perplexed. The name Akatsuki didn't belong to any ninja village, and yet such an organization was plotting against the Nine Tails. He couldn't tell if their sights were set solely on the Nine Tails or on all the tailed beasts. But having witnessed the Nine Tails' overwhelming power firsthand, he knew that any organization daring to scheme against it was by no means ordinary. If that were the case, the Hidden Leaf village might be facing grave danger. The glowing screen continued. "Now I understand." Sasuke Uchiha shouted at Naruto Uzumaki across from him, standing on a drifting log. The next moment, he leaped off, bounding across stone fragments toward Naruto. Naruto, however, charged at Sasuke like a beast, moving on all fours across the water surface. As they closed in on each other, Sasuke fired several small fireballs at Naruto, but they were far too slow to ever strike the swift Naruto. As Naruto closed the distance, Sasuke rapidly formed hand seals. Fire-style great fireball technique. The next instant, a colossal fireball erupted from Sasuke's mouth, hurtling toward Naruto. Instead of evading, Naruto charged straight into the blazing sphere. The explosion detonated on the water's surface, sending up a massive cloud of steam. As the vapor cleared, Naruto's silhouette stood on the water, Sasuke's fire jutsu having barely any effect on him. Is that chakra protecting him? Sasuke felt as if he were facing a formidable enemy. The great fireball technique was one of his stronger jutsu, yet it couldn't break through Naruto's defenses. His stronger Chidori was out of reach due to insufficient chakra. Moreover, although his three-tomo Sharingan could still perceive Naruto's movements, it couldn't see through the malevolent chakra enveloping him. That same chakra could harm him, and in close-quarters combat, he was now at a severe disadvantage. Stay calm, Sasuke thought. If I keep my distance, I won't get caught. But the next moment, Naruto extended his hand towards Sasuke. His arms stretched unnaturally, forming a massive chakra claw that swiped at him. Sasuke instantly leaped high into the air, dodging the chakra claw, which then retracted and lunged for him again. Under the relentless assault, Sasuke twisted his body midair, narrowly evading each strike. But as he landed back on the ground, the surrounding water surged upward, forming a prison of water that trapped him inside. Sasuke watched his surroundings warily. Naruto's crimson figure darted around the water wall, constantly lunging at him. Sasuke barely avoided the attacks, then leaped out of the watery prison and fled into the distance. Naruto hooked his tail onto the riverbank's edge, clinging to the wall. He locked onto Sasuke's position and launched himself into the air. Mid-flight, he slammed his chakra hand onto the water's surface, sending up a curtain of spray that blinded Sasuke. From behind the veil of droplets, the chakra hand shot forth, seized Sasuke, and hurled him viciously into a distant wall. The wall shattered into countless fragments as Sasuke crashed into the water, only to be swept onto the shore by the surging waves. He glanced back just as the chakra hand lunged for him again. Scrambling to his feet, he sprinted away. As the chakra hand was about to crush him, Sasuke jumped, narrowly evading it. Damn it, what kind of monster is this? Barely managing to dodge. As Naruto pressed his attack, the curse mark on Sasuke's neck flared to life, its black patterns spreading across his entire body once more. Gazing at the beast-like Naruto ahead, Sasuke thought of retreating. But in the next instant, Naruto's chakra hand erupted from beneath the ground, seizing him. With a ferocious yank, Sasuke was hurled through the air toward Naruto, only to be sent flying by a devastating punch. The gap is just too vast. Even with the curse mark's power, Sasuke can't fight back against Naruto. The Nine-Tails' power is nothing compared to a mere curse mark. Orochimaru may be one of the legendary Sannin, but don't forget that the fourth Hokage himself perished to the Nine-Tails. Speaking of the fourth Hokage, I'm still puzzled. How did Naruto ever manage to befriend the Nine-Tails? The Nine-Tails is the very demon that killed his parents. Right now Naruto fights like a wild animal. Could he already be under the Nine-Tails' control? I don't think so. If the Nine-Tails truly controlled him, he wouldn't be stuck with just one tail. Naruto is probably just being influenced by the Nine-Tails chakra, turning him more feral. In this state, Naruto shows no mercy. Sasuke is in for a rough time. Based on the earlier scenes, Sasuke won't die here. I'm curious to see how he'll escape from this version of Naruto. The glowing screen continued. Sasuke, sent flying by Naruto, slammed heavily into a stone wall, cratering it upon impact. Inside the rubble, he gritted his teeth, enduring the searing pain as he forced himself back to his feet. But the next moment his knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. Despite his physical weakness, his voice carried a different tone. There's no helping it, really. Once I've touched that kind of power, I don't even know what I'll become in the end. As he spoke, Sasuke slowly rose to his feet once more. But there's no choice now, Naruto. In the next instant, the curse mark transformed again, engulfing his entire body. His hair lengthened further. It's true you are special, but I am even more special. Releasing the full power of the curse mark, Sasuke let out two cold laughs. His appearance had drastically changed. His hair was longer, his skin had taken on a different hue. He had become almost a different person. What's happening now? Is that the curse mark again? Can it release even more power? This form, I don't know if it's strong, but it's ugly. So Sasuke didn't choose to run because he had this as his true trump card. So the three-tomo Sharingan wasn't his only reliance after all. Sasuke's laughing. Does he really think this form is stronger than Naruto's? This is just like before. Whenever Sasuke gets confident, he can dominate Naruto for a while, and then Naruto powers up and beats him back down. So now that Sasuke looks so confident, he's probably stronger than One-Tail Naruto. He'll suppress Naruto for a bit, then Naruto will power up again, turn into Two Tails, become stronger than Sasuke, and beat him back. Then will Sasuke pull out another power-up, becoming stronger than Two Tails Naruto. And then Naruto goes Three Tails. If it keeps going like that, wouldn't Naruto eventually reach Nine Tails? That's too exaggerated. Surely that can't happen, right? Who knows? Maybe they'll keep fighting and Sasuke's Sharingan will keep evolving, maybe even turning into the Rinnegan. Perhaps Sasuke's Rinnegan was born from this fight with Naruto. In the shadows, Orochimaru watched with a sinister grin. Come Sasuke, embrace this power, and then come find me. The luminous display continued. Is this what you meant by special, eh? Naruto Uzumaki demanded, confronting this transformed Sasuke Uchiha. It's the feeling that I cannot lose, Sasuke Uchiha replied with a smirk, clenching his fists, captivated by the surge of power coursing through him. Naruto Uzumaki immediately charged at him. Regardless of the new form or newfound strength, no matter what Sasuke Uchiha became, he was determined to bring him back. Naruto Uzumaki lunged with a clawed strike aimed at Sasuke Uchiha. Yet facing Naruto's attack, Sasuke Uchiha made no move to dodge, allowing Naruto to collide directly into him. Naruto Uzumaki's attack slammed into Sasuke Uchiha, and the two were propelled backward. Debris scattered and dust billowed in their wake as Naruto Uzumaki drove Sasuke Uchiha straight into the foot of a colossal stone statue. As the dust cleared, Naruto Uzumaki found himself confronted by a massive, grotesque wing. Suddenly the wing whipped violently, and Naruto Uzumaki was sent flying, crashing hard into the wall behind him. When Naruto Uzumaki looked up at Sasuke Uchiha, he was shocked to see a single wing had sprouted from Sasuke's back, the very wing that had just blocked his attack. The next moment, under Naruto Uzumaki's horrified gaze, another wing emerged from Sasuke Uchiha's other side. Sasuke Uchiha grew wings. Compared to Naruto Uzumaki, in his current state, Sasuke Uchiha looks more like the monster. Those wings seem incredibly durable, taking Naruto's full force hit without a scratch. I wonder if Sasuke Uchiha in this form will also lose himself to madness like Naruto Uzumaki. Or perhaps once he assumes this form, Sasuke Uchiha can never turn back. That shouldn't be the case. The Sasuke Uchiha we saw earlier in the display wasn't in this form. This is the curse mark implanted by Orochimaru after all. Using it excessively might risk being consumed by Orochimaru. Or maybe this form can't be sustained for long. Earlier he was activating and deactivating the curse mark's power intermittently. Regardless, using the curse mark's power should come with side effects. Otherwise, why wouldn't Sasuke have used it from the start? Naruto only entered his one-tail form out of rage and near death. It's also possible Sasuke couldn't use it initially and only transformed after being beaten down by Naruto in a fit of desperation. So between these two, who is the real monster? Or are they both monsters? In the Pure Land. Within the Pure Land, Mikoto Uchiha and Fugaku Uchiha watched with deep concern over Sasuke Uchiha's transformation. Sasuke Uchiha was their son, and now their son was willing to become a monster just to gain power. In Konoha Sasuke, Naruto Uzumaki stared blankly at the display. His brother Sasuke Uchiha had become a monster, and all to fight him. Was defeating him worth going this far? Why couldn't he just come back peacefully? What Naruto Uzumaki didn't realize was that the Naruto in the display was also willing to tap into the tailed beast's power to bring Sasuke back, making him no different from the Sasuke he was witnessing. The luminous display continued. Sasuke, you. Naruto Uzumaki stared in shock at the Sasuke before him. Besides the Sharingan, his eyes were nearly identical to the ones he'd seen when they first met at the Valley of the End. Sasuke Uchiha was transforming into a monster. A flicker of pain crossed Sasuke Uchiha's face as the words of another, who had once borne the curse mark, echoed in his mind. If you sustain this release state for too long, the curse mark will gradually erode your body, and you will lose yourself. Forever. Forever. The word forever flooded Sasuke Uchiha's mind. This body. Sasuke Uchiha's gaze shifted towards Naruto Uzumaki ahead. There's no time to dawdle. Knowing he couldn't sustain a prolonged fight, he had to defeat Naruto Uzumaki quickly. Though he wouldn't mind losing consciousness and becoming a monster to achieve his revenge, he refused to become one before killing Itachi Uchiha. He wanted to feel the kill with his own hands to savor the vengeance personally. Meeting Sasuke Uchiha's gaze, Naruto Uzumaki slowly rose to his feet. He looked down at his right hand. He could no longer feel his left. My left arm. It's numb. Seeing Naruto Uzumaki's condition, Sasuke Uchiha let out a laugh. So that power of yours comes with its own dangers after all. You know? Sasuke Uchiha's gaze lifted towards the statues of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. This place is called the Valley of the End. A fitting stage, don't you think, Naruto? Huh, yeah. Seeing Naruto Uzumaki didn't respond, Sasuke Uchiha continued. I said small talk was over. It's time to settle this battle, and all the battles up to now. All the battles up to now, not just the one between them, but every fight they'd been through since they first met, would all be concluded today. And from this moment on, the image of Itachi Uchiha flashed in Sasuke Uchiha's mind. In the next instant, Chidori crackled to life in his hand. Chidori. Meanwhile, Naruto Uzumaki formed a Rasengan with his single hand, and the sphere began to absorb the Nine Tails chakra. Both were prepared for a life or death clash. This confrontation could very well be their final one for both of them. What? Sasuke Uchiha is going to use Chidori a third time. Does he have a death wish? Didn't we hear earlier that his chakra only allows for 2 uses of Chidori? If he uses it a third time, wouldn't he die from chakra exhaustion? Is Sasuke Uchiha willing to risk death just to defeat Naruto Uzumaki? In Konoha, a third Chidori. Kakashi was taken aback seeing Sasuke Uchiha use Chidori again on the display. After all, it was Kakashi himself who had warned Sasuke about it in his memories. Since he had said it, it must be true. Regardless of how things were before, in the Sasuke Uchiha's perception within the display, using Chidori a third time would very likely result in death from chakra depletion. If that was the case, Sasuke Uchiha likely still had a trump card he hadn't revealed. The display wasn't showing his full potential. Of course, this was merely Kakashi's speculation. The luminous screen continued to play. Unlike the previous Rasengan and Chidori, this time Sasuke Uchiha's Chidori was imbued with the power of the cursed seal, its lightning crackling with streaks of black. Meanwhile, Naruto Uzumaki's Rasengan carried the power of the tailed beast, no longer its former blue hue, but tinged with a shade of purple. The next moment, they charged at each other simultaneously. Naruto Uzumaki relied on his beast-like leaping ability, while Sasuke Uchiha accelerated himself with the continuous flapping of the wings on his back. Chidori, Rasengan. Their attacks collided, and a terrifying force clashed violently. The shredded chakra surged behind them. Gradually the two powers engulfed them, forming a purple sphere of energy. Within the sphere, Sasuke Uchiha's hand thrust toward Naruto's abdomen. But in the instant before contact, his claw-like hand transformed into a fist, striking Naruto's abdomen with a heavy blow. In turn, Naruto's claws left a deep scratch across Sasuke's forehead protector. At that moment, the energy sphere turned black and began to expand relentlessly. This chakra... Damn it. Sensing the ominous power from afar, Kakashi felt a sense of dread and quickened his pace immediately. The black sphere's energy expanded to reach the waterfall. In an instant, the waterfall reversed its flow, surging skyward, while a blinding light blazed from within the black core. Within the light, Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha gazed at each other, as if they had returned to their childhood, forming the seal of reconciliation. The next second, a white radiance enveloped them both and the screen itself. When the light on the screen faded, the water at the base of the waterfall was gone. Naruto Uzumaki lay on the ground with Sasuke Uchiha standing beside him. The sunlight bathed them both. The conclusion of this battle seemed evident, and the victor was Sasuke Uchiha. Is it over? Did Sasuke Uchiha win? If I saw correctly, didn't Sasuke Uchiha turn the claw meant to pierce Naruto's abdomen into a fist? Did Sasuke Uchiha have a change of heart? Not necessarily. Didn't he already beat Naruto to the brink of death before? Then Naruto awakened the Nine-Tails' power, and the wound through his shoulder healed instantly. And another time, he smashed Naruto down from the sky, forcing him to manifest a tail. Maybe he's afraid of something similar happening again. Of course, it might also be that Sasuke, seeing Naruto willing to become a monster to stop him, even risking the Nine-Tails' backlash, finally understood and decided not to kill him. But if he doesn't kill Naruto, Sasuke still has attachments. How can he completely fall into darkness and take revenge on Itachi Uchiha? Regardless of Sasuke's thoughts, Naruto won't die. As for Sasuke, he's already used Chidori 3 times. I'm curious to see what he does next. That seemed to be Kakashi the Jonin from Konoha, right? He seems to be heading this way. If I'm not mistaken, Sasuke is a student. I wonder if he'll make it in time. Sasuke's strength is formidable, but by now he's likely exhausted all his chakra. Plus he's still a child. Kakashi is an elite Jonin. If Sasuke doesn't leave before Kakashi arrives, it'll be hard for him to escape. In Konoha, Kakashi-sensei, you have to make it in time. No matter how dense Naruto Uzumaki was, he understood that his counterpart in the screen could no longer stop Sasuke's departure. No matter what happened before, at least it hadn't shown Sasuke becoming a rogue ninja. But if Sasuke went to Orochimaru, especially after the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi had died at Orochimaru's hands, Sasuke would certainly be branded a rogue ninja. No matter what was to come, Naruto didn't want the Sasuke in the screen to leave. He could imagine how sad his counterpart would be after failing to stop him, and Sakura Haruno would grieve as well. The luminous screen continued to play. The sunlight that had shone through the clouds upon them gradually faded. Sasuke Uchiha's gaze remained fixed on Naruto, his eyes filled with complex emotions. Sasuke stood motionless. The forehead protector scratched by Naruto inexplicably came loose and fell beside Naruto. Sasuke didn't pick it up. His eyes were filled with pain and exhaustion. His long-held hatred for Itachi Uchiha had already worn him thin, not to mention this life-or-death battle with Naruto. But he couldn't give up. As long as Itachi was alive, he couldn't stop. Naruto, Sasuke spoke slowly, his voice weary. At that moment, a light rain began to fall from the sky. The drops hit him, startling Sasuke. He slowly looked up towards the heavens. The rain intensified. Sasuke suddenly fell to his knees, coughing up blood. It was the price of overusing his chakra and forcibly wielding the cursed seal. His blood spilled onto the ground beside Naruto. He leaned over, his face directly above Naruto's, and simply gazed at him. As the rain continued to fall, the view pulled back to show Kakashi rushing towards them. But by the time he arrived at the battlefield, Sasuke was long gone, leaving only Naruto lying there alone. Too late, huh? Kakashi muttered, looking at Naruto lying on the ground. He knew he was too late, and the screen slowly faded to black. Kakashi arrived, but Sasuke had already left. He was still too slow. If Naruto hadn't come alone, could they have brought Sasuke back? If Naruto hadn't come alone, he might not have even seen Sasuke. Only by coming alone could he have had a chance to bring him back. Next, Sasuke will go to Orochimaru. He's about to become a rogue ninja. I wonder how he'll fare there. He still didn't make it in time. Seeing this, Kakashi sighed. Under these circumstances, he couldn't chase after Sasuke. Not only was it raining, but with Naruto lying there, he couldn't just leave him to go after Sasuke. He was too slow. If only he had speed like his teacher Minato Namikaze, then Sasuke wouldn't have gotten away. Did Sasuke leave? Naruto stared blankly at the screen. Yes, in the end, Sasuke had left. He had failed and couldn't stop him. The luminous screen continued its display. It did not halt with the conclusion of the battlefield conflict or Sasuke Uchiha's departure. A moment later, the screen illuminated once more. Within the screen, a black-haired youth with an eccentric appearance appeared by a river skimming stones across the water. However, his stones only skipped a few times before sinking. At that moment, a stone thrown from behind Madara Uchiha skipped across the water several times before stopping, more skips and a greater distance than Madara's own attempt. Are these two the first Hokage and Madara Uchiha's children? Doesn't that mean the village wasn't even founded yet? Why show us their past? We just saw Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha, and now it jumps to the first Hokage and Madara. Could there be some connection between the four of them? There is a connection, of course. After all, the impure world reincarnation exists. They know each other in the future, but why start from their childhood? Exactly. Why not just show us what happened during the Fourth Great Ninja War? That would let us prepare in advance. In the Pure Land, Madara Uchiha was briefly taken aback seeing his younger self with Hashirama Senju on the screen. He couldn't fathom the purpose of this celestial display. For Madara, everything with Hashirama was in the past, meaningless now. What he craved was intelligence about the future, especially how he was defeated by Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha. He even wanted to see their growth to understand how they became so powerful. In truth, he was afraid. He knew Izuna Uchiha was also in the Pure Land watching, and he didn't want Izuna to witness his history with Hashirama. About Madara. Perfect, let me see what happened after my death. Taijima Uchiha watched with keen interest, eager to learn of events after his demise, even knowing his son Madara would ultimately lose. Utsuma Senju likewise wished to see how his son Hashirama triumphed over Taijima's son Madara. About my brother. Izuna Uchiha felt no concern. Regardless of Madara's actions, he remained his elder brother. Even in defeat to Hashirama, Izuna's faith in him never wavered. Childhood memories. On the other side, Hashirama Senju didn't share Madara's aversion to the images. Instead, he felt a touch of nostalgia. Had circumstances been different, perhaps he and Madara might have become the closest of friends. Tobirama Senju, however, pondered the screen's deeper meaning. Why, after showing battles involving Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki, would it immediately shift to his brother Hashirama and Madara? Could there be a connection between these events? Though Tobirama mused over this, he couldn't fathom what link Naruto and Sasuke might share with Hashirama and Madara, as they belonged to entirely different eras. The luminous screen continued. I ask you, who are you? Madara Uchiha was not pleased by this stranger who appeared before him, having skimmed a stone farther than his own. My name is Hashirama. My surname, for certain reasons I cannot disclose. Hashirama Senju replied with a smile. Hashirama, is it? Watch closely, this time I'll succeed. Frustrated that Hashirama's stone had traveled farther, Madara rolled up his sleeve, clutching a stone, prepared to throw again. That stance. Just as I suspected, it's the shuriken technique. Seeing Madara's posture, Hashirama was startled. Indeed, the other was a shinobi just like him. The next instant, Madara hurled the stone. It skipped 3 times across the water before sinking, leaving both of them in an awkward silence. After all that, only 3 skips. You bastard, you deliberately stood behind me to distract me, didn't you? Madara, naturally unwilling to admit his own lack of skill, pointed at Hashirama and shouted. Hashirama was taken aback by the accusation. I'm a sensitive person. If someone stands behind me, I can't even pee. Rebuked by Madara, surprisingly, Hashirama genuinely believed it was his fault, crouching down in self-reproach. I'm sorry. Now it was Madara's turn to be caught off guard. He hadn't expected such a reaction and found himself at a loss for how to proceed. Hey, don't get so down about it. Seeing Hashirama still unresponsive, Madara awkwardly offered an apology. Sorry, I shouldn't have been so stubborn. I truly didn't know, Hashirama spoke up, that you had such an embarrassing condition. I can't tell if you're genuinely kind or just sharp-tongued. Though he understood Hashirama meant no harm, the latter's bluntness was too much, and Madara couldn't help but retort. The next moment, Hashirama sprang to his feet. Anyway, it's clear I'm better at skipping stones than you. Want me to skip you across the water? Seeing Hashirama like this, Madara found him even more insufferable and shouted. But Hashirama immediately reverted to his previous state, crouching on the ground, looking crestfallen. I didn't mean to make you angry. As an apology, I'll prepare to be thrown into the river. Go ahead and throw. Huh. So this is how the god of shinobi, the first Hokage, and the ghost of the Uchiha Madara first met. These two are hilarious. The infamous Madara Uchiha can't even pee with someone behind him. So can you do it then? Actually, I don't think I can either. It's too awkward and nerve-wracking. In the Pure Land. So that's how my brother and that man met. Through skipping stones. Izuna Uchiha finally understood how the two had become acquainted, as Madara had never told him about their stone-skipping encounter. Izuna wondered if had they never met that way, the future might have been altered. Perhaps Konoha would never have been founded, and his brother wouldn't have lost to Hashirama. Taijima Uchiha harbored similar thoughts. If he hadn't allowed Madara to go out alone, if Madara had never met Hashirama early on, would the outcome have changed? As for that past, Madara and Hashirama saw nothing remarkable in it. Madara believed that even without that event, the future's outcome wouldn't have changed much. As long as the shinobi world remained as it was, his brother's deaths were inevitable. Only the infinite Tsukuyomi offered true salvation. For Hashirama, those were cherished memories from their youth. There was no need to change them. The scene on the screen continues. You know your flaws are insufferable, Madara Uchiha said, feeling exasperated with Hashirama Senju. Well, I hope you can toss it to the other shore, Hashirama replied, still wearing that same carefree expression despite Madara's scolding. You're truly an eyesore. Get lost. Madara finally lost his patience and shouted. It was as if this Hashirama Senju was born to vex him, refusing to take the hint, even when given a way out. I'll take my leave then, Hashirama said with a smile, rising to depart after hearing Madara's command. But the next moment Madara grabbed hold of him. Stop. What exactly do you want? Think it through before you speak, Hashirama said, now genuinely puzzled. He had been told to leave, yet when he tried to, he was stopped. I. Madara stammered at a loss for words. The shinobi no Shura seems to be completely wrapped around the first Hokage's finger, a voice from the audience remarked. I feel like the first Hokage is a natural airhead, and Madara is its Sundara. Is it just me? Another voice chimed in. I heard that Madara was a merciless demon back in the day. Is this really him on the screen? A third voice questioned. Whatever Madara says the first Hokage does. Then when the first Hokage complies, Madara gets upset about it, a fourth voice observed. The scene on the screen shifts. At that moment, an unexpected change occurred. An adult corpse drifted by along the riverbank. That's... Hashirama immediately ran towards the corpse upon seeing it. Madara, however, was taken aback by the way Hashirama ran. Are you a shinobi? This place is about to become a battlefield. You should head back, Hashirama said with a grave expression, not denying Madara's question. This is the emblem of the Hagoromo clan, Hashirama murmured, examining the crest on the corpse's armor. I'm sorry, but I have to go. Hashirama spoke, knowing he couldn't linger here any longer. Farewell. By not answering Madara's question, he had already admitted to being a shinobi, so there was no need to hide it any further. With a single leap, Hashirama jumped across the river. Before leaving, he glanced back at Madara on the opposite shore and bid him farewell. You? My name is Madara. Madara blurted out his name. He knew Hashirama was a shinobi, perhaps even an enemy, but he found Hashirama utterly intriguing and felt a strange sense of connection to him. After a moment's thought, and out of politeness, he gave his name since he already knew the others. Madara. Hashirama corrected him. Don't tell your family name to strangers. It's the rule for shinobi, Madara replied. So you really are a shinobi after all, Hashirama said, finally confirming Madara's identity. Madara walked off in one direction and Hashirama in the other. This was their first parting. They exchanged names, but not their family names. Indeed, in that era, revealing your family name was too dangerous. True. A body floating down any river shows how many people died in that time. The Uchiha and Senju clans, weren't they mortal enemies once? It used to be wars between clans, now it's wars between villages. When will this cycle of conflict ever end? If they had learned each other's family names, would the first Hokage and Madara have fought right then and there? Probably. Didn't they have that epic battle at the Valley of the End? There are still statues of them there. Speaking of the Valley of the End, didn't Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki fight there twice? In their most intense battle, the statues of the first Hokage and Madara were destroyed. The Valley of the End is truly a place plagued by calamities. The scene on the screen continues. The scene shifts to show several shinobi burying something. Standing above them are four figures, an adult in armor and three children. Butsuma Senju, Hashirama Senju, Tobarama Senju, and Itama Senju. Itama Senju was in tears, and both Hashirama and Tobarama had pained expressions calling out the name Kawarma. It was clear that their brother was one of those being buried below. Shinobi do not cry. Butsuma scolded. Shinobi are born to die in battle. We should be grateful we recovered part of his remains. Besides, our enemies this time included not only the Hagoromo clan, but also the Uchiha clan. They are always ruthless. Kawarma was only 7 years old. Hashirama was still furious. His little brother was only 7. Why did he have to die like this? When will this kind of war finally end? When all enemies are eliminated, Butsuma replied. It was the simplest logic. Only when all enemies were dead could they hope to live long. Creating a world without war is a difficult process, even if it means sacrificing children. Hashirama asked again. The first Hokage's little brother. How tragic. He died on the battlefield at just 7 years old. Those children living on the front lines are truly pitiful, constantly at risk of being killed. Life now is so much better than back then. It's just a pity that war still exists. I wonder, could the world Sasuke Uchiha spoke of really put an end to all wars? Impossible. How long can Sasuke Uchiha live? Once he's gone, the shinobi world will go back to how it was. Instead of that, wouldn't it be better if every village had someone as powerful as Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki, while everyone else remains the same? They check each other's power. The moment one makes a move, it signals the instant destruction of all other villages. Wouldn't that be true peace? That way neither children nor anyone else would be affected. Whether they act or not wouldn't matter, and there would be no more sacrifices. In Konoha, Sasuke Uchiha watched the screen in silence for a long time. The era where children had to go to war reminded him of his brother Itachi Uchiha, and also Kakashi. Both of them had become shinobi from a young age, and had carried out countless missions. Weren't they just children back then as well? Even though Konoha was now established and the constant chaos of war had subsided, the era of child soldiers was far from over. Could it be that the shinobi village system the first Hokage created, the world he built, was truly a failure? Was the world he had spoken of on the screen earlier truly better than the current one? Inside the Shinigami's belly, Minato Namikaze felt the same way. His three disciples, Obito Uchiha, Kakashi Hatake, and Rin Noara, had all gone to war as children. Rin Noara and Obito Uchiha had died on the battlefield. The world where children go to war had not ended. In the Pure Land, Butsuма Hashirama and Tobarama Senju sat in silence. The death of Kawarma was the most painful for them, and they knew Itama would die later as well. As a father, Butsuma knew he had failed his children. But in their era, a child who couldn't fight would die even faster. In that time, children were often the first to be killed upon sight because they were weak, and eliminating them prevented future threats. Sending his children directly to the battlefield to train them and give them the ability to protect themselves was the true way to protect them. And if a child died in battle, there was nothing to be done. If they had been born in a time of peace, perhaps he could have been a good father. But in that chaotic era, being gentle would have been a death sentence for his children. Not only for the sake of the Senju clan, but also for the sake of his children, he had to do it. The children had to go to war. The luminous scene continued. In the next moment, Butsuma Senju violently punched Hashirama Senju in the face. I won't allow you to insult Itama. He died gloriously in battle as a fully fledged ninja, not as some child. Despite the punch, Hashirama remained defiant. In his eyes, Itama wasn't a ninja, he was his little brother, a child of only 7. Butsuma said no more, turning and slowly walking away. Only after he left did Tobarama and Kawarama approach. Brother Hashirama, are you alright? Don't you know what happens when you defy father? Hashirama remained silent, his gaze fixed on Kawarama and Tobarama. Kawarama, Tobarama, I don't want you to throw your lives away either. With this thought, Hashirama stood up and shouted at his father's retreating back. What is this loving Senju clan? What fully fledged ninja? Isn't this just a bunch of adults forcing a child to his death? Our actions are no different from the Uchiha. This is respect for our enemies. Butsuma stopped and retorted. Even a baby, if they hold a weapon, must be treated as an enemy. And raising a child to be a self-sufficient ninja is the love of a parent. To be self-sufficient is the only path death. Hashirama shouted again. To kill, to be killed without even knowing when you've been resented, too dangerous to even reveal your name. Such a ninja world is absolutely wrong. That's why you're just a brat. Butsuma roared, swinging a fist at Hashirama. But Tobarama, who had just advised against defiance, stepped between them. Father, brother is not in a good mood today, please forgive him. Go cool your head, Hashirama. With Tobarama intervening, Butsuma chose not to pursue the matter, leaving those words and walking away swiftly. Hashirama, however, continued to stare unwavering at his father's retreating figure. I can't believe the first Hokage's father could lay his hands on his own child. It's terrifying. What can you do? In that era, even children had to go to war, only the victors survived. If the Senju lost their will to fight because of the first Hokage's words, what would happen then? You can't expect adults to be like him, can you? I'd say the first Hokage and his father were both without fault. One had to protect the Senju clan, the other his little brother. The only wrong was the times they lived in. Pure Land. I'm sorry, Hashirama. Butsuma apologized to Hashirama for the man in the light screen. Itama was his son too. How could he not grieve seeing his son die? But he was the patriarch of the Senju clan, he had to bear the clan's responsibilities. He had to remain steadfast, even watching his own son die, he could not shed a single tear. The luminous scene continued. As dusk fell, the three brothers gathered again. Adults are all fools. To end the war, why not just make a pact with the enemy and stop fighting? Tobarama looked at Hashirama and spoke. But if we do that, what about the parents and brothers who were killed? Kawarama retorted, won't our comrades have died in vain? Keep talking like that, and you'll die too. Tobarama replied. If the war continued, the only outcome for children like them was death. You and the adults are too impulsive. Sorry. Tobarama continued, from now on ninja just need to suppress their emotions, establish strict rules, and follow them to avoid unnecessary conflict. A true pact. At this moment, Hashirama, who had been silent, spoke up. An alliance. Is it truly impossible? A true pact. A pact. Could it be that the Senju and Uchiha clans came to coexist peacefully through a pact, and then founded Konoha? Regardless, the Uchiha and Senju clans must have eventually found peace, otherwise Konoha could never have been established. But now the Uchiha clan is nearly extinct. The only surviving Uchiha should be Sasuke Uchiha and Itachi Uchiha. Konoha was founded by the Uchiha and Senju clans. The first Hokage was Hashirama Senju, the second was Tobirama Senju, the third was Hiruzen Sarutobi, and the fourth was Minato Namikaze, Naruto's father. It seems no Uchiha has ever become Hokage. Has Konoha always oppressed the Uchiha like this? In the past, and now suddenly, I feel the Uchiha clan story is truly tragic. The luminous scene continued. The scene shifted again, the war raged on, and Kawurama was surrounded by 5 Uchiha ninja. When Hashirama arrived, Kawurama had already been brutally killed. He could do nothing but hold his brother's body and weep bitterly. Another brother lost. The first Hokage's story is truly tragic. 5 Uchiha adults against 1 Senju child. The Uchiha, are inhumane. That child was likely tormented before his death. That's war. In war, what is a child? They are all ninja and moreover enemy ninja. His brother died at the hands of the Uchiha, and in the end the 2 clans led by the first Hokage and Madara Uchiha established Konoha. Did the first Hokage forgive the Uchiha for killing his brother? Hatred only perpetuates war. The founding of Konoha and the end of the war would have been impossible if the first Hokage had not forgiven the Uchiha's actions. Pure Land, Itama Kawurama. Hashirama murmured the names of his 2 younger brothers. After already losing one brother, he failed to protect another. As a brother he had failed. And at the Valley of the End it was he who pierced Madara from behind. As a friend he had failed as well. He couldn't protect his brothers, nor his friend. For a moment Hashirama wondered if he had ever accomplished anything in his life. Even after founding Konoha, the Uchiha were ultimately annihilated. The luminous scene continued. The imagery shifted once more, revealing Hashirama Senju, standing by the river, where he had first encountered Madara Uchiha, his gaze fixed upon the flowing water, lost in thought. At that moment the sound of footsteps slowly echoed and Madara Uchiha appeared behind Hashirama Senju. Yo, long time no see. Madara Uchiha was the first to speak, offering a greeting. You're called. However, due to the long separation, or perhaps a desire to tease Hashirama, Madara deliberately refrained from uttering his name directly. Hashirama. The Senju answered calmly, his flat tone making it clear that Madara's attempt at a jest had failed. Abandoning the pretense, Madara asked directly. Hashirama, what's wrong? You've been looking so down since you got here. What happened? Why do you ask? I'm perfectly fine. Hashirama replied with forced firmness, yet any observer could see the lie. How could he possibly be fine after just losing another younger brother? Who are you trying to fool? Come on, tell me about it. Madara Uchiha, utterly unconvinced, pressed on. It's nothing. Enough, just say it. No, really, I'm fine. Stop being so stubborn. I'm telling you to speak. There's truly nothing wrong, nothing at all. Hashirama turned his head away, his words claimed all was well, but the 2 streams of tears flowing from his eyes betrayed his true state. I said speak. Madara Uchiha snapped in frustration, but the moment his eyes landed on the tears streaking down Hashirama's face, his anger instantly receded. What happened? My brother. He's dead. Hashirama turned away this time, choosing not to conceal the truth and revealing the reason outright. The reason I came here is that looking at this river it feels like the turmoil in my heart might just be washed away. I see. You're Madara, right? I guess you might feel the same way. Upon hearing Hashirama's words, Madara remained silent while Hashirama continued. Do you have any siblings? There were 5 children in my family. Madara picked up several pebbles from the ground. Once. So Madara's siblings are dead too. And they died on the battlefield as well. They likely all fell in battle, and it's quite possible they were killed by the Senju clan. The Uchiha killed Senju children, and the Senju killed Uchiha children. Truly the wheel of karma turns. The luminous scene continued. Hearing the word, once Hashirama was taken aback. He turned his head to look at Madara, whose face showed no pain, his gaze fixed steadily ahead. Once. We are all shinobi, we never know when we might die. If there were any way to guarantee, we never perish. As he spoke, Madara walked over to stand beside Hashirama. It would be to meet our enemies with complete honesty, holding nothing back, and swear brotherhood. But that's impossible. With that, Madara mimicked the gesture for skipping a stone. Because the human heart is unfathomable, no one can truly see into another's soul. Finishing his words, Madara cast the stone in his hand. Perhaps the other person is secretly seething with rage. The stone skipped across the river's surface one after another, far surpassing the mere 3 skips from their first encounter. Is it truly impossible to be completely open with one another? Hashirama murmured. I never imagined these were Madara Uchiha's ideals. I always thought the first Hokage had influenced Madara, but it turns out Madara influenced the first Hokage. It seems our past prejudice against the shinobi no Shura was misplaced. Complete honesty with one another. Even now it hasn't been achieved. If it had, the Uchiha clan would never have been wiped out. After killing each other's children, it's already a mercy to not seek revenge. How could they ever be completely honest? With so many people in a clan, how could every single one be completely honest? If even one person conceals something or kills someone from the other side, then the hatred will only continue to spread between the two clans. The moment a spark is ignited, war will erupt once more. Pure Land. Complete honesty with one another. Upon hearing these words, Madara Uchiha smiled. Wasn't that world exactly the world of the infinite Tsukuyomi? A world everyone yearned for, a world without pain, a world where all could be open with one another. Hashirama Senju's dream. Madara Uchiha had never forgotten it. His sole lifelong purpose had always been to create such a world. The luminous scene continued. I'm not sure, Madara Uchiha said, his gaze fixed on his stone as it skipped across the water. But I often come here to ponder, hoping to find a way. In the next instant, the stone pierced through the water's surface and landed on the opposite bank. Seeing the stone reach the far shore, Hashirama was stunned. He hadn't expected that in their time apart, Madara, who could only manage 3 skips before, could now send a stone all the way across the river. It seems I've finally found the right direction this time. Seeing the stone reach the opposite bank, Madara believed the path he had chosen to walk was finally the correct one. Not just you. I skipped mine across too. Hashirama stood up and looked at Madara. He couldn't believe that the person before him held the exact same aspirations as he did. He almost felt Madara was a sign sent by heaven. Madara, naturally sensing Hashirama's gaze upon him, turned his head to meet his eyes. Even if I can't see into your heart, I know. You. What? Just as Hashirama braced himself for some grand proclamation. Your hairstyle and your clothes. They're both hopelessly outdated. Huh. From that day forward, the two met by the river more and more often. They fought, improved, and talked endlessly about the future, all without knowing each other's family names. Your taijutsu and techniques are no joke. To think you can match me. Madara Uchiha declared, though in truth Hashirama was in far better condition than he was. No, it's not a draw. I'm still standing. Hashirama naturally wouldn't let Madara's boast slide, pointing out the obvious fact that he was on his feet, while Madara lay on the ground. Huh. The next moment a stone struck Hashirama on the head, and he too collapsed to the ground. What did you say? Doesn't this count as a draw? When did you? Lying on the ground, Hashirama was utterly perplexed. He hadn't seen Madara throw the stone at all. Ha ha, I threw it the moment you knocked me down. I'm not so easy to deal with, Madara chuckled. And so the two lay there on the ground. As time passed, they eventually sat together atop a large boulder, returning to their earlier discussion. But the question is, what specifically can we do to change things? We need a plan for the future, Hashirama asked, eager to hear Madara's thoughts. First, we must firmly hold on to this conviction, and we must also grow stronger, Madara answered. No matter how loudly the weak bark, it's useless. In this world, shinobi truly have no voice. After all, the weak don't even know when they'll die, so how could they have any say? Just being alive is already a blessing. It's because of the protection of the village that weaklings like us have survived until now. The first Hokage and the others created the village to protect the children. Though they couldn't protect everyone, it's still much better than before. The luminous scene continued. Yeah, if we can master various jutsu and become powerful, the adults can no longer ignore our opinions. Hashirama acknowledged Madara's point. To have a voice, they had to become strong. Which means we have to overcome our weak points and master the jutsu we're bad at. With that, Madara leaped down from the boulder, then turned back to Hashirama. Though in that regard I've long since eliminated any minor weaknesses. He then walked forward. Impressive. Accompanied by the sound of water, it turned out Madara had run to the riverbank to relieve himself. Suddenly his expression contorted as if he had tasted something foul, and his stream came to an abrupt halt. It really does stop. It turned out Hashirama had crept up behind Madara, wanting to test if what Madara had said last time was true, that he couldn't go if someone was behind him. I told you, don't stand behind me, Madara shouted in rage. Found a weakness. Hashirama laughed in response. I swear I'll throw you into the river I just peed in. The two chased each other along the riverbank. Try my water style. Disgusting. Stop splashing. Their chase even ended with them both falling into the river. The first Hokage and Madara Uchiha really had a great relationship. I wonder how the first Hokage reacted the moment he found out Madara was from the Uchiha clan that killed his brother. I imagine the first Hokage would have been in agony at that point. To think that the one person who shared his dreams and goals was from the clan that murdered his sibling. The happier they are now, the more painful that moment will likely be. As time passed, Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha met more and more frequently, and their familiarity with each other grew in equal measure. Madara, I've thought of an incredibly powerful jutsu. Let's practice it together. One day Hashirama Senju ran up to Madara Uchiha in excitement. Madara Uchiha found such Hashirama utterly tiresome. What jutsu? The taijutsu secret art super fire style illusion / great shuriken 2-stage technique. Hashirama blurted out the incredibly long name of his creation in one breath, complete with a series of hand seals, as if the jutsu he had devised could actually be unleashed. This? I can't even picture it. That was Madara's assessment. He simply could not imagine what the jutsu Hashirama described would even look like. What kind of jutsu is this? Taijutsu? Fire style? Illusion? Shuriken? I can't imagine what it looks like at all. Is this even a real jutsu? I think there might actually be such a jutsu after all. This is the god of shinobi Hashirama Senju. Maybe this was even the ultimate technique the first Hokage used to defeat Madara Uchiha back then. Did any of you catch the first Hokage's hand seals just now? The name alone sounds incredibly powerful. I really want to learn it. We might not even be able to learn it. That jutsu was created by the first Hokage himself. Its difficulty might be beyond our imagination. Jiraiya, witnessing this scene, was somewhat baffled. He couldn't help but wonder why he saw a shadow of Minato Namikaze in the first Hokage from the light screen. Was it just his imagination? Of course, Jiraiya wasn't the only one with this thought. Kushina Uzumaki in the Pure Land felt the same way. Having experienced Minato Namikaze's peculiar naming talent, she was puzzled as to why these two could be so alike. Both were naming geniuses, both were Hokage. What a great name. Inside the Reaper's belly, Minato Namikaze's eyes lit up at this scene. He felt the jutsu Hashirama Senju had created was quite creative. Of course he meant the name. It seems the first Hokage's naming talent is no less than mine. Brother, oh brother, this is so embarrassing. Tobirama Senju covered his face, not knowing what to say. His elder brother was just this naturally airhead. As for Hashirama Senju himself, he felt nothing in particular. He even wondered if the name he had come up with back then wasn't good enough, which was why Madara Uchiha had scorned it. The light screen continued. So is this technique a taijutsu or a jinjutsu? Madara Uchiha on the screen asked the question everyone wanted to know. No, first of all, the name is ridiculously long. Who could even remember that? Madara Uchiha turned away with a look of disgust. Well, let me explain in detail. Hashirama Senju, seemingly oblivious to Madara's disdain, was about to elaborate, but Madara Uchiha cut off the airhead directly. Shut up. Today's competition is vertical rock climbing. The next moment, Hashirama Senju slumped to the ground in dejection again, but this time Madara Uchiha didn't indulge him. Don't get all dejected so easily. That's your weakness. Your weakness is assuming I'm that kind of person. Hashirama Senju replied, then slowly rose to his feet. I deliberately let you think that was my weakness. And now, vertical rock climbing. The next moment, Hashirama Senju dashed straight up the cliff face. You bastard. Madara Uchiha immediately gave chase. I'll get a head start. So the dejected act was all fake. The two shouted at each other as they raced. The scene shifted. The two had already reached the top of the cliff. After all, they were still just children. Both were exhausted, sitting on the ground, gasping for breath. I win. Despite being tired, Hashirama Senju, having claimed victory, had to put on a show of bravado no matter what. Of course you did, because you got a head start. Madara Uchiha remained unconvinced by Hashirama's victory, but with both of them drained of energy, they simply sat on the cliff, gazing down at the forest below. You can see the whole forest from up here. Yeah, and the view into the distance is clear too. When it comes to eyesight, I definitely won't lose to you. Madara Uchiha suddenly thought of the next competition. Want to compete? Why the sudden interest in this? Seems you're pretty confident in your eyesight. Hashirama Senju asked. Of course I have my shot. Madara Uchiha started to answer, but immediately stopped himself. He had nearly revealed his Sharingan to Hashirama. The Sharingan was the symbol of the Uchiha, and if he mentioned it, his identity as a member of the Uchiha clan would be exposed instantly. Madara Uchiha almost spilled the beans. Both of them had once said that not revealing their surnames was a rule for shinobi. As someone who knew this rule, well, Madara Uchiha nearly confessed to having the Sharingan. Yeah, the Sharingan is the symbol of the Uchiha clan. Saying you have it is basically saying you're an Uchiha, right? I guess Madara Uchiha must have already considered the first Hokage a very close friend in his heart, otherwise why would he almost let it slip? I can only say the later the identity is exposed, the more painful it will be for both of them. They shared the same dream, yet they belonged to clans that killed each other's kin. That era was truly cruel. I wonder if you guys noticed the environment around the first Hokage and Madara Uchiha looks a lot like our Konoha. Now that you mention it, it really does. Could it be that Konoha was built right there? The light screen continued. What's wrong? Sensing Madara Uchiha's anomaly, Hashirama Senju asked. No, on second thought, I'm not that amazing. In the end, Madara Uchiha chose to conceal it. The Everett Sundara, him, in order not to reveal his surname to his friend, decided to hide his greatest asset. It should have been the most praiseworthy talent, yet in this era it had become the thing that could never be spoken of. What are you saying? Why did you suddenly become so honest? If I were truly that strong, my brother wouldn't have died. Madara Uchiha blamed himself. How could someone who failed to protect his brother ever be called strong? I couldn't even save them. What am I? Madara. Just like Madara Uchiha, wasn't Hashirama Senju the same? The memory of Itama's death resurfaced in his mind. Hadn't he also failed to protect his younger brother? Why did the scene suddenly become so melancholic? Neither of them could protect their own brothers, but how many children has the Konoha they founded protected since then? Indeed, the founding of a village didn't save everyone, but countless children have survived to this day because of it. I heard that back in those days the average lifespan was less than 30 years, and now it has far surpassed that number. They founded Konoha together and then fought to the death against each other. What exactly happened in between? The luminous screen continued to play. I'm sorry, it seems I've made you recall the past as well. After a moment of silence shared between the two figures on the screen, Madara Uchiha was the first to break the quiet with an apology. Tell me, are your brothers all gone? Hashirama Senju inquired. No, I still have one younger brother left, Madara Uchiha replied, his expression hardening with resolve as he thought of his sole remaining sibling. No matter what happens, I will protect this younger brother of mine. And what of your brothers? Madara Uchiha turned and posed the same question to Hashirama Senju. I have one remaining as well. Like Madara Uchiha, Hashirama Senju was also left with only a single brother. I too am determined to protect my brother at any cost. Madara Uchiha gave a nod of agreement. That's settled then. Let us build a village of our own right here, Hashirama Senju suddenly declared. In this village, children shall not be forced to fight each other. We'll build a school to train them, helping them grow strong as they mature. Adults can choose missions based on their individual abilities and strength. There must also be a higher authority to properly rank missions. A village where children are not sent to the front lines to risk their lives. Only you would utter such foolish words. Though his tone was dismissive, Madara Uchiha genuinely approved of Hashirama Senju's vision. What do you think? Hashirama Senju asked Madara Uchiha. Not bad. Then it's decided. To Hashirama Senju, Madara's implicit endorsement was the greatest support he could receive. Yes, if this village truly comes to be, I will protect my brother in this very place, overlooking the entire forest. So this is how beautiful Konoha was in the first Hokage's dreams. What a pity that things didn't unfold as he had wished. The children were protected, but only to a degree. After the first Hokage's death, successive great ninja wars erupted. Who knows how many children were sent to the battlefield since then? Before villages existed, children had to fight on battlefields to survive. After villages were created, children are instead being sent to war. Isn't that putting the cart before the horse? Whether it is or isn't for us to judge. I wonder if the first Hokage knew about the events that transpired in the era after he founded his village. What would he think? The luminous screen continued. This time Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju stood on opposite sides of a river, skipping stones. Not only could they perfectly skip their stones across the water, but they could also accurately catch the other's stone. We've both thrown them to the opposite shore. This stone is perfect for skipping. Keep it for me until we meet again. The two bid each other farewell. Hashirama Senju kept the stone in his hand, but when a figure approached him from ahead, he quickly tucked it away upon recognizing the newcomer. What's wrong, Tobirama? Brother, I have something to tell you. Tobirama Senju's tone was heavy, and Hashirama Senju could sense the gravity of the situation. The scene shifted to the Senju clan's gathering place. Utsuma Senju, Hashirama Senju, and Tobirama Senju appeared together once more on the screen. Hashirama, you've been meeting with a young boy frequently, haven't you? Utsuma Senju questioned. How do you know? Hashirama Senju was taken aback. He couldn't fathom how his father knew, as he had been so careful to conceal his visits to Madara Uchiha. Father ordered me to keep an eye on you, Tobirama Senju interjected. When it comes to sensory perception, I surpass you. You've been leaving the compound often lately. I suspected there must be a reason, Utsuma Senju added. I investigated that boy. He's from the Uchiha clan and has killed skilled adults from our clan. He's said to be a boy born with innate ninja talent. This is bad. Madara Uchiha's identity has been exposed. I never expected the first Hokage's father to have the second Hokage spy on him. Does he suspect even his own child? As expected of the god of shinobi in the making. Still a child, yet capable of killing skilled adults from the Senju clan. In their earlier sparring matches, the first Hokage and Madara Uchiha seemed evenly matched. If that's the case, the first Hokage at that time could have equally killed adults from the Uchiha clan. The luminous screen continued. Just as I suspected. You don't seem surprised. Noting that Hashirama Senju wasn't as shocked as he'd anticipated, Utsuma Senju questioned him suspiciously. Don't tell me you two already know each other's surnames. If Hashirama had continued his friendship with the boy even after learning his identity, he would be branded a traitor to the Senju clan. No, I don't know, Hashirama Senju replied. He had never investigated Madara Uchiha's identity, not only out of trust for his friend, but also out of his own fear. I suspect he doesn't know either. Hashirama, you should understand what this means, Utsuma Senju said, his gaze turning stern. The Senju and Uchiha are enemies. I haven't told the rest of the Senju clan yet. Once this leaks out, you'll be treated as a traitor. If you don't want to be seen as a spy, then after you meet that boy next time, follow him and bring back intelligence on the Uchiha clan. That is your mission. And if he discovers you, kill him. They're asking the first Hokage to backstab his own friend. How cruel. This is reality. In the face of clan interests, what does the first Hokage's friendship mean to the Senju clan? Hadn't the first Hokage's father already investigated Madara Uchiha's strength? Since he could kill skilled adults from the Senju clan, did his father not recognize the first Hokage's own abilities? Or does the first Hokage's life mean nothing to the Senju clan? Pure Land. That old wretch is truly despicable. Izuna Uchiha sneered at Butsuma Senju on the screen, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Though he also harbored disdain for Hashirama Senju, who had charmed his brother away, his desire to kill the old man who exploited his brother's trust 100 times over burned even fiercer. Sharing the sentiment, Madara Uchiha, as his brother, felt much the same. What a pity I didn't get to kill you with my own hands, you old fiend. The ethereal projection continued. Wait, is he really an Uchiha? Hashirama Senju asked tensely, still clinging to a sliver of hope that perhaps his father's investigation had been mistaken. Without a doubt, Butsuma Senju replied with unwavering certainty. If you reveal your identity as a Senju, he will feign carelessness to extract information from you. You cannot trust him. No, he wouldn't. Hashirama tried to protest, but Butsuma immediately cut him off with a sharp rebuke. It was his clansman who killed your brother, and you would still place your faith in him. No one knows what that boy truly intends. If you are deceived, you will plunge the entire Senju clan into peril. But, as a precaution, Tobirama and I will accompany you. Understood? What is your answer? I understand. Faced with his father's stern authority, Hashirama could only acquiesce. After speaking, he turned and walked away, his face etched with desolation. The first Hokage truly agreed. That seems impossible. He and Madara Uchiha were mere children then. Konoha had not even been founded. If the first Hokage had truly exploited Madara, there is no way Madara would have joined him to build the village. Could Madara Uchiha truly forgive someone who betrayed him and then co-found Konoha with that person? Where would his pride be if he did such a thing? In the Pure Land, this old wretch dares to slander my elder brother like this. Izuna Uchiha stared at Butsuma Senju's face on the projection with righteous indignation. The nerve of him to claim that his brother would exploit Hashirama's identity to extract information. Knowing his brother as he did, Izuna was certain Madara was incapable of such treachery. If Madara had known Hashirama's true identity from the start, he would have confronted him openly. You are the true villain. Meanwhile, Tobirama reflected that it was fortunate Hashirama had not followed their father's advice to exploit Madara. With his deep understanding of the Uchiha and their ways, he knew that if his brother had done as their father suggested, there would have been no chance of the Senju and Uchiha founding Konoha together. Only a war lasting until one clan was annihilated. Moreover, without Madara Uchiha, Konoha would hardly have come into existence. Though he harbored disdain for the Uchiha clan, he could not deny Madara's contributions. The ethereal projection continued. That night, Hashirama sat alone in the courtyard gazing at the sky. He then took out the stone he had received from Madara when they parted. Staring at it, no one could fathom what thoughts were running through his mind. Soon daylight arrived. At the same river, the two youths appeared once more on opposite banks. Shall we greet each other with a game of skipping stones? Madara Uchiha spoke first. Hashirama said nothing, instead reaching into his clothes to produce the stone, a silent confirmation. Madara produced a stone of his own as well. They both hurled their stones across the water simultaneously. Each stone landed in the other's hand. Glancing at the stones they had received, both youths were startled. Hashirama, I apologize, but I cannot play with you today, Madara said hastily. I just recalled some urgent matters I must attend to. Seeing the message carved on the stone, Hashirama was stunned. So it wasn't just him. The other had been discovered by his clan as well. He quickly recovered his composure. Is that so? Then I shall return home for today. On their respective stones were carved the messages, run, and it's a trap, leave now. Just as I thought. I knew the first Hokage would never stoop to such despicable tactics. So Madara Uchiha was discovered by his clan too. Both of them carved warnings on the stones to alert each other. What true brothers in arms they were. But weren't the first Hokage's father and the second Hokage following behind him? They couldn't have just let Madara walk away, could they? A great battle is likely about to erupt. The ethereal projection continued. After their brief farewell, the two youths sprinted in opposite directions. Witnessing this, Butsuma immediately understood what Hashirama had just done. Running off so quickly, are they? That Hashirama leaking information. Let's go, Tobirama. Yes, father. Butsuma and Tobirama Senju leaped out, instantly intent on intercepting Madara. At the same moment, two figures swiftly flanked Madara's side as well. Hashirama and Madara both turned to look. In the middle of the river, four figures now stood in opposition: Butsuma Senju, Tobirama Senju, Taijima Uchiha, and Izuna Uchiha. It seems we had the same idea, Butsuma Senju, Taijima Uchiha stated. And you brought Tobirama. Indeed, Taijima Uchiha. And you brought Izuna. In the next instant, the four of them surged into battle. Seeing this, Hashirama and Madara both cried out simultaneously, stop. But their pleas were futile. Butsuma Senju clashed with Taijima Uchiha, while while Tobirama Senju engaged Izuna Uchiha. The combatants were evenly matched in skill. The two boys quickly became the primary targets of the adults. While appearing to duel each other, Butsuma and Taijima secretly launched sneak attacks toward the other's son, their weapons flying at Tobirama and Izuna respectively. Engrossed in their own confrontation, neither Tobirama nor Izuna sensed the incoming attacks. Just as the weapons were about to strike, two stones simultaneously struck the projectiles aimed at them. The stones struck the weapons with a sharp, clear clang, snapping Tobirama and Izuna back to reality. They realized they had been a mere step from death. Those two stones had of course been thrown by Hashirama and Madara. In the next moment, each stood protectively before his younger brother, while the two clan leaders retreated to the rear. "I will never forgive anyone who dares to harm my brother." Madara's voice trembled with fury. He had nearly lost his last remaining brother moments ago. "Nor will I." Hashirama echoed the sentiment. This marked the first true confrontation between Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. So it came to this after all. Those adults intended to kill each other's sons first. If not for Madara and the first Hokage acting swiftly, they might have lost their last brothers. All six are here now. How will this battle conclude? Neither the first Hokage nor Madara Uchiha can forgive those who tried to harm their last brothers. Now they must both want to kill the other's father, since it was their fathers who launched the treacherous ambush. The children stand at the front while the adults position themselves at the rear. Is that what adults were like in that era? Though brutal, that was the law of that age. Adults are the stronger combatants, so they must be protected first. The luminous screen continued its display. "Hashirama, what is it?" "The foolish, beautiful future we spoke of. In the end, we may never achieve it." Madara Uchiha spoke. "Madara, you. Though our time was brief, I was truly happy, Hashirama." In this era, finding someone who shared his dream, like Hashirama Senju, was enough for Madara Uchiha. Yet he had sworn to protect his last remaining brother no matter what. 3 against 3, what do you say? Can we win, Madara? Taijima Uchiha behind him asked. "No. Hashirama is stronger than me. In a direct clash we would lose." Madara Uchiha replied. "A child stronger than my brother." Upon hearing this, Izuna Uchiha was stunned. He never imagined a child more formidable than his brother existed in this world. Is that so? To possess such power? Retreat. Taijima Uchiha was also taken aback. Since Hashirama Senju surpassed his son, Madara staying here was pointless and risked defeat. Farewell. After bidding Hashirama goodbye, Madara turned to leave. "Madara," Hashirama Senju asked, "you haven't given up, have you? You finally share the same ideals as me. You are a Senju." Madara Uchiha cut him off. "If only our ideals could differ. My brothers were slain by the Senju clan, and yours fell to the Uchiha. So there is no need for us to be candid with each other. From now on we shall meet on the battlefield. Hashirama Senju, I am Madara Uchiha." Madara Uchiha turned to face Hashirama, his eyes already transformed into the single Tomo Sharingan. "Father, look. Brother's eyes." Upon seeing this, Izuna Uchiha rejoiced. His brother awakening the Sharingan meant he had grown even stronger. "Though we failed to obtain intel on the Senju, we gained something else precious. The Sharingan. Did it just awaken?" Butsuma Senju was puzzled. Having clashed with the Uchiha many times, he knew well what the Sharingan signified. If Madara's Sharingan had just awakened, then the Madara who previously defeated the Senju's finest youths without it would only be more formidable now. Madara Uchiha awakened the Sharingan. So he never had it before. Then what about that slip on the cliff when he nearly revealed he wanted to compare eyesight with Hashirama? According to the clan head, Madara indeed just awakened it. Even his own father and beloved brother didn't know, so it's unlikely he was hiding it. More likely, Madara considered the Sharingan the hallmark of the Uchiha clan, certain he'd eventually possess it, which led to that near slip. Awakening the Sharingan requires intense emotional turmoil. It seems Madara's emotions are running very high right now. Writing Ron on that stone shows he already knew Hashirama's identity. To protect his brother, he had to forsake this friend who shared his dream. The main issue is that the first Hokage asked right in front of his own father-brother and the other's brother and father. Of course, Madara had to refuse. Perhaps if it were a private conversation, Madara might have agreed. Didn't Madara once say he had 5 siblings? Now only Izuna remains, meaning 3 have died, yet Madara never awakened the Sharingan. But now when he personally gives up his friend, it awakens. Doesn't that mean his current brother matters more to him than the first Hokage, and even more than his other siblings? If that's truly the case, had they spoken privately, Madara might have genuinely agreed. The luminous screen continued. In the years that followed, the Senju and Uchiha clans remained locked in endless conflict. Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju clashed on the battlefield, repeatedly fighting day after day as they grew into adulthood. Even after their fathers perished, Madara and Hashirama each became the head of their respective clans. Yet the war between their clans continued unabated, and the two found themselves standing farther apart than ever from the dream they once shared. Now the Uchiha and Senju clashed once more. Madara faced Hashirama while Izuna confronted Tobirama. Both Izuna's and Madara's Sharingan had evolved into the Mangekyo Sharingan. Both brothers possessed the Sharingan, and they're both Mangekyo now. It seems these two have been through quite a lot during this time. From childhood to adulthood, they faced the grief of losing clan members every day. The emotional turmoil was immense, so both having the Mangekyo isn't surprising. The luminous screen continued. Tobirama Senju and Izuna Uchiha, exhausted from their prolonged battle, were both gasping for breath. Yet in the next moment, Izuna launched another attack, charging at Tobirama. Tobirama hastily defended against Izuna's assault, but Izuna thrust forward, casting a Jinjutsu on Tobirama's eyes, then kicked him in the abdomen and punched him in the face, sending him staggering backward. He didn't stop until he collided with a rock behind him. Fire release, great fireball technique. Izuna pressed his advantage, unleashing a fireball at Tobirama. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Tobirama countered with a water technique. Their attacks collided, sending up a massive plume of smoke. From within it, Tobirama hurled several kunai at Izuna. But with his Sharingan, Izuna could easily dodge the kunai even through the smoke. A mindless attack. Curse your misfortune of not having the Sharingan. Flying Thunder God Slash. Just as Izuna was feeling proud of his Sharingan, Tobirama suddenly appeared at the kunai's location, his blade piercing through Izuna. The second Hokage defeated Izuna Uchiha. Is Madara's last brother about to die? I wonder how furious Madara will be when he watches his last brother die at the hands of Hashirama's brother. Will he seek revenge for his brother? He'll likely try, but he won't succeed. The first Hokage's brother is destined to become the second Hokage. There's no way Madara could achieve vengeance. Besides, we can't be certain Izuna will die here at the second Hokage's hands. As the luminous scene continued, Madara Uchiha, who was engaged in battle with Hashirama Senju, noticed this development and immediately abandoned the fight to rush to Izuna Uchiha's side. Izuna, stay with me. I will save you. Madara Uchiha cast aside his blade, intending to carry Izuna away, but Hashirama Senju stepped before them, leveling his sword at the two. Hashirama, Madara, you cannot defeat me. Then Hashirama Senju drove his sword into the earth. Both Madara Uchiha and Tobirama Senju were taken aback, but Hashirama continued. Let us end this. If the mightiest clans of the shinobi world, the Uchiha and the Senju, join forces, no other clan will be able to challenge us, and the conflicts will gradually subside. Come. Hashirama Senju extended his hand towards Madara Uchiha. Gazing at Hashirama before him, Madara Uchiha was stunned. Hashirama spoke of the dream they had once shared, and memories of their childhood game of skipping stones echoed in his mind. Just as he was about to step forward. No, brother. Izuna Uchiha, straining his weakened body, voiced his objection, halting Madara Uchiha. Izuna, do not be deceived by them. Izuna, everyone, our fellow Uchiha were killed by them. Have you forgotten? The tragic sight of the fallen Uchiha clansmen flooded his vision. If the battle were to end now, what would their deaths have meant? Thus Madara Uchiha produced a smoke bomb and hurled it to the ground. When the smoke cleared, both Madara and Izuna Uchiha had vanished. Did Madara Uchiha and Izuna Uchiha flee? What a pity. Madara Uchiha seemed so close to being swayed. If not for Izuna's interference, the two clans might have found hope. As the clan leader, Madara Uchiha simply left with his brother. What will happen to the remaining clansmen? Right now, the only thing that matters to Madara Uchiha is his brother. He doesn't even care about the rest of his clan anymore. However, given the first Hokage's merciful nature, as long as the remaining Uchiha laid down their arms, he probably wouldn't harm them. The luminous scene continued. Seeing their clan leader flee, the remaining Uchiha clansmen obediently laid down their weapons and chose to surrender. The Uchiha clan was already at a tremendous disadvantage in the war against the Senju. And at that moment, Izuna Uchiha died. His eyes were transplanted into Madara Uchiha, successfully awakening the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Izuna Uchiha simply died like that. The second Hokage's blow was indeed severe, but it shouldn't have been fatal. Madara Uchiha transplanted Izuna's eyes and awakened a new Sharingan. What lies beyond the Mangekyo Sharingan? In the Pure Land, Tobirama Senju recalled the events of the past with perfect clarity. At the time, he hadn't expected Izuna Uchiha to die from his wounds. Although the injury was severe, it should have been treatable and survivable. So when he later learned of Izuna's death, he was deeply puzzled. It was only afterward that he understood. Izuna had chosen to die willingly, transforming himself into Madara's power and hatred. The luminous scene continued. With the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Madara Uchiha once again stood against Hashirama Senju. As dusk fell, Hashirama was startled upon seeing Madara's new eyes. Your eyes? At that moment, Tobirama Senju interjected. What happened to Izuna? My brother died from the wounds he suffered earlier. To protect the Uchiha, he bequeathed his power to me. Madara Uchiha answered calmly, yet the underlying fury in his tone was unmistakable. I had already sent you a truce proposal. If you truly wish to protect the Uchiha, you should have ended this battle. In response to Hashirama's words, blue chakra surged from Madara Uchiha's body. Within moments, the Susanoo materialized, enveloping him in a colossal half-formed blue chakra giant. Hashirama. Witnessing this, Hashirama Senju rapidly wove hand signs and unleashed his wood release, just as the Susanoo's fist came crashing down. Wood release, deep forest emergence. In an instant, colossal wooden vines erupted from the earth, ensnaring the Susanoo's arm. More massive vines broke through the ground, simultaneously surging towards the Susanoo. Overwhelmed by the immense flood of wood, even the Susanoo was toppled. As Madara Uchiha forced the Susanoo back to its feet, the wood release had already transformed the battlefield into a vast sea of trees. Flower buds bloomed on the vines, releasing pollen that swept towards Madara Uchiha. Poisonous pollen. Even the Susanoo proved unable to withstand the pollen's venom. So this is the first Hokage's wood release. Incredible. He created a forest sea in an instant. To alter the very terrain so effortlessly. Just how monstrous is the first Hokage's chakra? Madara Uchiha gained new eyes, new power, and can wield the Susanoo. Yet a single wood release technique from the first Hokage was enough to suppress him. It seems that if the first Hokage had truly intended to defeat Madara, it would have been easy. In Konoha. So this is the first Hokage's power. I must obtain this power for myself. Danzo Shimura watched the scene on the screen with burning intensity in his eyes. He didn't know the source of Naruto, Uzumaki, and Sasuke Uchiha's power, but the first Hokage's wood release was something he had a real chance to acquire. And once he had that power, becoming Hokage would be all but guaranteed. Elsewhere, Tsunade remarked, so this is grandfather's power. Gazing at the wood release on the screen, Tsunade lamented. As Hashirama Senju's granddaughter, she had never possessed his overwhelming strength. If she had been as powerful as her grandfather, perhaps her younger brother and Dan would not have died. Stop this. Continuing to fight serves no purpose. Hashirama Senju urged once more. No purpose? Then why did Izuna die? Madara Uchiha, having just lost his last brother, could not remain calm. Facing Madara's words, Hashirama Senju fell silent. If he were in Madara's place, having lost his last brother Tobarama Senju, he might have been just as enraged. Because of you. Because you killed him. In his fury, a massive surge of chakra erupted from Madara Uchiha, its terrifying force sweeping across the entire battlefield. When the shockwave subsided, everyone looked towards Madara Uchiha and froze in astonishment. A colossal chakra warrior, hundreds of meters tall, clad in full armor with 4 arms, stood within the light screen. Is this a Susanoo as large as Sasuke Uchiha's from the earlier vision? Such power. Does Madara Uchiha also possess this kind of strength? What is the first Hokage going to do? The appearance of the complete body Susanoo stunned everyone, especially Inoki of Iwagakure. This Susanoo, so that wasn't even his full power back then. Inoki, who had truly witnessed Madara's strength before, stared in disbelief. He had encountered Madara Uchiha after the founding of Konoha, but the events in the vision took place before its creation. Why hadn't Madara used this power against them back then? With this power, defeating them should have been effortless. Inoki had believed the earlier Susanoo was Madara's limit, but now he realized how wrong he was. Madara had merely been toying with them. A wave of despair washed over Inoki. If Madara Uchiha were truly still alive, and he were to reappear in the shinobi world now, with Naruto, Uzumaki, and Sasuke Uchiha not yet grown strong, who could possibly stop him? This power. In Amigakure, Nagato was equally stunned by the complete body Susanoo. Although Sasuke had displayed greater power earlier in the vision, everyone knew Sasuke had not yet reached his full potential. But Madara Uchiha might genuinely be alive in the shinobi world. Facing this power, even Nagato with his Rinnegan dared not claim he could win. In the Pure Land, countless Uchiha gazed at the Susanoo in the vision. The Susanoo of their clan, the ultimate power they aspired to. Besides Sasuke, Madara was also capable of wielding it. Witnessing Madara's strength, many also realized if Madara was this powerful, how formidable must Hashirama Senju be, the one who had defeated him. If Madara Uchiha was that strong, but the first Hokage defeated him in Konoha's history, doesn't that mean the first Hokage is even stronger? Unbelievable. The power of the ancients is terrifying. Why were the olden days so powerful and later Sasuke and Naruto became strong too, but in our era we have no one of that caliber? In their memories, neither the second nor the third great ninja war had seen such devastating power as Madara, Sasuke, or Naruto. It existed in the past, and will exist in the future, but not now. Everyone was puzzled. The vision continued. In contrast to the others, Hashirama remained calm before the complete body, Susanoo, forming hand seals once more. Wood golem technique. In the next instant, a colossal wooden golem burst forth before the Susanoo, matching its size at hundreds of meters tall. The two titans faced off, and Madara Uchiha attacked first. Hashirama, the Susanoo, and the wood golem grappled with each other. Wood dragons from the golem's shoulder lunged at the Susanoo. The Susanoo's rear arm punched away the first dragon, while another slammed into its body. A tremendous shockwave spread for thousands of meters. Struck by the wood dragon, the Susanoo staggered back a step, but more dragons surged forward. Then Hashirama was taken aback, for the Susanoo had caught the wood dragons. Madara controlled the Susanoo to yank hard, pulling the wood golem along, then spun and hurled it away, crashing heavily into the ground. The Susanoo then drew the massive sword from its rear hand and strode toward Hashirama. Through the smoke, the wood golem emerged with Hashirama standing atop its head, speaking to Madara. Madara, we were once friends, sharing the same dream. The Susanoo's steps did not falter, advancing steadily toward the wood golem. Hashirama, how long will you cling to those childish words? The Susanoo reached the golem, gripping its great sword with both hands and raising it slowly. True openness is impossible. Hashirama. The next moment, the great sword swung down. Madara. Hashirama did not evade. He drove the wood golem's fist upward to meet the blade. A catastrophic explosion engulfed them both, obliterating all trees and vegetation, leaving only a massive crater. The battle between Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha lasted an entire day, ending with Madara's defeat. Is it finally over? How terrifying this combat power. It lasted a whole day, and even the landscape was altered. Just how immense is the chakra of the first Hokage and Madara Uchiha to sustain a battle for so long? In the end, the first Hokage won. As expected, he truly is superior. In the Pure Land, Izuna Uchiha clenched his fists upon seeing his brother's defeat. Why? From the earlier vision, he had learned that his brother and Hashirama had founded Konoha together, but he never knew his brother had been defeated by Hashirama, even with the complete body Susanoo at his disposal. Izuna couldn't understand why Hashirama could unleash even greater power when his brother already possessed such immense strength. If that were the case, had Hashirama been holding back during their previous battles, with that would release, they would have had no chance to resist. Was it to humiliate them, or did he deliberately avoid killing them? Izuna Uchiha looked at the fallen Madara in the vision. Brother, what are you thinking? I never imagined Madara and that boy would grow to such heights, Taijima Uchiha said, slowly watching the light screen. The Madara and Hashirama in the vision were far stronger than he and Butsuma Senju had ever been. Compared to their battle, his fight with Butsuma seemed like child's play. The luminous screen continued its display. Madara Uchiha had been defeated by Hashirama Senju. Tobirama Senju approached the fallen Madara, intending to end his life. Madara, it's over. Wait, Tobirama. Hashirama Senju halted his brother's advance. Why, brother? This is the perfect opportunity. Not only was Madara taken aback, but Tobirama was equally stunned. If they ended Madara's life right now, the Uchiha clan would have no chance to resist the Senju, and victory would belong to the Senju. He couldn't fathom why his brother would stop him. Do not make a move. Hashirama's gaze carried a murderous intent, as if he would show no mercy, even to his own brother, should Tobirama dare to strike down Madara. As a sensory-type shinobi, Tobirama could naturally perceive Hashirama's resolve and dared not speak further. Hashirama, meanwhile, turned his gaze to Madara, who lay on the ground. Just end it for me, Hashirama. Dying at your hands is a worthy fate for me. Madara spoke. He had already lost to Hashirama, and the Uchiha clan had been defeated. If he died now, the feud between the Senju and Uchiha would finally come to an end. Stop with the dramatics. Hashirama replied. He had never forgotten the dream and the world he had once envisioned with Madara. Now was the perfect chance, if only he could persuade him. If I kill you, the Uchiha youths who follow you will rise up in revolt. The Uchiha no longer possess such spine. Madara stated, unaware that his words would one day become prophecy. In the Pure Land, the Uchiha who had served under Madara's leadership lowered their heads in shame. Although the screen had not yet shown that moment, they knew the truth. When Madara chose to leave the village, none of them had chosen to follow him. They had endured too many wars and had grown fearful of conflict. They yearned for a peaceful life, and indeed those who remained had found the peace they sought. Yet in Sasuke Uchiha's era depicted on the screen, the Uchiha clan was annihilated. This was the consequence of their choice not to follow Madara. The luminous screen continued. No, there must be some. Hashirama asserted. Even if not now, there will be in the future. I say, let us end this battle. Didn't we promise to build an ideal village together? Can't we return to how things were, like skipping stones across the water? Between us, that's unrealistic. I am no longer the same as you. Madara recalled the pact he had made with Hashirama on the cliffside long ago. He had built the village to protect his brother, but now he had no brothers left. I have no brothers now, nothing left to protect. Besides, I do not trust you. What must I do for you to trust us? Hashirama asked. Hearing this, Madara's eyes shifted, then turned towards the sky. If you wish for mutual sincerity, then kill your brother right now, or take your own life before me. That would make us even. Only then could I trust your clan. What does Madara Uchiha mean by this? Asking the first Hokage to kill his own brother, or commit suicide? Is he insane? Madara was the one defeated. How dare he make such demands? How infuriating. It would be better if the second Hokage just ran him through with his blade. In the history of Konoha, the village was indeed founded by the first Hokage and Madara Uchiha together. The first Hokage's brother was also the second Hokage. Logically, none of them should have died. But if no one died, how was Konoha established? If Hashirama doesn't comply with Madara's conditions, Madara clearly won't agree. Perhaps Madara just wants to see a gesture of sincerity. If the first Hokage were willing to choose either option, would Madara then forego the demand and simply agree? That could be possible. So please, Madara Uchiha, the demon of the shinobi world, just agree already. Stop making the people of the ninja world and the first Hokage suffer any longer. The luminous screen continued. Madara's words left everyone present stunned. Tobirama, who had begun to lower his blade, raised it once more. Behind him, the voices of the Senju clan rang out. Kill his brother or kill himself. Stop talking nonsense, you. Hashirama cut off his clansman's protests while Tobirama, pressing against his brother's overwhelming presence, spoke up. How could he ever allow his brother to agree to Madara's absurd demands? I share the same opinion. It's pure nonsense. What do you intend to do, brother? Kill me, or die for this man's words? It's absurd. Ignore him, brother. Hashirama did not answer Tobirama. Instead, he stood up, looked down at Madara lying on the ground, and a grateful expression appeared on his face. Thank you, Madara. You truly are a man of deep loyalty and emotion. In the next moment, Hashirama removed his armor, drew out a kunai, and turned to face Tobirama. Madara has given me a choice. I do not have to kill my brother. He understands the heart of an elder brother. Listen well, Tobirama. Take my words as my final will, and remember them. Brother, these words are bought with my life. All other clan members remember this. After I die, Madara must not be killed. With that, Hashirama raised the kunai, pointing it at himself. No way. Could it be? Is the first Hokage planning to choose death? And without a moment of hesitation. Thank goodness we already know the future plot, or we'd be worried to death. I feel the first Hokage's choice is unclear. Forget what happens next, but didn't he consider this? In his battle with Madara, no one else could even intervene. If the first Hokage chose to die, who would be left to stop Madara in the future? At that point, wouldn't Madara be able to do whatever he wanted? If Madara decided to kill the second Hokage later, who could possibly stop him? Does the first Hokage truly trust Madara that much? The first Hokage really resembles Naruto Uzumaki, disregarding his own life for the sake of a friend. You're not wrong, but perhaps it's more accurate to say Naruto Uzumaki resembles the first Hokage. However, can the first Hokage really kill himself with just a kunai? Earlier, he and Madara fought so fiercely without sustaining serious injuries. Can a mere kunai truly end his life? In the Pure Land, Taijima Uchiha was stunned to see Hashirama about to take his own life. He couldn't believe Hashirama would go to such lengths. The luminous screen continued its display. From this day forth, conflicts between the Uchiha and the Senju are forbidden. Hashirama Senju's gaze swept over every Senju clansman present, and then rested upon Tobirama Senju. Swear to uphold this in the name of your fathers and the grandchildren you have yet to meet. With these words, a faint smile graced Hashirama's face as he raised a kunai, prepared to end his own life. Farewell. Witnessing this, Tobirama lunged forward to stop him, but at that moment a single tear traced a slow path down Hashirama's cheek before falling towards the ground. This scene was not lost on Madara Uchiha. The memory of a stone ceaselessly skipping across the water's surface long ago flashed through his mind. In the next instant, Madara's hand shot out, seizing Hashirama's wrist and halting his suicide. In his mind's eye, the stone finally struck the opposite shore. Everyone present, including Hashirama himself, was stunned into silence. Enough, Madara said, his voice low. I understand your true intentions now. And so Madara, representing the Uchiha, and Hashirama, representing the Senju, joined forces. The village was thus established. Knowing the outcome beforehand, I'm not worried in the slightest. So that's how it was. The first Hokage's sincerity moved Madara, who relinquished the clan's hatred. This is how Konoha was born. The best possible ending. In the Pure Land, I never imagined my brother was deceived like this. Izuna Uchiha's gaze fell upon Hashirama on the screen. This man was the one who had tricked his elder brother Madara. He couldn't trust the Senju clan one bit. Not their talk of alliance, nor their village building. The luminous screen continued its display. The village was built, and peace reigned. As Hashirama walked through the streets, every villager regarded him with profound reverence. Even a young girl from the flower shop offered him a bloom. Madara soon joined him, and the two walked side by side until they reached the Ninja Academy. A child running too fast tripped and fell at the entrance. Madara hurried over to help the child up, but the boy, seeing Madara's fierce expression, was startled and nearly burst into tears. Hashirama, however, smiled and offered the child the flower. Taking it, the boy thanked them and ran off. To think that Madara Uchiha, the god of shinobi, could have such a moment. Though his expression is still too intimidating, the child was terrified. Well, he's someone who's lived through constant warfare. It's only natural he looks that way. This kind of life is truly wonderful. Sadly, after the first Hokage's death, the shinobi wars raged on, endlessly plunging the world into misery. If only a sage like the first Hokage could have lived forever, there would have been no more wars. The luminous screen continued its display. Madara and Hashirama stood upon the cliff where they had once made their childhood dreams. Below them sprawled a vast village. Do you remember what we said here as children? As the wind rustled the leaves, Madara caught a single falling leaf. I thought it was just a dream. I believed that with enough effort nothing was impossible yet. From now on those dreams will become reality. Hashirama replied, what do you think of naming the leader of the shinobi who protect the land of fire from the shadows? The Hokages. Hashirama proposed. What are you talking about? The land of fire has asked us to choose a representative for the village, Hashirama explained. I want you to lead the village and become the Hokage. Though your brothers are gone, I hope you can see the shinobi of the village as your own brothers and protect them well. In response to Hashirama's words, Madara lowered his head. He felt unworthy of becoming Hokage. I couldn't even protect my own Uchiha brothers. Looking at Madara, Hashirama felt the same pang of guilt. Kawaramu Itama. Who had he truly managed to protect? They had both sworn to protect their younger brothers, yet Hashirama's own brother had died because of him. Thinking of this, how could Hashirama not understand Madara's pain? There's no time to hesitate now. Besides, the Uchiha and Senju, the Sarutobi and Shimura clans wish to join us as well. Really? Are you serious? Madara was taken aback. He hadn't expected so many to want to join so soon after the village's founding. And many more besides. This village will only grow larger, Hashirama continued. It's time we gave it a name. Do you have any ideas? Madara slowly looked at the leaf in his hand. Through a hole in it, he could see the village houses below. How about Konoha? Too simple. Hashirama was visibly disappointed. There's no depth to it. You just took it directly from the leaves. And how is that any different from Hokage? Madara retorted, his voice raised. In that moment, they were transported back to their childhood. By the way, have you still not cured that habit of yours of getting all gloomy? So the job of a Hokage is to just stay in the village and protect everyone? Madara asked Hashirama. That's part of it, but not all, Hashirama answered. The village's construction is about to enter its main phase, and the Hokage will be busy. So we should carve your colossal visage onto the cliff face as a symbol of the village's protection. Are you joking? Madara couldn't fathom the idea of his face being carved onto a cliff for all to see. But your face is too fierce, it'll need some work, Hashirama said with a wink. Better than your gloomy, pathetic expression. Is it really that embarrassing? Ha ha ha, absolutely shameful. Is that so? So this is where you two are. Just then footsteps approached, and Tobirama appeared behind them. What are you two still doing, wasting time here? The daimyo of the Land of Fire are arriving for a meeting. Tobirama, Madara said, his expression souring at the sight of him. So the name Konoha was Madara's idea, named after a single leaf. That's rather simple. So Madara was supposed to be the Hokage. But then why did the first Hokage? It seems there are things that happened between them that we don't know about. Could this be the reason Madara eventually defected from the village? It's certainly possible.